Welcome, listeners. This is a third-person retelling of The Woman in Cabin 10 by Ruth Ware, a gripping psychological thriller inspired by the author's own uneasy cruise holiday, where the isolation of the open sea sparked a haunting question. What if someone vanished overboard, and no one believed it happened? It draws from real fears of women whose voices are dismissed, set against the eerie luxury of a confined yacht. First published in 2016, this multi-million copy global bestseller has captivated readers worldwide. Its author, Ruth Ware, is an international #1 best-selling writer of twisty psychological crime thrillers, known for hits like In a Dark, Dark Wood, The Lying Game, and The It Girl. Her books have sold more than 10 million copies and been published in over 40 languages. The story later reached an even wider audience when it was adapted into a Netflix movie in 2025, starring Keira Knightley. The visuals you'll see are created with today's technology. They might not be perfectly accurate to every scene, but they'll help you visualize the tension and atmosphere. Bear with my request as we dive in. By the end of this journey, you may find yourself questioning how well we truly see the people around us and how far you'd go when no one believes your truth. At the end, I'll share fascinating facts about the book, its adaptations, behind-the-scenes details, and a few fun discoveries most readers never notice. Asked, the story begins. The first sign of trouble came in the darkness when Delilah pawed insistently at her face. She must have left the kitchen door open again after stumbling home drunk the night before. She groaned and tried to push the cat away, rolling over to bury her face deeper into the pillow, but Delilah kept rubbing against her ear with stubborn affection. Finally, she shoved the cat off the bed. Delilah landed with an indignant thump and meep, then began scratching at the bottom of the closed bedroom door, rattling it in its frame. Her heart lurched. The bedroom door opened outward. There was no way Delilah could have shut herself inside. Someone else must have closed it. She sat bolt upright, pulse hammering, and snatched Delilah against her chest, straining to listen. Silence. Then a wave of relief washed over her. The cat had probably been hiding under the bed, and she'd absently swung the door shut behind her when she came in. Everything after the tube station was a hazy blur anyway. The headache was already creeping back into the base of her skull. She really needed to stop drinking on weeknights. Delilah squirmed and dug her claws into her arm. She released the cat, pulled on her dressing gown, and scooped her up again, intending to carry her out to the kitchen. When she opened the bedroom door, a man stood right there in the hallway. Everything about him was shadowed except his hands, which were covered in pale latex gloves. The sight sent ice through her veins. Those gloves weren't the mark of an amateur. They spoke of preparation, of someone who knew exactly what he was doing and might want more than cash. They faced each other for a frozen second, his eyes locked on hers. Her mind raced with panic. Where was her phone? Why had she drunk so much? How had she not heard him enter? Above all, those clinical gloves terrified her. She couldn't speak, couldn't move. Her dressing gown hung open as she shook uncontrollably. Delilah wriggled free and darted toward the kitchen. Please don't hurt me, she thought desperately. Where was her phone? Then she noticed he was holding her new Burberry handbag. Her mobile was inside it. His eyes crinkled above the bandana, as if he were smiling beneath the fabric. He stepped forward. She tried to protest, but the sound came out as a small, quavering plea. Before she could finish, he slammed the bedroom door shut in her face, the edge catching her cheek hard. She stood stunned, hand pressed to the stinging cut, feeling warm blood trickle down her skin. Shock and pain rooted her in place. Part of her wanted to crawl back into bed and sob under the covers, but a sharper instinct warned he was still out there. What if he came back? A crash sounded in the hallway, then another of breaking glass. Terror flooded her, yet her body locked up. She forced herself to breathe, then lunged for the doorknob, bracing her bare toes against the old floorboards and throwing her weight against the door to hold it shut. She crouched there, knees drawn to her chest, muffling her sobs in the dressing gown, while she listened to him tearing through the flat, praying Delilah had escaped safely into the garden. After what felt like forever, the front door opened and closed. She remained huddled against the knob, crying softly into her knees, hands numb and cramped, unable to believe he had truly left. Those gloved hands still haunted her vision. She might have stayed frozen there all night if Delilah hadn't begun mewing and scratching on the other side of the door. The familiar chainsaw purr cut through her fear like a lifeline. She whispered the cat's name, voice hoarse and trembling. When her cramped fingers finally released the knob, the handle turned uselessly in her grip. He had removed the spindle from the outside. She was trapped. It took her 2 long hours of frantic work with a nail file to force the latch open. No landline, security bars on the window. There had been no other way out. Hands shaking, head pounding, she stepped cautiously into the narrow hallway of her small flat, peering into every room and even the Hoover cupboard to confirm he was gone. Still trembling, she slipped outside and climbed the steps to her neighbor's door, glancing fearfully over her shoulder into the dark street. It was around 4 in the morning. After persistent banging, Mrs. Johnson finally answered, her face shifting from bleary confusion to alarm at the sight of blood on her cheek and hands. The older woman quickly removed the chain and pulled her inside the overheated little maisonette, guiding her to the red plush sofa and fussing over the gas fire until warmth rose into the room. She insisted on making hot sweet tea despite the protests, then returned with 2 mugs. She sipped the scalding liquid, wincing as it stung the cut on her hand. The overwhelming sweetness masked the metallic taste of blood in her mouth. Mrs. Johnson watched her with deep concern, forehead creased, and finally asked in a faltering voice whether the intruder had hurt her. She shook her head and took another scalding sip of tea, steadying herself before she could answer. No, the intruder hadn't touched her. The cut on her cheek came from the door slamming shut in her face. The one on her hand happened later, while she pried her way out of the bedroom after he'd disabled the latch from outside. A sharp memory flashed through her, hammering desperately at the lock with a nail file and scissors. Judah always teased her about using the wrong tools for every job. Just last weekend, he had laughed at her duct tape repair on the showerhead and spent the afternoon fixing it properly with epoxy resin. He was away in Ukraine right now, and she couldn't let herself think about him. If she did, the tears would start and might never stop. She swallowed hard and thanked Mrs. Johnson for the tea, then asked if she could use her phone. The burglar had taken her mobile, leaving her with no way to call the police. Mrs. Johnson agreed at once and pointed to the old turn-dial phone on the doily-covered side table. She finished her tea obediently, then lifted the receiver. Her finger hovered over the 9, but she sighed and dialed 101 for non-emergency instead. He was already gone. This was no longer urgent. While she waited to be connected, her mind turned to the insurance she had never bought, the reinforced lock she had never installed, and the mess the night had become. Hours later, she stood watching the emergency locksmith swap the flimsy bolt-on latch on her front door for a solid deadlock. He lectured her on home security and the joke that passed for her back door. That panel was nothing but MDF, he said. One kick would cave it in. She declined his offer to demonstrate and told him she would get it fixed. When she asked if he handled doors himself, he said no, but had a mate who did and offered the number. In the meantime, he suggested her husband slap an 18mm piece of plywood over the panel to prevent a repeat of last night. She agreed it was the understatement of the year. He added that a quarter of all burglaries were repeats by the same people. She answered thinly. He offered to write the plywood measurement down for her husband. She told him she wasn't married and could remember a simple 2-digit number herself. He acknowledged it with a knowing sound, then pointed out that the door frame was also weak. She would need a London bar to reinforce it, otherwise the best lock in the world wouldn't help if they kicked the whole thing out. He had one in the van that might fit. She knew exactly what a London bar was and suspected he was stretching the job for extra business, but she no longer cared. He offered to fit the bar and throw in a piece of plywood for the back door at no charge. He had a suitable scrap in the van. "Chin up," he said. "The intruder wouldn't be getting back in this way." The words brought her no comfort. After he left, she made herself another cup of tea and paced the flat, restless as Delilah had been after a tomcat once invaded through the cat flap. The cat had prowled every room for hours, rubbing against furniture and marking corners to reclaim her territory. She didn't go quite that far, but the same violated feeling gripped her. A sarcastic inner voice mocked her for being dramatic, yet the truth remained. Her small flat felt soiled and unsafe. Even giving her statement to the police had felt like an ordeal. She had seen the intruder, but could describe almost nothing. The handbag had held her money, mobile, driver's license, medication, and practically every useful item she owned. The police operator's brisk, impersonal questions still rang in her ears. What kind of phone? When she mentioned medication, he asked what kind. She had snapped defensively, demanding what her medical history had to do with anything. He replied patiently that some pills carried street value. She knew her anger was misplaced. He was only doing his job. Yet it felt as if she, not the burglar, were the one under interrogation. She was halfway to the living room with her fresh tea when a loud banging rattled the front door. The sound jolted her so badly that she tripped and froze in the doorway. A hooded face and pale latex gloves flashed through her mind again. Another bang made her look down. The cup lay shattered on the hallway tiles, hot liquid soaking her feet. The banging continued. Fury and tears surged together. She yelled for whoever it was to stop hammering the bloody door and give her a minute. The policeman apologized when she finally opened up. He hadn't been sure she heard him. Then he saw the spilled tea and broken cup and joked about another break-in. By afternoon, the officer had finished his report and left. She opened her laptop, the only piece of tech the burglar hadn't taken because it had stayed in the bedroom with her. It held all her unbacked-up work and, worse, a file labelled banking stuff crammed with passwords. The pins weren't there, but nearly everything else was. Emails poured in. One subject line caught her eye. "Planning on showing up today, winky face." She realized with a start that she had completely forgotten to contact Velocity. Instead of emailing, she fished the emergency £20 note from the tea caddy, walked to the dodgy phone shop by the tube station, and after some haggling, bought a cheap pay-as-you-go handset and SIM for £15. She settled in the cafe across the street and rang Jen, the assistant features editor, who sat opposite her at work. She described the night in light, farcical terms, lingering on the image of herself chipping at the lock with a nail file and leaving out the latex gloves, the helpless terror and the vivid flashbacks that kept ambushing her at random moments. Jen's voice crackled with horror down the line. She asked if she was all right. "More or less," she answered. She wouldn't be coming in today. she needed to sort out the flat. In truth, the burglar had been surprisingly tidy. Jen called her a poor thing and offered to have someone else cover the Northern Lights assignment. For a second, the words meant nothing. Then it came back to her. The Aurora, the boutique, super-luxury cruise liner sailing the Norwegian fjords. Somehow, she had managed to secure one of the few press passes for its maiden voyage. She knew exactly what Jen meant. She shook her head and took another scalding sip of tea before she could trust her voice. No, the intruder hadn't touched her. The cut on her cheek came from the slammed door. The one on her hand happened while she fought her way out of the locked bedroom. A flash hit her of battering the latch with a nail file and scissors. Judah always teased her about using the wrong tools. Just last weekend, he had laughed at her duct tape showerhead fix and spent the afternoon repairing it properly with epoxy. He was away in Ukraine now, and she couldn't let herself think about him. If she did, the tears might never stop. She thanked Mrs. Johnson again and asked to use the phone. The burglar had taken her mobile. Of course, the older woman said, pointing to the ancient turn-dial phone on the doily-covered table. She finished her tea, then dialed 101 for non-emergency. While she waited, her mind circled the insurance she lacked and the reinforced lock she had never installed. It was still just light when she trudged home, feet aching, cheek throbbing. She wanted nothing more than a long, hot bath. The basement flat's door sat in shadow as usual, and she noted again that she really needed a security light. Even in the dimness, she saw the splintered wood where he had forced the lock. The miracle was, she hadn't heard a thing. Well, you were drunk, the nasty inner voice reminded her. The new deadlock felt reassuringly solid as it clunked home. Inside, she locked it again, kicked off her shoes, and headed wearily to the bathroom. She started the taps running and slumped onto the toilet to peel off her tights, then began unbuttoning her top. She stopped. Normally she left the bathroom door open, but tonight she checked the window, closed the door, and locked it before finishing undressing. She was exhausted. An unwanted image rose of falling asleep in the tub, and Judah finding her bloated body days later. She shook it off. The tub was barely 4 feet long. Drowning was ridiculous. The hot water stung the cut on her cheek. She closed her eyes and tried to picture herself on a cool Nordic shore instead of this damp, claustrophobic room, far from crime-ridden London. But the locksmith's warning kept intruding. 1/4 of burglaries were repeats. She saw herself cowering behind the bedroom door again, feet braced against the floorboards, and those strong hands in pale latex gloves with dark hairs showing through. She opened her eyes, but the damp walls only pressed closer. "You're losing it," the inner voice sneered. She squeezed her eyes shut and began counting breaths deliberately. 1, 2, 3. Breathe in. 4, 5, 6. Breathe out. The images finally receded, but the bath was ruined. She climbed out, wrapped towels around herself and her hair, and went to the bedroom. She opened her laptop and typed, "What % burglars return?" The first page she clicked confirmed the locksmith had understated it. 25 to 50% of burglaries were repeats, many within a month or even a week. She didn't like her odds of becoming a repeat victim. She had promised herself no drinking tonight. After double-checking every lock and setting the new phone to charge, she made chamomile tea and carried it to bed with her laptop, the cruise press pack, and a packet of chocolate cookies. It was only 8 o'clock, but she was too drained to cook or order takeaway. She huddled under the duvet and opened the Aurora file. Sleep refused to come. She read every detail. 10 luxury cabins, maximum 20 passengers, hand-picked staff from the world's best hotels, yet stayed wide awake, shattered and wired at once. She forced her thoughts to practicalities, new bank cards, packing, research. Would she see Judah before Sunday? He would try her old phone. She set the press pack aside and opened her emails. "Hi, love," she typed, then paused, biting her nail. No point telling him about the burglary yet. He would only feel guilty for not being here. Instead, she wrote that she had lost her phone and would explain later. She asked his ETA on Sunday and said she was leaving early for Hull and the Nordic cruise. She hoped they could meet before she left, otherwise next week. She signed off with a kiss and sent it, then shut down the laptop and tried to read herself to sleep. It didn't work. At 3:35 a.m., she staggered to the kitchen, poured the stiffest gin and tonic she could manage, and gulped it down. She poured a second and drank it more slowly, feeling the alcohol loosen her jangled nerves. She took the last of the gin back to bed, lay stiffly watching the clock, and counted breaths again until the gin finally pulled her under. She didn't remember falling asleep, but the next thing she knew, Delilah was butting her whiskery nose against her face, demanding breakfast. She groaned. Her head pounded worse than yesterday. The last gin and tonic sat half full on the bedside table. She sniffed it and nearly choked. It must have been 2/3 gin. What had she been thinking? She checked the clock. 6:04. Less than 90 minutes of sleep. No point fighting it. She dragged herself up, pulled back the curtain, and stared into the grey dawn, leaking thin fingers of sunlight through the basement window. The day felt cold and sour. She shoved her feet into slippers, shivered down the hall, and cranked the thermostat to override the timer. It was Saturday, yet the day vanished in the grind of transferring her mobile number to the new phone and sorting replacement bank cards. By evening, exhaustion sat on her like a weight, worse than the jet lag fog after that Thailand flight routed through LA, when she had finally dropped into bed and slept 22 hours straight. This time, her own bed offered no refuge. She had to pull herself together before Sunday. This cruise was a once-in-a-career chance after 10 years of cutting and pasting press releases. It was her shot to prove she could network and deliver the way Rowan did, to land that promotion finally. Lord Bulmer, owner of the Aurora, moved in circles where even 1% of his advertising budget could keep the magazine afloat for months. She wasn't planning to hard sell him over dinner, but if she could get his number and make sure he took her call, it would change everything. She ate mechanically, forking frozen pizza into her mouth until she felt too full to swallow another bite, then tried the press pack again. The words blurred. Boutique, glittering, luxury, handcrafted, until she dropped the pages with a yawn. 9:00. Thank God. She could go to bed. As she checked and rechecked every lock, she told herself the silver lining of this bone-deep fatigue was that it couldn't possibly turn into another sleepless night. She was wrong. At 10:47, the realization hit. At 11:23, the weak, stupid tears started. Was this it? Was she never going to sleep again? She had to. She counted on her fingers. Less than 4 hours in 3 days. Sleep hovered just out of reach, a mirage that slipped farther away the harder she chased it, like trying to catch a fish with bare hands. Tears came again, hot and pointless, born of frustration, rage at herself, at the burglar, at the exhaustion that refused to let go. Delilah turned her head, startled. Had she spoken aloud? She couldn't even tell anymore. A flash of gleaming eyes in the dark cut through her. Heart slamming against her ribs, she sat up. She had to get out. Stumbling, half trance-like, she shoved her feet into shoes, pulled her coat on over her pajamas, and grabbed her bag. If sleep wouldn't come to her, she would hunt it down on foot. The midnight streets weren't empty, but they felt safer than her flat. Between the sulphur-yellow streetlights, everything lay grey and shadowed. Cold wind chased papers and leaves against her legs. She walked without plan or direction, simply moving until her body gave out. Somewhere near Highbury and Islington, she noticed the rain. She was already soaked through. Her feet, acting on their own, carried her south toward Angel instead of home. Only when she stood beneath the porch of his building did she realize where she was. His name, Lewis, sat in his small, neat handwriting on the bell panel. He was still in Ukraine, not due back until tomorrow, but she had his spare keys in her coat pocket and couldn't face the long walk back. She let herself into the warm, communal hallway, climbed to the second floor, and slipped inside the flat. It was pitch dark, all doors closed. She called his name softly, just in case a friend was crashing there, then stepped into the eat-in kitchen. Without turning on the light, she peeled off her sodden coat and pajamas and dropped them in the sink. Naked, she padded through to the bedroom. Judah's wide double bed lay empty in a shaft of moonlight. Sheets tumbled as though he had just left. She crawled into the middle on hands and knees, breathing in the familiar scent of him, and closed her eyes. 1, 2. Sleep crashed over her like a wave. She woke to a woman screaming and the crushing weight of someone pinning her down, hands grappling with hers. Blind panic surged. Her free hand flailed in the dark, closed around the bedside lamp, and swung it with all her strength. A shout of pain cut through the terror. A voice, slurred and urgent, told her to stop. It was him. It was Judah. Her hands shook so violently, she knocked something over, trying to find the light switch. A bubbling sound came from beside her. The lamp was gone. She had smashed it into his face. She staggered out of bed, legs trembling, and hit the switch. Halogen spots flooded the room with merciless brightness. Judah crouched on the bed, clutching his face. Blood soaked his beard and chest. She scrambled across to him, grabbing tissues, pressing them to the wound while she stammered apologies. He groaned that he had come home, found her screaming half asleep, and tried to wake her. That was when it happened. He lowered the sodden wad of tissue. Something small and white lay inside it. One of his teeth was missing. Blood still dripped slowly from his mouth and nose. He looked at her, exhausted and dripping. "What a welcome home," was all he said. She swallowed hard against the sting of tears, refusing to let them fall in front of the taxi driver, the ache in her throat tightening with every breath. Judah stared silently out at the grey dawn breaking over London. The long hours at the hospital had ended with stitches in his lip and a dentist shoving the tooth back into place, advising him to hope it would re-implant. Otherwise, a bridge or implant awaited. He closed his eyes in exhaustion, and a sharp twist of remorse gripped her stomach. She apologized again, the words spilling out with raw desperation. Judah answered wearily, the local anesthetic slurring his speech into something thick and distorted. He claimed the fault was his, for failing her, for not being there during the break-in, for being away too often. She insisted he couldn't have prevented it, yet he shook his head, insisting he should have been present anyway. As the taxi pulled away, she leaned into him, and he wrapped an arm around her. Resting her head on his shoulder, she felt the steady, reassuring thud of his heart beneath the blood-spattered t-shirt, its calm rhythm gradually slowing her own frantic pulse. His familiar scent, sweat mixed with the fabric's worn softness, eased something inside her as the city lightened around them. They climbed the stairs to his flat just before 6. Inside, he shed his clothes, and they collapsed into bed together, skin against skin. He drew her close, breathing in her hair as his eyes shut. Exhaustion clouded her thoughts, but instead of surrendering to sleep, she shifted atop him, pressing kisses along his throat, his stomach, the line of hair leading downward. He groaned and tried to pull her up for a proper kiss, but she refused, mindful of his injured mouth, urging him to lie back. 8 days apart, and another week loomed ahead. They couldn't wait. Afterward, she lay in his arms, her breathing steadying as she felt his cheek crease into a smile against hers. He remarked lightly that this felt more like the homecoming he'd anticipated. When she tensed, he reassured her it was only a joke and touched her face gently. Silence stretched between them. Just as she thought he was drifting off, his chest rose with a deep breath, and his arm tensed. He began to speak of moving forward, of living together, without quite finishing the sentence. She sensed the weight of what he wanted, the same plea he'd made on New Year's Eve. After a long pause, she answered in a subdued voice that she needed more time to think. He reminded her she had said the same months earlier, then stated firmly that he had already decided. When he turned her face toward his, the open longing in his expression made her heart lurch. She reached for him, but he caught her hand, telling her to stop avoiding the issue. He had been patient, yet they no longer seemed aligned. A familiar flutter of panic stirred in her chest, a mix of hope and fear. She tried to deflect with a weak joke about him watching too much daytime television. His expression shuttered, and he pulled away. She bit her lip and started to protest, but he cut her off wearily, saying he was too tired for this conversation and suggesting they sleep. When she pleaded again, he repeated no, then added that he had turned down a job back in New York. For her. The words hit like a blow. Hours later, the alarm wrenched her from a heavy, drugged-like sleep. She silenced it quickly to avoid disturbing him, her head throbbing as she sat up and stretched the stiffness from her body. In the kitchen, she started coffee, swallowed her pills, then searched the bathroom for painkillers. She eyed a strong prescription bottle, but settled for ibuprofen and paracetamol instead, washing them down with black coffee, while the empty fridge reminded her of the hour. As she sipped the last of it, replaying the night, her impulsive actions, his startling announcement, shock settled in. He missed his American friends, his mother and brother, none of whom she had met. Had he sacrificed the opportunity for himself, or for them? She poured the remaining coffee into a second mug and carried it back to the bedroom. Judah lay sprawled across the mattress, his face tense, even in sleep, angular features and furrowed brow giving him the look of a downed hawk, still simmering with irritation. She set the mug gently on the bedside table, leaned close, and kissed the warm, soft skin at the back of his neck. He stirred, draping a long tanned arm over her shoulders, his eyes opening to a deeper shade than their usual hazel. "Hey," she said softly. She resisted for a heartbeat, her mind flashing to the boat, the train, the waiting car in Hull, but her limbs melted into his warmth, and she folded against him. They lay staring into each other's eyes, while she reached out and brushed the steri-strip across his lip. He admitted he did not know if the tooth would reroot, but hoped so. He had to fly to Moscow tomorrow, and wanted no more dental trouble there. She stayed silent as he closed his eyes, stretched until his joints clicked, then rolled onto his side and cupped a gentle hand over her bare breast. Exasperation and longing tangled in her voice when she said his name. He asked what was wrong. She told him she could not stay. She had to go. He answered that she should go, then teased her with a slow, lopsided smile about whether she meant don't or stop. She clarified it was both, and he knew which, then sat up and shook her head. The movement sent fresh pain blooming through her skull, and she instantly regretted it. He asked if her cheek was all right. She touched the swollen skin and said it was better than before. His face clouded with trouble, and he reached to stroke the bruise, but she flinched away. He repeated that he should have been there. She snapped back that he had not been there, that he never was. He blinked, pushed up on his elbows, his sleep-soft face still creased with pillow marks, and asked where this was coming from. She shook her head, swung her legs out of bed, and began pulling on the spare clothes piled on the floor. She told him she was just tired, an understatement after less than 2 hours' sleep across 3 nights, and that she could not see where any of this was heading. It was hard enough with just the 2 of them. She did not want to end up waiting at home like Penelope while he drank scotch in Russian bars with other foreign correspondents, or worse, left her as the wife in every port, raising a child alone with postnatal depression while he chased stories in every war zone. He pointed out that recent events suggested he faced more danger in his own flat, then winced and apologized, acknowledging it had been an accident. She swung her still damp coat over her shoulders, grabbed her bag, and told him goodbye. He echoed the word in confusion. She answered that he could take it however he wanted. He insisted he wanted her to stop behaving like a drama queen and simply move into his flat. He loved her. The declaration struck her like a slap. She halted in the doorway, the full weight of exhaustion settling around her neck like something physical. A fleeting image of pale latex gloves and a distant laugh flickered through her mind. He said her name uncertainly. Facing the hallway, she told him she could not do this. She was not even sure what this meant. Leaving, staying, the conversation, the life, any of it. But she had to go. He asked, anger edging his voice, whether turning down that New York job had been a mistake. She answered that she had never asked him to do it, and he should not put it on her. Her voice shook as she hoisted the bag higher and turned toward the door. He said nothing more and did not follow. She walked out of the flat reeling as if half drunk. Only once she reached the tube did the reality of what had just happened crash over her. She loved ports, the sharp smell of tar and sea air, the screaming gulls. Years of childhood ferries to France had given every harbour a sense of freedom airports never offered. Airports meant work and delays, while ports whispered escape. On the train north, she forced her thoughts away from Judah, burying them under research for the trip ahead. Richard Bulmer was only a few years older than she was, yet his CV, string of businesses and directorships, made her feel painfully inadequate. Wikipedia showed a bronzed, handsome man with jet-black hair standing beside his strikingly beautiful blonde wife, Anne Lingstad, at their wedding in Stavanger. She had assumed his title meant inherited wealth, but the page corrected her. Elite schooling at Prep, Eton and Balliol, then his father's death in his first university year. Mother already absent, details unclear, left the estate devoured by death duties and debts. At 19, he had been homeless and alone. Still, he finished Oxford while launching a dot-com startup that floated in 2003, the first of many successes that led to this 10-cabin boutique liner designed for luxury hops along the Scandinavian coast. The press pack described it as the perfect setting for dream weddings, high-end corporate events, or unforgettable family holidays. She studied the deck plan. 4 large suites in the prow, 6 smaller cabins arranged in a horseshoe at the stern, numbered odd and even along a central corridor, with cabin 1 at the very tip and 9 and 10 sharing the curved rear. She would almost certainly be in one of the smaller ones. The suites were reserved for VIPs. No dimensions were given, and she frowned, remembering the cramped, windowless rooms on cross-channel ferries. 5 days in anything like that would feel suffocating, but surely this vessel promised more space. She turned the page, hoping for a cabin photograph, and instead found a glossy shot of elaborate Scandinavian delicacies. The chef had trained at Noma and El Bulli. She yawned, pressed her hands to her gritty eyes, and felt the accumulated weight of the night before pressed down again. Judah's stitched, battered face, as she had left him, flashed behind her eyelids, and she flinched. She still was not certain whether they had broken up, whether she had ended it. Every attempt to replay the conversation left her exhausted mind rewriting it, making him more oblivious and insulting so she could justify walking out, or more loving so she could believe it would all be fine. She had never asked him to refuse the job, so why did she suddenly feel expected to be grateful? She managed only 30 painful minutes of dozing in the car from the station to the port. The driver's cheerful announcement jolted her awake like cold water. She stumbled out into blinding sunshine and the sharp sting of salt wind, bleary and unsteady. The driver had left her near the end of the gangway. As she looked across the steel bridge, the boat's brochure images were instantly familiar. Vast glass windows flashing sunlight without a single smudge, paint so white and fresh it might have been applied that morning. What the pictures had hidden was scale. The Aurora was tiny, more luxurious yacht than cruise liner. Boutique suddenly made perfect sense. She had seen larger vessels idling around the Greek islands. It seemed impossible that a library, sunroom, spa, sauna, cocktail lounge and everything else the brochure promised could fit inside this miniature hull. The perfect paintwork and compact size gave it a toy-like quality, and as she stepped onto the narrow steel gangway, she had the disorienting sense of a ship trapped inside a bottle. Tiny, flawless, sealed off, unreal, while she herself shrank to match it with every step. The world felt viewed through the wrong end of a telescope, a dizzying vertigo tightening in her chest. The gangway shifted underfoot. Oily, inky harbour water swirled and sucked below. For an instant she was falling, the metal giving way. She squeezed her eyes shut and gripped the cold rail. Then a woman's voice carried from ahead, bright and welcoming, remarking on the wonderful smell. She blinked. A stewardess stood in the ship's entrance, bright, near-white blonde hair, tanned walnut-brown skin, beaming as though greeting a rich, long-lost Australian relative. She drew a steadying breath and crossed the last of the gangway onto the Aurora Borealis. She stepped inside, and the stewardess greeted her warmly as Miss Blacklock, her clipped accent carrying an almost delirious enthusiasm that made the welcome feel like a personal lottery win. Before she could respond, her bag vanished with a porter, and a flute of champagne was pressed into her hand. She managed only a vague thanks. The Aurora's interior stunned her. Despite the boat's modest size, every surface gleamed with French polish, marble, and raw silk. A sweeping curved staircase rose beneath an enormous chandelier dripping with more than 2,000 Swarovski crystals, scattering light like sunlight dancing on waves. The dazzling prisms left her disoriented and slightly nauseated, her sleep-deprived head throbbing harder with every blink. The stewardess, Camilla Lidman, noticed her awe and smiled proudly, explaining that she oversaw hospitality and could be found on the lower deck for anything needed. She introduced Joseph, who would escort her to her cabin and give a tour. Dinner was at 8, but a presentation on the ship's facilities and the upcoming Norwegian Fjords and Swedish archipelago cruise would begin at 7 in the Lindgren Lounge. Just then, a tall, dark man in his 40s, Mr. Lederer, came up the gangway behind them, a porter wrestling with his oversized case. He winced as the trolley bumped and warned the porter about delicate equipment inside. Camilla welcomed him with the same effusive delight, offering champagne. When she inquired after Mrs. Lederer, he replied flatly that she would not be coming. She was sleeping with his best friend, and accepted the glass with a wry smile. Camilla barely paused before smoothly directing Joseph to take Miss Blacklock to her cabin. Joseph led her down a thickly carpeted, windowless corridor, bathed in dim beige light. He told her she had cabin 9, the Linnaeus suite, named after notable Scandinavian scientists. She made a nervous joke about who got the Nobel. Joseph answered seriously that Lord and Lady Bulmer occupied the Nobel suite on this voyage. Lord Bulmer directed the Northern Lights Company that owned the vessel. There were 10 cabins total, 4 forward, 6 aft, all on the middle deck. Each offered up to 3 rooms, a full bathroom with separate bath and shower, a double bed, and a private veranda. The Nobel suite even had a private hot tub. Every cabin had dedicated stewards available day or night. Hers would be Joseph and Carla. She confirmed this was the middle deck. Joseph nodded, explaining the upper deck held the dining room, spa, lounge, library, sun deck, and other public areas, all named after Scandinavian writers. When she repeated Janssen, he supplied Tovi, and she muttered about the Moomins, her aching head making her feel stupid. They reached the panelled door, marked 9, Linnaeus. Joseph opened it and stepped aside. The suite was 7 or 8 times nicer than her own flat and nearly as spacious. Mirrored wardrobes lined one wall. A vast double bed with crisp white linen sat flanked by a sofa and dressing table. But the light streaming through the huge veranda doors opposite hit her hardest after the dim corridor. Sheer white curtains stirred in the breeze, the sliding door already open, and a tight band of claustrophobia around her chest instantly eased. Joseph explained the doors could be latched but would release automatically in bad weather. She murmured vaguely, desperate for him to leave so she could collapse. Instead, she stood suppressing yawns while he demonstrated the bathroom, the complimentary minibar and fridge, and assured her ice would be refreshed twice daily. At last, he bowed and excused himself. She stood alone, undeniably impressed, especially by the bed that seemed to beg her to fall in and sleep for 30 or 40 hours. Longing surged through her like a drug, prickling from her neck to her fingertips and toes. She craved sleep with an addict's intensity. The 30 restless minutes in the car had only sharpened the need. Yet she could not give in now. Missing tonight's dinner and presentation was impossible. This was the first night. Contacts would be made. Networking would be fierce. Skipping it would mark her permanently behind. She forced down another yawn and stepped onto the veranda, hoping the sea air would cut through the fog of exhaustion that thickened whenever she stopped moving. The private balcony was perfect, glass barrier giving an almost unobstructed view of the ocean, 2 deck chairs, and a small table ready for midnight sun or northern lights. She breathed deeply, willing the fresh salt breeze to wake her. She lingered on the veranda for a long time, watching small ships labor in and out of Hull Harbour while the salty wind tugged at her hair. Then the ship's subtle rhythm altered. The engine, which had purred steadily for the past half hour, rose in pitch. With a grinding roar, the Aurora began to turn, inching away from the quayside and swinging her bow toward open water. She stood motionless as the vessel edged past the green and red harbour lights and slipped out of shelter. The gentle harbour waves gave way to the heavy, rolling swells of the North Sea. The shoreline receded. Hull's buildings shrank first to low ridges, then to a thin, dark line on the horizon that could have belonged to any coast. As England vanished, her thoughts turned to Judah and everything she had left unresolved. Her phone felt heavy in her pocket. She checked it, hoping for a final message. Goodbye, good luck, safe voyage, before the UK signal dropped. Nothing came. The bars faded one by one until the screen stayed silent. Only the crash of waves remained. An email waited from Judah, sent the previous day. He wrote that he had not heard from her since her Sunday message and wondered if their notes were crossing. He was worried, assured her he was not off sulking or nursing wounds, and told her he loved her, missed her, and was thinking of her constantly. The tooth was holding. He thought it would reroot as the doctor predicted, though he was self-medicating with vodka. He asked for any word on the cruise, or simply a line to say she was all right. Another email had arrived from Rowan Lonsdale, copied to Jennifer West. Rowan wanted an immediate reply to her message from 2 days earlier. Jen had reported no filing at all, and they needed at least a sidebar piece by tomorrow. She was to update Jen as soon as possible and copy Rowan. Even in a stranger's bathroom, the shower felt superior. Powerful jets battered and massaged from every direction until the water and her skin seemed to blur together. She soaped her hair, shaved her legs, then simply stood beneath the torrent, gazing through the open door across the bed and out to the veranda and the endless sea beyond. The effect was undeniably pleasant. For £8,000, or whatever the fare was, she supposed something had to justify the price. The sum felt obscene next to her own salary, or even Rowan's. She had spent years envying the luxury assignments Rowan filed from villas in the Bahamas or yachts in the Maldives, waiting for the day she would be senior enough to earn the same glimpses. Now that she had one, she wondered how Rowan endured the constant reminder of a life no ordinary person could ever afford. She was idly calculating how many months of work it would take to pay for a single week as a paying passenger when an indistinct noise rose beneath the roar of the water. It came from inside her cabin. Her heart quickened, but she kept her breathing even and reached to turn off the shower. Instead, she saw the bathroom door swing sharply toward her, as though pushed by a deliberate hand. It slammed shut with the solid clunk of expensive wood, sealing her in hot, wet darkness, while the water continued to hammer against her skull and her pulse thundered loud enough to echo through the hull. She could hear nothing above the rush of blood in her ears and the shower's hiss. She could see nothing except the red glow of the digital controls. Why had she not double-locked the cabin door? The walls seemed to press inward. The blackness swallowed her whole. Stop panicking, she told herself. No one had hurt her. No one had broken in. It was probably only a maid turning down the bed, or the door closing on its own. Stop panicking. She groped for the controls. The water flashed freezing, then scalding. She yelped and staggered, cracking her ankle against the wall. Finally, she found the right button. The stream cut off. She fumbled for the light switch. Brightness flooded the room. She stared at her reflection. Bone-white face, wet hair, plastered flat to her skull like the girl from The Ring. Shit. Lo stood in the bathroom, heart racing, questioning whether this was her now, someone who panicked over walking home from the tube or spending a night alone without Judah. She rejected the thought fiercely. No, she would not become that person. She wrapped the bathrobe tightly around herself, drew a deep, shaky breath, and stepped out. The cabin was empty. The door remained double-locked, chain firmly across. No one could have entered. It must have been the ship's tilt swinging the door shut, or perhaps a sound from the corridor. Nothing more. She tested the heavy chain again, its solid weight reassuring in her palm. On unsteady legs, she crossed to the bed and lay down, pulse still hammering with leftover adrenaline, willing it to slow. For a moment, she imagined pressing her face into Judah's shoulder and nearly broke, but she clenched her teeth and forced the tears back. Judah wasn't the fix. The weakness was hers. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. She repeated the words silently, in time with her ragged breathing, until the panic ebbed. Nothing happened. Not now. Not then. No one had hurt her. Calmer. She craved a drink. From the minibar she poured ice, several miniatures of gin, and a splash of tonic into a glass. Her hand still trembled slightly. The first gulp burned her throat, but sent welcome warmth spreading through her body, steadying her nerves. She emptied the glass, rose with a light buzz in her head and limbs, and checked her phone. No signal, but Wi-Fi worked. She downloaded her emails. Fewer than feared for a Sunday, yet tension coiled tight inside her as she scanned them. No message from Judah. Her shoulders sagged. She answered the urgent ones, marked the rest unread, then opened a new message to him. The words wouldn't come easily. She pictured him packing, or on a flight, or lying in his room thinking of her. The memory of smashing the lamp into his face resurfaced. It had been an accident. She'd been half asleep. Still, a doubting voice whispered otherwise. She pushed it away. She typed her love and missing him, then her apology, but tears blurred the screen. After steadying herself, she finished with a request for him to text when he reached Moscow and a safe journey wish. She sent nothing yet. Instead, she emailed her mother a quick note confirming she was safely aboard the luxurious ship, reminding her to collect the cat Delilah, mentioning the changed locks and the new key with Mrs. Johnson. She added warm thanks and signed off with love. Next, she messaged her best friend Lissy on Facebook, joking about the enormous suite, the unlimited free minibar drinks, and the threat to her professionalism and liver. She'd see her on the other side if she survived. She poured a second gin and returned to the unsent email to Judah. She had to say something. She couldn't leave things as they stood when she walked out. She wrote that she was sorry for being such a bitch, that her words had been unfair, and that she loved him deeply. Tears rose again. She wiped them away roughly and added a request for him to text upon arrival in Moscow. No new emails arrived. She drained the second glass. The bedside clock showed 6:30. Time to dress for dinner. Rowan had warned the dress code was formal. Lowe had rented 3 evening gowns instead of the suggested 7. She chose the simplest, a long, narrow slip of dark grey satin with a modest spray of sequined leaves on one shoulder. It felt elegant enough without looking like a glitter explosion. She slipped it on and zipped up, then emptied her makeup bag. While applying concealer over the cut on her cheekbone, she realized her mascara was missing, stolen with the rest of her handbag. Without it, her smoky eye looked unbalanced and strange. She hunted through her bag anyway, tipping everything onto the bed in a final vain search. But it wasn't there. As she packed everything back, a loud flush from the pressurized toilet sounded clearly through the wall from the neighboring cabin. Key in hand, Lowe stepped barefoot into the corridor and knocked on the door marked 10. Palmgren. No answer. She knocked again, sharper this time, then louder still. The door swung open abruptly. A young woman with long dark hair, wearing a worn Pink Floyd t-shirt, stared out. Her expression shifted from surprise to confusion. She asked who Lowe was. Lowe introduced herself as her neighbour, Laura Blacklock. Lowe, and apologised for the odd request. She asked if she could borrow some mascara. Lowe noticed the scatter of makeup tubes and creams on the neighbour's dressing table and the amount the girl was already wearing. She felt certain the request would land safely. The young woman looked flustered. She stepped back, closed the door, then returned and pressed a tube of Maybelline mascara into Lowe's hand. Lowe thanked her and promised to bring it straight back. The neighbour waved the offer away, insisting she keep it. Lowe automatically protested and offered to wash the brush, but the girl shook her head impatiently and repeated that she didn't want it back. Lowe accepted, puzzled, and thanked her again. The door shut firmly in her face. Back in her cabin, Lowe turned the brief encounter over in her mind. She already felt out of place on this trip, yet the girl had seemed even more like a fish out of water. maybe someone's daughter. She wondered whether she would spot her at dinner. She had just finished applying the borrowed mascara when a knock sounded. Assuming the neighbor had changed her mind, Lo opened the door, mascara tube extended. Instead, she found a stewardess in uniform, Carla, whose severely overplucked brows gave her a look of permanent surprise. Carla introduced herself and Joseph as the suite attendants and began a courteous reminder about the 7 o'clock presentation. Lo cut in more sharply than she intended, confirming she remembered the time and the Pippi Longstocking room, or whatever it was called. Carla beamed and complimented her knowledge of Scandinavian writers. Lo admitted she was less familiar with the scientists and said she would head up shortly. Carla added that Lord Bulmer was looking forward to welcoming everyone aboard. After the stewardess left, Lo dug out the grey silk shawl that had come with the dress, draped it around her shoulders, and felt momentarily like a long-lost Bronte sister. She locked the cabin, slipped the key inside her bra, and made her way to the Lindgren lounge. White, everything was white. Pale wood floors, white velvet sofas, long raw silk curtains, flawless walls, spectacularly impractical for a ship, deliberately so. A Swarovski chandelier hung overhead, its crystals glinting and refracting light. The room felt like a miniaturized, slightly off-kilter replica of a 5-star hotel drawing room. Small enough that 12 or 15 people filled it completely, every detail scaled down, yet oddly oversized, like peering into a doll's house. Lo scanned for the girl in the Pink Floyd t-shirt. A low, amused voice spoke from the corridor behind her. "Blinding, isn't it?" She turned. It was Cole Lederer. He introduced himself and extended his hand. Lo shook it and gave her own name. Even in a dinner jacket, he looked striking. Lissy's old rule flashed through her mind. A dinner jacket added 33% to any man's attractiveness. Cole asked what had brought her aboard the Aurora. Lo told him to call her Lo and explained she was a journalist with Velocity. He offered her a glass of champagne. The memory of the empty miniatures and the lingering gin buzz made her hesitate. Her stomach was empty and she was already on the edge, but she accepted. His fingers brushed hers, possibly not by accident. She took a quick gulp to steady her nerves and asked about his own role. He said he was a photographer. The name clicked. Lo exclaimed in recognition. She remembered his Guardian series on the melting ice caps. Cole grinned, clearly pleased. He had been invited to shoot moody fjord images for this trip. Lo remarked that it didn't seem like his usual work. He agreed, explaining he mainly covered endangered species and at-risk environments these days. This crowd looked far too well-fed to be in any danger of extinction. They surveyed the room together. Lo had to concede on the men. A cluster in the corner carried enough reserves to last weeks if the ship went down. The women, by contrast, were all lean and polished from yoga and macrobiotic diets. They looked as though they might have to eat one of the men to survive. She recognized several faces. Tina West, whippet-thin and draped in jewelry heavier than she was, editor of the Vernian Times. Alexander Bellham, sleek and rotund as a walrus, travel and food writer. And Archer Fenlon, the extreme travel expert, perma-tanned and visibly uncomfortable in his tie and dinner jacket. She still saw no sign of the Pink Floyd girl. A sudden boo came from behind her. Lo spun around. It was Ben Howard, sporting a thick new hipster beard and grinning. She masked her shock and introduced him to Cole. Ben said they already knew each other from covering a Greenpeace story together. The two men exchanged a brief, half-hug greeting. Ben turned back to Lo, looked her up and down, and said she was looking good, then paused and asked whether she had been cage fighting again. It took her a second to understand. He was staring at the bruise on her cheekbone. Her concealer had not hidden it as well as she had hoped. Lo's mind flashed back to the door slamming into her cheek and the intruder in her flat, about Ben's height, with the same liquid dark eyes. Her heart thumped hard, her chest tightened. For a long moment she couldn't speak. She simply stared at him, letting the ice show plainly on her face. Ben raised a hand in apology. Sorry, my own beeswax." He tugged uncomfortably at his bow tie. "How did you land this gig? Going up in the world?" "Rowan's ill," Lo answered shortly. A voice cut through the awkward pause. Tina West sashayed across the white oak floor in her silver snakeskin dress and planted lingering kisses on both Cole's cheeks, ignoring Lo and Ben. She asked in a throaty voice when he would finally do the shoot he had promised for the Vernean Times. Cole greeted her with a trace of weariness. Tina purred an introduction to Richard and Lars, slipped her arm through Cole's, and steered him away toward the group of men. Cole allowed himself to be led off with a rueful smile over his shoulder. Ben watched him go, then turned back to Lo with a perfectly timed raised eyebrow. She couldn't help snorting. He remarked dryly that they clearly knew who the belle of the ball was. Then he asked how she was and whether she was still with the Yank. Lo hesitated. What could she say? That she didn't know? That she might have ruined everything? Instead, she replied sourly that she was still very much unavailable. Ben suggested playfully that what happened in the fjords stayed in the fjords. Lo snapped at him to piss off. He raised his hands in mock surrender, saying he couldn't blame a guy for trying. Lo grabbed another glass from a passing tray and scanned the room, desperate to change the subject. She asked who the others were, ticking off the people she recognized: herself, Ben, Cole, Tina, Archer, and Alexander Belham. She nodded toward the small group Tina had joined, 3 men and 2 women. One woman was about her age, but far better dressed. The other was a surprise. Ben identified them as Lord Bulmer and his cronies. He explained that Bulmer owned the boat and served as the company figurehead. Lo studied the knot of people, trying to match faces to the Wikipedia photo. One man threw back his head in a full-throated laugh, and she knew instantly it was him. Tall, wirily slim, fiercely tanned, with bright blue eyes and premature grey streaks at the temples against very black hair. His suit was impeccably tailored. She remarked wonderingly how young he seemed for a peer. Ben added that he was also a viscount and that most of the money came from his wife, the Lyngstad heiress whose family had owned the giant car manufacturer. Lo nodded. Even she knew the Lyngstad Foundation from disaster relief footage. She asked if the willowy white blonde laughing with the group was the wife. Ben shook his head. That was Chloe Jensen, ex-model, married to the blonde financier Lars Jensen, whom Bulmer had probably invited as a potential investor. The wife stood next to Bulmer, wearing a headscarf. She looked ill, pale, waxy skin, dressed in a loose grey silk kimono-like wrap that blurred the line between evening wear and dressing gown. A silk scarf covered her scalp. Her grey pallor made her stand out sharply against the rest of the group's robust health. Lo realized she was staring and looked away. Ben confirmed unnecessarily that she had been through serious breast cancer. She was barely 30, younger than her husband. As Ben turned to find another drink, Lo's gaze drifted back. She would never have recognized Anne Bulmer from the Wikipedia photo. The grey skin, the loose silks, and the missing golden hair made her seem years older, like an entirely different woman. Lo wondered why she had come on the voyage instead of resting at home, then caught herself. Maybe she didn't have long. Maybe she was seizing what time she had left. Or maybe she simply wished the woman in the grey dress would stop staring with pity. Lo forced her eyes away and looked for someone less vulnerable. The last unaccounted-for guest was a tall older man with a neatly clipped greying beard and a prominent gut from too many long lunches. She asked Ben who the Donald Sutherland look-alike was. He identified him as Owen White, a UK investor in the Richard Branson mould, only smaller scale. Lo asked how Ben knew all this. He admitted he had simply called the press office for the guest list and Googled everyone. Nothing Sherlockian. Lo cursed inwardly. It was basic reporting, yet she hadn't thought of it. Too caught up in sleep deprivation and lingering trauma. Before she could ask anything else, the sharp ting-ting-ting of metal on a champagne flute cut through the room. Lord Bulmer stepped to the centre. Camilla Lidman lowered the flute and spoon she had been using and began to introduce him, but he waved her off with a gracious smile, and she stepped back. The room quieted in respectful anticipation. Bulmer's voice was warm, carrying that studied classless public school tone, his blue eyes magnetic. He thanked everyone for joining the Aurora's maiden voyage. He and his wife Anne welcomed them aboard. The ship, he said, was meant to be nothing less than a home away from home. Ben whispered dryly that Bulmer's home must have a sea view balcony and free minibar. His certainly didn't. Bulmer continued that travel need not mean compromise. On the Aurora, everything should be exactly as guests wished. If not, he and his staff wanted to hear about it. He gave a little wink toward Camilla, acknowledging she would handle any complaints. He spoke of his passion for Scandinavia, the warmth of its people, the excellence of its food, the spectacular landscapes from Finnish forests to Swedish islands to Norwegian fjords. Yet for him, the defining quality was the skies, wide and preternaturally clear. Those skies delivered the crowning glory of the Scandinavian winter, the northern lights, the Aurora Borealis. Nature offered no guarantees, but he hoped to share that majesty with them. The Aurora was something everyone should see before they died. He raised his glass and invited them all to toast the maiden voyage of the Aurora Borealis. May the beauty of her namesake never fade. Lo joined the obedient chorus of raised glasses and felt the fresh champagne slide warmly through her, dulling the persistent ache in her cheek. Ben set his empty flute down and urged her to join him in working the room. A flicker of reluctance tightened Lo's stomach at the thought of them being mistaken for a couple, given their history, yet she refused to hang back while he made connections. As they crossed the lounge, she saw Anne Bulmer lean in to whisper to her husband. He nodded. She gathered her wrap, and the two of them moved toward the doorway, Richard supporting her arm with careful solicitude. They met in the center of the room. Anne offered a sweet smile that briefly lit her drawn, fine-boned face with an echo of former beauty. Up close Lo noticed she had no eyebrows at all. The absence, paired with sharp cheekbones, gave her features a stark, skull-like cast. In a pure, accentless BBC voice, Anne excused herself from dinner, saying she was simply too tired, but looked forward to meeting everyone tomorrow. Lo managed an awkward reply and forced a smile. Richard added that he would see his wife to their cabin and return before the meal began. As the couple moved slowly away, Lo remarked quietly to Ben how flawless Anne's English was. One would never guess she was Norwegian. Ben explained that she had spent most of her childhood at Swiss boarding schools, rather than in Norway. Then he strode ahead, scooping up a handful of canapes and inserting himself into the group with the effortless charm of a seasoned operator. Lo heard him greet Belholm with exaggerated old Etonian warmth and compliment Lars Jensen on his environmental principles in business. Watching him work the room so smoothly made something sour twist inside her. Ben was already carving out real stories at the Times, while she still trailed in Rowan's shadow at Velocity. She knew she should follow his lead and insert herself into the conversation. This was her opportunity. But her feet stayed planted, fingers tightening around the cold stem of her glass. A waitress passed with more champagne. Against her better judgment, Lo let her refill the flute and took a reckless swallow. A low voice spoke close to her ear. "Penny?" She spun, startled, to find Cole Lederer behind her. For a confused second, she asked who Penny was before the cliché clicked. Cole grinned and apologized for the lame line, saying she had simply looked lost in thought, biting her lip. Lo felt a flush of annoyance at herself for the unconscious habit. When he pressed her on what had been on her mind, her foggy brain offered only politics, though the champagne and exhaustion were already making her head throb and her thoughts sluggish. She realized she was halfway drunk, and not in any enjoyable way. Cole looked skeptical. Lo snapped back, asking what he had been thinking instead. He admitted, still smiling, that besides noticing her lips, he had been reflecting on his soon-to-be ex-wife, who was sleeping with his best man from their wedding. He added that he had been considering how satisfying it would be to return the favor. The proposition landed blunt and direct, yet Cole somehow made it sound playful rather than sleazy. Lo replied lightly that he probably wouldn't have much trouble finding someone willing, Tina, for one. The moment the words left her mouth, a pang of guilt followed. She imagined Tina and Ben across the room, joking about her throwing herself at Cole for career reasons. She apologized at once for the cheap shot. Cole agreed dryly that it was accurate and joked that his only concern would be surviving the encounter with Tina intact. A steward's voice cut across the room, inviting everyone to make their way to the Janssen room, where dinner would shortly be served. As the group began filing through, Lo felt eyes on her back. She glanced over her shoulder. Tina was watching her with a sharply speculative gaze. It took the staff longer than expected to settle them in the miniature dining room next door. Lo had pictured something functional, like a ferry cafeteria. Instead, the space felt like an intimate, private home dining room, all raw silk curtains and cut glass goblets. By the time they were seated, her head pounded steadily, and she craved food, coffee even more, but both felt a long way off. The guests had been split into 2 tables, of 6, each with one empty place. Lo counted quickly. Table 1 held Richard Bulmer, Tina, Alexander Belholm, Owen White, and Ben, with the spare seat opposite Bulmer. Table 2 seated her beside Cole, with Lars and Chloe Jensen, Archer Fenlon, and an empty setting next to Cole. Cole told the arriving waitress to clear his wife's unused place. She had been unable to join the trip. The setting was promptly removed. The empty chair at the first table remained. As the waitress offered Chablis, Chloe Jensen leaned across the table and extended her hand. In a low, husky voice, with the faintest trace of an Essex accent, she introduced herself as Chloe Jensen, though professionally she went by Wilde. Lo recognized her at once. The famous wide cheekbones, slight Slavic tilt to the eyes, white blonde hair. Even without studio lighting, she looked ethereal, as if she had stepped out of an Icelandic fishing village or a Siberian dacha. The story of her supermarket discovery seemed even more improbable up close. Lo took the offered hand. Chloe's fingers were cold and her grip surprisingly strong, the chunky rings pressing uncomfortably into Lo's knuckles. Beside her, Chloe's austere rose silk gown made Lo's own dress feel suddenly childish. She resisted the urge to tug at the neckline. Chloe gave a warm, gurgling laugh and said she liked Lo's name. It sounded like a glamorous 50s film star, the kind with a wasp waist and a figure to match. Lo grinned, despite the growing throb in her head. Something about Chloe's amusement proved infectious. She glanced across and asked if this must be her husband. Chloe confirmed it was Lars and tried to draw him in, but he remained absorbed in talk with Cole and Archer. She rolled her eyes and turned back. Lo nodded toward the empty seat at the first table and wondered if someone else would join them. Chloe shook her head. That spot had been meant for Anne, Richard's wife, but she felt unwell and had chosen to eat alone in her cabin. Of course, Lo thought. She should have realized. She asked how well Chloe knew Anne. Chloe admitted she knew Richard fairly well through Lars, yet Anne rarely left Norway. Lowering her voice, she confided that Anne was something of a recluse, which made her presence on board surprising, though perhaps the cancer had changed things. The conversation halted as 5 dark square plates arrived, each dotted with small rainbow-colored squares, clumps of foam, and what looked like grass clippings. Lo stared, uncertain what she was about to eat. The head server announced beet-pickled razor clam with bison grass foam and air-dried samphire shards. The waiters withdrew. Archer prodded the brightest square with his fork, his Yorkshire accent thicker than it ever sounded on television. He expressed clear doubt about raw shellfish, saying it gave him the creeps. Chloe offered a slow, cat-like smile laced with flirtation and disbelief. She teased that she thought bush tucker, bugs and lizards, was his specialty. Archer grinned and shot back that anyone paid to eat droppings for a living might prefer a decent steak on their day off. He turned to Lo, extended his hand, and introduced himself as Archer Fenland, unsure if they had met. Lo gave her name through a mouthful of the mysterious foam, hoping it wasn't cuckoo spit. She reminded him they had met before. She worked for Velocity. Archer asked if she reported to Rowan Lonsdale. When she confirmed it, he inquired whether she had liked his piece. Lo assured him it had been popular and generated plenty of tweets. An article on surprisingly edible foods, illustrated with Archer roasting something unspeakable over a fire. Chloe, her own plate nearly empty, swiped a finger through the remaining foam and licked it clean. She asked Archer why he wasn't eating. He hesitated, then pushed the plate aside, deciding to wait for the next course. Chloe gave another curving smile. Beneath the tablecloth, Lo caught sight of Chloe and Lars holding hands, his thumb stroking her knuckles in a slow, intimate rhythm. The public tenderness sent a small shock through Lo and made her wonder how much of Chloe's flirtatious manner was genuine. Archer spoke to her again, but Lo had drifted. She apologized and asked him to repeat himself. He offered to refill her empty glass. As he poured the Chablis, Lo stared into it, trying to recall how much she had already drunk. She took a sip. Chloe leaned in quietly and asked what had happened to Lo's cheek. Seeing Lo's surprise, she waved it off as none of her business, adding only that she had been in bad relationships herself. Lo felt a flush of shame at the misunderstanding. She quickly clarified it had nothing to do with that. She had been burgled while at home. The police said such attacks were becoming more common. When Chloe reacted with shock and asked if the intruder had attacked her, Lo hesitated, reluctant to appear as a frightened victim. She downplayed it as an accident. He had slammed a door in her face, catching her cheek. She doubted he had meant to hurt her. Still, once the story was partially out, staying silent felt dishonest. Archer suggested she learned self-defense, explaining he had started that way in the Royal Marines. Size didn't matter. Even someone her size could overpower a larger attacker with the right leverage. He pushed back his chair and told her to stand. Feeling awkward, Lo rose. In one swift motion, Archer seized her arm, twisted it behind her back, and tilted her off balance. Pain flared in her shoulder as he pulled harder. She gasped, half pain, half fright. From the corner of her eye, she saw Chloe's alarmed face. Chloe called his name sharply, warning that he was scaring her. Archer released Lo at once. She dropped back into her chair, legs trembling, shoulder still protesting. He apologized with a grin, claiming he didn't know his own strength, but hoped she saw how difficult it was to escape. He offered lessons any time. Lo attempted a laugh, but it came out shaky and false. Chloe bluntly told her she looked like she needed a drink and topped up her glass. Once Archer turned away, Chloe added in a lower voice that he should be ignored. She was beginning to believe the rumors about his first wife. If Lo wanted anything to cover the bruise, she should visit her cabin. Chloe had plenty of makeup and knew how to use it. Lo thanked her and forced a strained smile, then hid behind another sip of wine. After the first course, the seating shifted. To Lo's relief, she moved to the other table, away from Archer, and sat between Tina and Alexander. They conversed knowledgeably about global cuisines over her head. Alexander spoke expansively, smoothing his napkin across his cummerbund, and declared that the sashimi one really must try was fugu. Its taste was exquisite. Lo interjected, asking if that wasn't the horribly poisonous one. Alexander agreed, explaining that the nearness of death was precisely what made the experience thrilling. He likened it to a drug-like high from dicing with mortality and winning. Tina drawled that the finest chefs supposedly sliced as close as possible to the toxic parts, leaving the tiniest sliver of poison to heighten the sensation. Alexander conceded the point, though he suspected the technique also stemmed from the fish's expense and the chef's reluctance to waste any. Lo asked how poisonous it truly was. In terms of quantity, how much would one need to eat? Lo listened as Alexander leaned in, eyes gleaming with unpleasant relish. Different parts of the fugu carried varying toxicity, he explained, but the liver, eyes, and ovaries were lethal in mere grams, roughly 1,000 times deadlier than cyanide. He forked another slice of carpaccio into his mouth and continued through it, describing how the chef in Tokyo had delighted in detailing the poison's effects. Total muscle paralysis, while the mind stayed perfectly alert, leading to slow suffocation. Lo glanced down at the pale slivers on her own plate. Between the wine, his vivid words, and the boat's growing roll, her appetite had vanished. She forced a piece between her lips anyway and chewed mechanically. Tina suddenly shifted her attention and asked Lo to tell them about herself, confirming she worked with Rowan. Lo swallowed quickly and nodded. She had been at Velocity nearly 10 years. Tina observed that Rowan must think highly of her to send her on a trip like this, a real coup. Lo shifted uncomfortably, biting back the truth about Rowan's hospital drip, and replied that she felt lucky, privileged, and eager to prove herself. Tina patted her arm, the cool rings brushing her skin, and advised her to enjoy it. After all, you only live once. They changed seats twice more, yet Lo never landed beside Bulmer. Only after coffee was served and guests drifted back to the Lindgren lounge did she finally spot her chance. Coffee cup in hand, she crossed the room, steadying herself against the ship's sway, when a camera flash exploded in her face. She stumbled, hot drops spattered the rented gown and the white sofa beside her. Cole's voice murmured in her ear to smile. Lo snapped that he was an idiot before catching herself and awkwardly blaming her own clumsiness in the sofa. Cole laughed, assuring her he wouldn't run to Rowan. His ego wasn't that fragile. Flustered, Lo admitted she had been hurrying to speak with Richard Bulmer. She had tried all evening without success. Cole's smile sharpened, teeth showing. He called Bulmer over, explaining he had ambushed her mid-approach and caused the spill. Bulmer turned, laughed, and strolled across with easy balance, despite the role, looking fit and unyielding beneath the tailored suit. He chided Cole about discretion with the camera, especially around Anne, who had grown self-conscious lately. Cole slung an arm around Lo's shoulders, crushing her against the heavy camera until her shoulder ached. She forced a smile and insisted it was fine. Bulmer gave a quick wink, the same oddly leveling one Lo had seen him use with Camilla, as if to say he was just an ordinary guy despite the millions. Before she could speak, Owen White tapped Bulmer's shoulder. He turned away, then glanced back and invited her to drop by his cabin tomorrow after the scheduled activities. Cabin 1. He looked forward to it. Cole apologized softly, breath warm against her ear, and asked how he could make it up to her. Lo, heeding the inner voice urging her to network, asked what had brought him on the trip instead. He replied that Richard was an old friend from Balliol days. They weren't especially close now. Different worlds. But Bulmer was a good man who had endured tough times. That was why he clung so fiercely to all of this, Cole added, gesturing at the silk, crystal, and polished luxury around them. He knew exactly what it felt like to lose things, and people. Lo thought of Anne Bulmer and how Richard had walked her to her cabin despite the waiting guests. Perhaps that was what Cole had meant. Around 11, Lo finally returned to her cabin, very drunk. The ship's rolling motion blended queasily with the champagne, wine, and frozen aquavit shots. She paused at her door, steadying herself against the frame. She knew exactly why she had drunk so much. To sleep the sleep of the dead and avoid another broken night. She pushed the thought aside and fumbled for the room key stashed inside her bra. Ben Howard's slurred voice came from behind her. "Need a hand, Blacklock?" His shadow fell across the doorway. Lo turned her back and insisted she was fine. A wave hit and she staggered. When he leaned closer, peering over her shoulder, she gritted her teeth and told him to leave. He grinned lasciviously and offered help, eyeing the top of her dress that she clutched to keep from slipping. She told him sharply to fuck off and kept digging for the key wedged under her shoulder blade. Before she could react, Ben shoved his hand roughly down the front of her dress. His cufflinks scraped her skin, and his fingers closed hard over her breast in what he clearly intended as a seductive squeeze. It wasn't. Without thinking, Lo drove her knee into his groin with brutal force. He toppled slowly, making a weak, gasping whimper. She burst into tears. 20 minutes later, Lo sat sobbing on her bed, wiping borrowed mascara from her cheeks. Ben crouched beside her, one arm around her shoulders, the other pressing a tumbler of ice to his crotch. He kept apologizing, voice croaky, admitting he had been a complete arsehole and deserved it. Lo sobbed that it wasn't really about him. Ever since the burglary, she had been barely coping. She thought she might be going mad. Between sobs, she told him everything she hadn't told Judah, waking to find an intruder in her flat, realizing no one would hear her, feeling utterly vulnerable with no way to fight or call for help. Ben repeated, "Sorry," like a mantra, and rubbed her back. His sympathy only made her cry harder. When he called her sweetheart, Lo sat up sharply and pulled away. She told him not to call her that anymore. He apologized, saying it slipped out. She insisted it was over, and he couldn't say things like that. He admitted he had been a shit, then started to say something more. Lo cut him off urgently. She couldn't let him continue. They were stuck together on this boat for 5 more days. She told him more gently that it had ended long ago. He had been the one who wanted out, remember? He agreed wretchedly, calling himself a twat. Lo conceded he had been difficult, but so had she. The point was, they were friends now. He shouldn't screw that up. Ben stood painfully, swiped at his face with his dinner jacket sleeve, and hoped the ship had a dry cleaner. Lo nodded at the rip up the side of her grey silk dress and hoped for a dress mender too. He asked if she would be all right and offered to stay, promising nothing sleazy. He could sleep on the couch. Lo agreed, The couch was big enough, but shook her head. She didn't need him. They were in the middle of the ocean. It was the safest place possible. He hobbled to the door, hesitated a moment too long, then left. Lo locked it behind him and collapsed onto the sofa with her head in her hands. Much later she rose, poured a whiskey from the minibar, and downed it in 3 gulps. She shuddered, wiped her mouth, peeled off the torn dress, stripped, and fell into bed in a sleep as deep as drowning. Something jolted her awake, as if adrenaline had been stabbed into her heart. She lay rigid, heart hammering. She repeated to herself that she was safe. They were on a boat in the middle of the ocean. No one could get in or out. It was the safest place possible. She forced her death-grip fingers to relax, breathing slowly in and out until her pulse steadied. The only sounds were the rhythmic waves and the low engine hum. She had to get a grip. She couldn't keep self-medicating with alcohol every night, or she would destroy her chances at velocity. But sleeping pills or meditation seemed no better. She switched on the light and checked her phone. 3:04 a.m. No email from Judah. Too awake to sleep, she picked up her book and tried to read. Yet something nagged at the edge of her mind. It wasn't mere paranoia. Something had woken her, leaving her jittery and wired. Why did she keep thinking of a scream? Lo turned the page when another sound slipped through the engine, rumble and wave slap. So faint it nearly vanished beneath the scrape of paper. The neighboring veranda door had slid open. She held her breath, listening hard. Then came the splash, not a light one, a heavy, solid impact, the unmistakable sound of a body striking water. Her mind flashed to Judah's Facebook post from that morning. He had written that he was growing worried. Lo hadn't checked in for days since leaving on the press trip. He asked if anyone had heard from her. Lissy replied she had received a message on the 20th saying the boat was amazing. Judah noted he had heard from her then too, but she had ignored his Monday email and text and posted nothing on social media. He tagged more friends, apologizing for the random alerts, but calling it out of character. Pamela said Lo had emailed her Sunday, calling the boat lovely, and offered to ask her dad. Judah urged her to do so. He was stuck in Moscow and feared missed calls. He asked for the boat's name. Pamela later replied that her dad had heard nothing either, and the boat was the Aurora. Judah thanked her and said he would try contacting the ship, pleading again for any news. Lo didn't pause to think. She ran to the veranda, flung the French windows wide, and leaned over the rail, scanning the dark swell. Ship lights glittered across the surface, fracturing the view, but she caught a pale shape swirling beneath a crest, something white trailing downward like a woman's hand. She twisted to look at the next balcony. The privacy screen blocked most of it, yet 2 details stood out. A dark, oily smear streaked the glass safety barrier. It looked like blood, and the realization that followed tightened her stomach. Whoever had stood there and thrown the body overboard could not have missed her frantic dash outside. They would have heard her door crash open. They would almost certainly have seen her face. She darted back inside, slammed the windows shut, and double-checked the cabin door before sliding the chain across. Her heart hammered, yet a strange calm settled over her. This was real danger, and she was coping. With the door secure, she tested the veranda latch again, then picked up the bedside phone with fingers that barely trembled and dialed 0. The operator answered in a bright sing-song, addressing her by name and asking how she could help. The personal greeting threw Lo for a second, until she remembered her room number would show on the desk display. She steadied her voice and asked who was speaking. It was Carla, her cabin stewardess, who sounded concerned and asked if she was all right. Lo said no. She thought she had just witnessed a murder. It happened in the next cabin, number 10, Palmgrens. Someone had thrown a body overboard. Her voice cracked on the last words. Carla gasped, muttered something in another language, then regained control and asked if Lo was safe. Lo glanced at the chained door and said yes. She believed she was. Carla promised to send someone at once, told her not to move, and said she would call back the moment they reached the door, so Lo would know it was safe. She hung up. Lo set the receiver down, feeling oddly detached, her head throbbing. She needed to dress before they arrived. She reached for the bathrobe on the bathroom door and froze. Earlier, she had left it crumpled on the floor with her train clothes, makeup scattered, tissues in the sink. Now the robe hung neatly. All her dirty laundry had vanished. Cosmetics lay arranged in precise rows beside her toothbrush and paste. Only the tampons and pills remained tucked inside the toiletry bag. The thought that someone had moved through her room, touching her things, sent a cold shudder down her spine. She sat on the bed, head in her hands, when the phone rang again. As she crawled across the duvet to answer, a firm knock sounded at the door. It was Carla on the line, confirming that the head of security, Johan Nilsson, stood outside. She wished Lo well and disconnected. Lo tightened the bathrobe and went to open the door. The man standing outside her cabin door wore a crisp nautical uniform, nothing like the pseudo-police look she had braced for. He was around 40, tall enough to duck slightly as he stepped forward, his rumpled hair suggesting he had just rolled out of bed. His eyes were a startling, vivid blue that held her gaze until she noticed he was extending a hand in greeting. He introduced himself as Johan Nilsson, head of security on the Aurora, his English polished with only the faintest Scandinavian trace. He had come because he understood she had witnessed something disturbing. She answered firmly, painfully conscious of standing there in her dressing gown, mascara streaked down her face, while he remained fully and professionally dressed. She tightened the belt with nervous fingers and told him she had heard a loud splash, something heavy falling or being pushed overboard, and then seen what looked like a body disappearing beneath the waves. She added that there had been blood smeared on the glass wall of the balcony next door. Nilsson's expression grew grave, his frown deepening as she spoke. His lips tightened at the mention of blood, and he nodded toward her veranda door, asking to see it. She led him outside into the sharp, cold wind. The narrow balcony felt even smaller with his solid presence beside her, yet she was grateful he was there. She doubted she could have faced it alone. She pointed over the privacy barrier to the neighboring cabin and told him to look. He peered across, then turned back with a slight frown, asking her to show him exactly where. Her heart thudded as she pushed past him and looked over. The glass barrier gleamed clean in the moonlight, completely untouched. No smear of blood, no sign of anything amiss. Shock stiffened her face. She shook her head, anger rising as she insisted it had been there moments ago. The murderer must have wiped it away. Nilsson remained calm and suggested they go next door to check. She yanked her robe belt tighter and followed him barefoot down the corridor. He knocked once, received no answer, and used a passkey to open the door of cabin 10. The suite stood utterly empty. No luggage, no clothes, no cosmetics, the bed stripped bare to the mattress. She stared, open-mouthed, insisting there had been a girl in this room. She had spoken to her, seen her getting dressed. Nilsson said nothing at first. He walked through the moonlit space, opened the veranda door, and inspected the glass barrier with careful attention. It shone untouched, lightly misted by ocean spray. She repeated that the girl had been there, her voice edging toward hysteria as she demanded to know why he wouldn't believe her. He replied gently that he had not said he disbelieved her, then escorted her back to her own cabin and latched the door. Desperate for proof, she remembered the mascara the girl had lent her and rushed to the bathroom. After frantic searching, she found the small pink tube with the green cap behind the shaving mirror and brandished it at him triumphantly. Nilsson took it gently and acknowledged that it showed she had borrowed makeup from someone, but questioned what more it proved. She pressed him, urging him to check the manifest for a missing guest and demanding to know why he wasn't more concerned. He explained with quiet patience that the cabin had always been empty. It had been reserved for an investor named Ernst Solberg, who had cancelled at the last minute for personal reasons. There had never been a guest in that room. She stared at him, stunned. When she suggested the girl might have been staff or a cleaner, he remained silent, the obvious question hanging between them. If she had been staying there, where was all her belongings? She offered weakly that someone could have removed everything in the short time since she had called for help. Nilsson sat on the sofa, his weight making the springs creak, and asked simply how much she had drunk the previous night. Fury flashed through her as she looked up, letting him see her smeared makeup and sleep-blurred eyes. She admitted she had been drinking at dinner, champagne, wine, after-dinner shots, but insisted sharply that it had not been enough to turn her into someone who hallucinated entire scenes. His gaze drifted meaningfully to the bin beside the minibar, where several emptied whiskey and gin miniatures stood, stacked beside a smaller number of tonic cans. She stood in the heavy silence, the unspoken jab about the room cleaners hanging between them. Through clenched teeth, she insisted she might have been drinking, but she had not been drunk. Not like that. She knew exactly what she had seen and heard. She would never invent something so horrific. Nilsson accepted it with a weary nod. He rubbed a hand over his face, the rasp of blonde stubble loud in the quiet cabin, his uniform jacket still buttoned crooked at the bottom. He looked exhausted. He told her it was late and she needed rest. She shot back that he was the one who looked tired, a trace of malice in her voice. He simply agreed, without irritation. Nothing more could be done tonight, he said. A woman had been thrown overboard. She began, but he cut across her, voice rising for the first time, with clear exasperation. There was no proof. He apologized at once, softening, and suggested they both get some sleep. In the morning, he would take her to meet the ship's staff and try to trace the girl she had seen. It was obvious, he added, that the woman had not been a passenger. She admitted the girl had not been at dinner the night before. Still, what if she had been crew? What if someone was missing and they were wasting precious time? Nilsson replied that he would speak to the captain and purser immediately. No staff were unaccounted for. On such a small ship with a tight crew, an absence would have been noticed at once. She started to protest again, but he stopped her politely, yet firmly. He would not wake sleeping passengers or crew without clear reason. He would inform the officers. They would decide next steps. In the meantime, could she give him a description of the girl, so he could check the manifest and gather any matching off-duty staff for her to meet after breakfast? Defeated, she agreed sulkily. She described her. Late 20s, about her own height, very pale white skin, English speaking with no noticeable accent, long dark hair, dark brown eyes she was not entirely sure of, slim build, pretty features, heavy eye makeup, and a Pink Floyd t-shirt. Nilsson wrote every detail down, then stood, the sofa springs creaking under his weight. He thanked her and said they should both try to sleep. He looked like a big blonde bear hauled out of hibernation. She asked what time he would come. He offered 10 or 10:30. She insisted on earlier. She knew she would not sleep. His shift began at 8. She said that was perfect. He left, smothering a yawn, lumbering down the corridor. She double-locked the door behind him, then lay on the bed, staring at the sea. The dark waves rose and fell like the backs of whales beneath the moonlight, the boat lifting and dipping with the swell. Her blood thrummed in her ears, her heart beating in sharp, angry strokes. Sleep was impossible. Fury burned in her, though she could not pin down exactly why, whether it was the thought of a woman's body sinking into the black North Sea, or the simple fact that Nilsson had not believed a word. A nasty inner voice whispered that maybe he was right. Flashes came, her cowering in the shower at a door slamming in the wind, lashing out at Judah over a threat that had never existed. Had she really seen what she thought she had? She told herself firmly that she had seen the blood. A girl was missing. That was fact. She switched off the light and lay on her side, watching the hypnotic rise and fall of the sea beyond the thick glass. One thought circled. There was a murderer aboard this ship, and only she knew it. A knock sounded, followed by the click of a passkey and the door opening against the security chain. Nilsson's voice came through. It was 8 o'clock, as she had asked. She pushed herself up on her elbows, head pounding, wondering why she had ever requested such an early call. Her mouth felt full of ashes. She drank from the bedside glass as the memories crashed back. The splash, the blood, the body. She swung her legs out of bed. The ship lurched beneath her and nausea surged. She barely reached the bathroom in time, retching last night's dinner into the white bowl. Nilsson called her name again. She thought only one savage word, "Go away," but the sound of vomiting must have carried, because the door closed quietly and she was left alone. She wiped her mouth, straightened, and caught sight of herself. Smeared eye makeup, vomit in her hair, bloodshot eyes, the bruise on her cheek completing the wreck. The boat rolled again. Everything on the counter shifted and clinked. She pulled her robe tight, cracked the cabin door, and told him tersely she needed a shower and would he wait. She shut it again, flushed the toilet, and cleaned every trace around the rim. As she straightened, the small pink tube of Maybelline mascara stood by the sink. The ship gave another heave. The tube tipped, cracked against the edge, and rolled into the bin. She snatched it out with bare fingers and closed her fist around it. It was the only proof the girl had ever existed. The only proof she was not losing her mind. 10 minutes later, she emerged dressed in jeans and a crisp white shirt, her face pale but scrubbed clean. She unlatched the security chain and opened the door. Nilsson waited in the corridor, speaking quietly into a radio. He looked up, switched it off, and apologized for waking her, noting how insistent she had been the night before. She told him it was fine through gritted teeth, fighting the urge to be sick again. The boat's constant motion gave her a convenient excuse for her queasy stomach. Better to seem a bad sailor than a drunk. Nilsson said he had already spoken to the staff. No one was missing, but he suggested she come down to the crew quarters herself to see if the woman was among them. It might ease her mind. She nearly protested that the girl could not have been staff, not while wearing a Pink Floyd t-shirt and little else, but she kept quiet. She wanted to see below decks for herself. She followed him along the swaying corridor to a small service door beside the stairwell. He punched in a 6-digit code, and the door swung open, revealing a narrow landing and steep stairs descending into the ship's depths. As they went down, she realized with unease they were now below or very near the waterline. The crew corridor felt completely different. Lower ceilings, hotter air, beige walls pressed close, and harsh fluorescent lights that flickered with a high-pitched buzz, straining her eyes at once. Cabins were crammed 8 or 10 into the space of 2 passenger rooms. They passed an ajar door where an Asian woman sat on a lower bunk, pulling on tights, her head cramped under the bunk above. She glanced up at Nilsson, then froze at the sight of her. With a sudden kick, the woman slammed the door shut, the bang echoing sharply. She blushed, feeling like a voyeur, and hurried after Nilsson. He led her into the staff mess, a larger room that eased the claustrophobia a little. It resembled a small hospital canteen, low ceiling, no windows, formica tables, steel grab rails, and the heavy smell of institutional food. Camilla Lidman sat alone at one table, drinking coffee and studying a spreadsheet on her laptop. 5 girls ate pastries at another. They looked up as Nilsson entered. One greeted him in Swedish or Danish, but he asked them to speak English for their guest. He explained that Miss Blacklock was trying to find a woman she had seen in cabin 10, white, late 20s to early 30s, long dark hair, good English. One girl introduced herself as Honey and pointed to her friend Birgitta. Both had pale skin and dark hair, but neither matched. Honey worked mainly at the bar and had a clear Scandinavian accent. Carla identified herself, reminding her they had spoken the night before. The other girls were blonde or had short Mediterranean-style hair and a pixie cut. None resembled the vivid, impatient face from the cabin. She told them it was none of them and asked about cleaners or sailing crew. Honey mentioned Iwona, a Polish cleaner with dark hair. Carla offered to fetch her. Nilsson suggested Eva, a spa therapist in her late 30s or 40s, who was setting up upstairs. Another girl reminded him of Ulla, a stewardess for the forward cabins. Carla returned with Iwona, a small, dumpy woman in her 40s with dyed black hair showing grey roots. Iwona asked in a heavy Polish accent if there was a problem. She shook her head and apologized. Iwona was not the woman. She added that she was not accusing anyone of theft. She was simply worried because she had heard a scream. Honey's eyebrows shot up. She exchanged a look with Carla, who started to speak, but Camilla Lidman rose and crossed the room. She placed a hand on Honey's shoulder and assured her firmly that none of the crew was the woman in question. They were a very tightly knit group. Anyone in trouble would have spoken up. Carla added with an anxious smile that it was a very happy crew. She sensed they had closed ranks at the mention of the scream. She said never mind and thanked them. If they heard anything, she was in cabin 9, Linnaeus. They promised to let her know and wished her a wonderful day. As she turned to leave, the ship lurched. The girls shrieked and grabbed their coffees. She stumbled. Nilsson caught her arm, his grip firm enough to hurt. He asked if she was all right and noted that on a smaller ship like the Aurora, big waves were felt more strongly than on larger vessels. She rubbed her aching arm and said she was fine, though her head throbbed. She wanted to speak to Eva next. Nilsson consulted his list of names and suggested they first detour through the kitchen, then visit the spa for Eva, and finally the breakfast room. That would cover everyone, except perhaps a couple of sailing crew and some cabin stewards they could find later. She agreed tersely, desperate to escape the narrow, airless corridors, the grey, flickering lights, and the trapped feeling of being below the waterline. A brief, horrible image flashed through her mind, of the ship striking something, water rushing in, everyone gasping for the last scraps of air. She refused to give up now. Admitting defeat would mean Nilsson had been right all along. Pushing the doubt deep down, she followed him along the corridor toward the ship's bow. The floor pitched and rolled beneath her feet, while the smell of the galley grew stronger. Bacon fat, buttery croissants, boiled fish, gravy, and something sickly sweet. Saliva flooded her mouth in a sour rush. She clenched her teeth and gripped the rail as the Aurora heaved up a wave and plunged, her stomach left behind. She was on the verge of asking him to postpone when he stopped at a steel door with small glass windows and pushed it open. White-hatted heads turned toward them with polite surprise. Nilsson greeted the kitchen staff in Swedish, then explained to her that not all the cooks spoke English. He would translate. One chef stepped forward, hand extended, and introduced himself as Otto Jansson. He offered to help in any way and translate for his team. She could not speak. Her gaze locked on the pale latex glove covering his outstretched hand, dark hairs visible beneath the rubber. Blood roared in her ears. She looked up into his friendly blue eyes, then back at the glove, willing herself not to scream. Jansson glanced down, laughed, and peeled the glove off. He apologized, tossed it into the bin, and shook her hand firmly, his fingers warm and slightly powdery from the latex. She told him abruptly that she was looking for a dark-haired girl about her own age or younger. Pretty, pale-skinned, with no accent, either English or completely bilingual. Jansson looked genuinely sorry. None of his staff matched, he said, but she was welcome to look around. He had only 2 women working there, Jamila by the serving hatch and Ingrid on salads behind the grill. Neither fit the description. Perhaps it was one of the stewards or waitstaff instead. She peered past him. He was right. Jamila was the tiny Asian woman she had glimpsed earlier in the bunk room, Pakistani or Bangladeshi, no more than 5 feet tall. Ingrid was a large Scandinavian woman, easily 200 pounds and several inches taller than her. Ingrid planted her hands on her hips, squaring up in a way that felt almost aggressive, though she knew it was only the woman's size. She thanked him and apologized for the disturbance. Nilsson exchanged a quick joke in Swedish with Otto that made both men laugh, then clapped him on the back. He waved to the crew and guided her back into the corridor. He apologized over his shoulder for speaking Swedish in front of her, explaining it was against policy but it seemed necessary. She nodded. It was fine. Better that everyone understood exactly what was being asked. As they passed the crew cabins again, she glanced into the open doors, freshly shocked by how cramped and dingy they were. She could not imagine living week after week in those windowless boxes. Nilsson must have sensed her silence, because he spoke again. The cabins were small, but with only a dozen or so staff, excluding the sailing crew, space was limited. They were still better than many rival ships. She kept her true thought to herself, not the size, but the stark contrast with the bright passenger decks above. It was a living, breathing upstairs-downstairs. She asked if everyone shared. He shook his head. Only the junior staff, cleaners, younger stewards, doubled up. Senior crew had their own cabins. They reached the staircase. She climbed slowly, gripping the rails as the ship rolled, following Nilsson's broad back. At the top, he opened the dividing door to the guest area and closed it behind them. He told her he had hoped one of the girls would turn out to be the woman she had seen and set her mind at ease. She rubbed her face, feeling the healing scar on her cheek and the pressure headache building behind her eyes. She began to say she was not sure. But Nilsson cut in firmly. They should go speak to Eva. The ship rose and dropped again. She swallowed against another rush of saliva, cold sweat prickling down her spine beneath her shirt. For a moment, she considered bolting back to her cabin. She still had work, the press pack to finish, the piece Rowan would expect. The others were probably already filing stories and researching Bulmer. Yet she steeled herself. If she wanted Nilsson to take her seriously, she had to see this through. Some things mattered more than climbing the ladder at velocity. They found Eva in the bright, glass-walled spa reception on the upper deck. Long curtains stirred in the cool sea breeze. After the dim beige warren below, the light felt almost blinding. A striking dark-haired woman in her 40s, gold hoops in her ears, looked up pleasantly and greeted Nilsson. She introduced herself when he did not. She shook Eva's hand, firm, bony, strong, and felt the clammy nausea retreat in the fresh air. Eva's English was excellent, almost as flawless as the girl in the cabins had been, but she was clearly not her. Too old, her skin showing the faint weathering of years in the sun. She apologized and explained she had been looking for someone. The crew below had suggested it might be Eva, but it was not. Nilsson added that Miss Blacklock had seen a woman in her 20s in the next cabin, long dark hair, pale skin, and had heard noises that worried her. They were checking whether it could have been staff. Eva said kindly that it had not been her. She laughed gently. It had been a long time since she was in her 20s. She suggested the stewardesses. Honey and Birgitta had dark hair and were the right age, as did Ulla. Nilsson confirmed they had already spoken to them and were heading to see Ulla next. She assured Eva the woman was not in trouble. She was simply worried for her. If Eva thought of anyone else. Eva looked truly sorry, a small frown between her neatly plucked brows. She promised that if she heard anything, she would let them know. She thanked her. Nilsson echoed the thanks, and they turned to leave. Lowe accepted Eva's polite farewell with a nod and followed her to the door, already anticipating their next meeting at the scheduled ladies' spa session. As she turned to leave, a guilty pang twisted inside her at the thought of the unread press pack still waiting back in her cabin. What else had she missed? Stepping out onto the deck, the door was yanked from her grip by a fierce gust, slamming against its rubber stopper. Nilsson pulled it shut behind her. Lowe moved to the rail, the cold wind cutting through her clothes and raising goosebumps along her arms. Nilsson's voice rose above the roar of wind and engines, asking if she was cold. She shook her head at first, then admitted she was, but craved the fresh air anyway. He pressed gently about her lingering unwell feeling. Out here the nausea had eased, yet a dull headache still throbbed behind her eyes. She gripped the chilled iron railing, leaning out to watch the white churn of the wake far below, the glass balconies of the cabins slipping past, and beyond them, the vast, black, fathomless sea. The thought settled heavily in her chest. How easily someone could fall into that silent darkness, dropping for days through cold nothingness to the lightless bottom. Images of the previous night flashed unbidden, the scream, the splash, the blood. A gentle push from behind by Nilsson, or Eva, or anyone. She shuddered hard. It couldn't have been her imagination. Not the scream, not the blood. Drawing in a deep, cleansing breath of North Sea air, Lowe turned back with forced brightness, brushing wind-whipped strands from her face, and asked where they were now. Nilsson answered that they sailed in international waters, heading toward Trondheim rather than the expected Bergen. He suggested Lord Bulmer might have altered course to chase better northern lights viewing, or the captain had reasons tied to weather. The ship had no rigid schedule, it bent easily to passengers' whims. Perhaps someone at dinner had expressed strong interest in Trondheim. Lowe questioned what the city offered. Nilsson described its cathedral, charming districts, and especially the fjords, noting its northern position improved chances for the Aurora, though they might push even farther to Bodø or Tromsø. His words stirred an uneasy flutter in her stomach. Being on a flexible luxury cruise suddenly felt less like a curated experience and more like drifting under someone else's uncertain control. When he addressed her formally again, Lowe quickly invited him to use her nickname. His broad, kind face tightened with discomfort. In the clear light of morning, he gently revisited her story, the doubt plain in his expression. Lowe sighed, fingers twisting in her top as old uncertainties resurfaced. She admitted the late hour and drinks might have distorted the scream or splash. Even the blood could have been a trick of light. But the woman in the cabin, She had seen her clearly, spoken with her. If that woman wasn't aboard, then where had she gone? A heavy silence stretched between them. Nilsson finally broke it, saying they hadn't yet checked with Ulla. He pulled out his radio to arrange a meeting, suggesting they all have coffee together in the passenger dining room. Inside the breakfast room, the long tables from dinner had been rearranged into smaller ones. Only a young waiter with corn-blonde hair greeted them. He offered Lo any seat she liked, most guests preferring their cabins, and took her order for coffee with milk. As they settled, Ulla entered, tall, strikingly beautiful, with porcelain skin and a heavy black bun. One look confirmed she was not the woman from the cabin. Her delicate, classical features and height set her apart completely. Lo gave Nilsson a small shake of her head. Ulla joined them briefly, despite having eaten. Nilsson introduced her as stewardess for the forward cabins and explained Lo's search for the missing dark-haired girl, inviting Lo to describe her. Lo recounted the long dark hair, late 20s age, British accent, and height, similar to her own, her voice edging toward desperation as she asked if anyone matched. Ulla laughed lightly, noting her own dark hair but ruling herself out, then suggested Hani or Birgitta, both already ruled out by Lo. She slowly added there was no one among the sailing crew or other staff who fit, mentioning Eva was too old and suggesting the kitchen staff. Lo felt despair settle like a weight. Each conversation blurred the memory further, the girl's lively, vivid expression fading like something half-dreamed. Yet that spark of personality remained sharp in her mind, the sharp glance into the corridor, the flash of surprise. Could she truly be dead, or worse, was Lo herself losing her grip on reality? Ulla and Nilsson excused themselves as soon as Lo's breakfast arrived, leaving her alone at the table. She stared out at the sea and deck beyond the window while she ate. Up here, the view and the food steadied her. The nausea eased and strength returned to her limbs. At least half the shakiness, she realized, had come from low blood sugar. She always felt strange and unsteady on an empty stomach, yet even as her body improved, her mind kept circling back to the night before. She replayed the girl's surprised face, the faint irritation when she pressed the mascara into Lo's hand. Something had been happening in that cabin. Lo had walked in on it, but she still couldn't name what it was. Whatever it had been, it had to be connected to the girl's disappearance. Nilsson's cleaning theory made no sense. No one cleaned in a thigh-skimming Pink Floyd t-shirt, and the girl's glossy dark hair and perfect nails spoke of expensive upkeep no stewardess salary could afford. Lo's thoughts drifted uneasily to Cole's cold mention of his ex-wife, to Camilla's smooth reassurances, to Nilsson's solid strength, and Alexander's grim talk of poison at dinner. Every possibility felt more improbable than the last. The girl's face kept slipping away the harder she tried to hold it. She could picture the height, the long dark hair, the flawless nails. But the features themselves blurred. Neat nose, narrow plucked brows, everything else simply normal. Ordinary mouth, ordinary eyes. Nothing distinctive. She could have been looking at her own reflection. Lo knew what Nilsson wanted. He wanted her to forget the scream, the soft slide of the screen door, the heavy splash. He wanted her to start doubting herself. He listened patiently, let her ask every question, all so she would undermine her own story. Part of her understood. This was the Aurora's maiden voyage, packed with journalists and important guests. An unexplained death would destroy everything. Headlines screaming, "Voyage to death," on a luxury press trip. Nilsson would lose his job at minimum. The whole crew could be out of work if the ship never launched. Still, Lo had heard it. The sound had jolted her awake, heart-hammering, palms slick, certain that a woman very close by was in mortal danger. She knew exactly how fragile life could feel in that instant. And if nothing had happened to the girl, then where was she? The scream and blood might have been imagined. The girl herself could not. The only proof Lo possessed was the Maybelline mascara. Wild ideas flashed through her head. She would bag it, take it to the police for fingerprints, even DNA testing. An eyelash on a brush had solved cases on television. Surely something could be done. She pictured herself marching into the Crouch End station, demanding forensic analysis, then dismissed it. She would pay for private testing herself if she had to. She pulled out her phone to search for DNA lab costs, but before the screen unlocked, she saw how ridiculous it was. No proper forensics company would help without a comparison sample, and she wasn't about to trust some internet service meant for suspicious spouses. Instead, she checked her email. Nothing from Judah. No messages at all. The boat's Wi-Fi icon spun uselessly until the connection dropped. With a sigh, she pocketed the phone and pushed the half-eaten blueberries aside. The pancakes had tasted good, but her appetite had vanished. It felt surreal, sitting here, forcing down breakfast, while somewhere on board a murderer walked free and she could do nothing about it. By now, they would know she had heard everything. Her noise and questions had made sure of that. The ship rolled on another wave. Lo shoved the plate away and stood. Bjorn appeared silently from a panel door, set into the back wall she had never noticed, asking if she needed anything else. She startled hard, heart jumping. Had he been there the whole time, watching? She shook her head, forced a smile, and thanked him as she crossed the tilting floor. No, nothing more. She mentioned heading to the spa, or perhaps lying down first. She hadn't slept well. Bjorn nodded sympathetically and suggested a little rest and relaxation. He mangled the phrase, and she blushed, correcting it silently in her head. Her skin prickled at the thought of unseen eyes. She needed the privacy of her own cabin. As she turned to leave, she walked straight into a bleary-eyed Ben Howard. He greeted her awkwardly. She answered just as curtly, refusing to discuss the night before in front of Bjorn. They had both been drunk. The subject was closed. He stifled a yawn and said he had only just woken. After leaving her cabin, he had run into Archer and played poker with Lars and Richard Bulmer until 4 a.m. Lo hesitated. Nilsson didn't believe her. She was starting to doubt herself. But Ben, he might listen. Then the memory of how their night had ended made her unsure. She told him, never mind, she would explain later, and urged him to eat. As she moved past, he asked if she was all right. She looked terrible, he said. Lo brushed off Ben's concern with a curt, "Great, thanks," but he pressed on, noting she looked like she had barely slept. She admitted she hadn't, struggling to keep her voice, even as anxiety and exhaustion sharpened her tone. When the ship lurched again, she added that the sea felt rough. Ben replied smugly that he never got seasick, then reassured her they would reach Trondheim early tomorrow. Her dismay slipped out before she could stop it. Tomorrow? She had assumed today. Ben looked at her sharply and asked what was wrong. Lo trailed off, unwilling to explain, then told him she was heading back to her room for a lie-down. He wished her a light goodbye, but his eyes followed her with clear worry. She meant to head for the stairs to the lower deck, but took a wrong turn and found herself in the tiny panelled library, a miniature country house version with green-shaded lamps and tiered shelves. Sighing, she tried to orient herself, frustrated at how easily one could get lost on such a small ship. The interlocking rooms formed a confusing maze, made worse by the constant rolling motion that threw off her sense of direction. Unlike a ferry, there were no maps or clear signs, preserving the illusion of a private home. She chose a door at random and stepped out onto the deck, where the wind hit her face. At least here she could tell which way the ship was heading. Behind her, a hoarse, smoke-roughened voice called out. Tina stood under a curved glass smoking shelter, cigarette in hand, greeting her with mock surprise that she was even standing. She asked how Lo felt this morning, a mocking edge to her words. Lo fought the urge to flee. She was supposed to be networking, and managed to smile. She admitted she shouldn't have drunk so much. Tina said she had been impressed by how much Lo put away, quoting her old boss about out-drinking interviewees on the way to a scoop. Lo studied her through the haze of smoke, recalling office gossip about Tina climbing the ladder by stepping on younger women, then pulling it up behind her. Yet looking at the older journalist now, with her heavily made-up eyes laughing, Lo wondered how hard it must have been for a woman of that generation to break through the old boys' network. Maybe ruthlessness had been survival, not pure malice. Tina beckoned her closer, rings clinking, and offered a secret. Hair of the dog, followed by a long, slow screw. Lo stayed silent, the only safe response. Tina gave a throaty laugh, claiming she had shocked her. Lo replied they were short on candidates. Tina drawled that Lo and sexy little Ben Howard had looked rather friendly last night. Lo stated firmly that she and Ben had been together years ago and had no desire to revisit it. Tina patted her arm, agreeing it was sensible, and quoted some Afghan saying about never bathing in the same lake twice. Then, abruptly, Tina asked her name again. Louise? Lo corrected her. It was short for Laura. Tina noted she worked with Rowan at Velocity as a features writer. Surprising herself, Lo added she hoped to cover Rowan's maternity leave, which was partly why she had been sent on this trip, to test the waters. Tina drew on her cigarette, appraised her, and said it was a big responsibility, but good to want to step up. She asked what Lo would do when Rowan returned. Before Lo could answer, Tina invited her to call sometime for freelance work. She liked ambitious, savvy writers. Lo regretfully reminded her she was on staff and probably bound by a non-compete. Tina shrugged it off. The ship lurched. She staggered against the rail and cursed as her cigarette went out. She asked if Lo had a light. Lo said she didn't smoke. Tina flicked the butt overboard, where the wind snatched it away instantly. Lo knew she should have offered her card or pumped Tina for information about the Vernians' plans, but right now her career felt secondary. With Nilsson likely undermining her story elsewhere, she needed to figure out who could have been in the neighboring cabin. Ben had been playing poker with the others, narrowing the pool. She eyed Tina covertly as the thin woman hobbled toward the door on narrow heels. Greyhound lean, but wiry and ruthless enough to make up for any lack of strength. As they reached the door, Lo asked casually how Tina's night had been. Tina stopped dead, gripping the heavy door so hard the tendons stood out on her hand. She turned with ferocious intensity, neck thrust forward, and demanded what Lo had said. Lo faltered, insisting she had only been wondering. Tina warned her sharply to stop wondering and keep insinuations to herself. A clever girl knew better than to make enemies in this business. Then she let the door slam shut behind her. Lo stood frozen on the deck, staring after her through the salt-misted glass, stunned by the sudden venom. She shook her head, pulled herself together, and headed below. She needed to get back to her cabin and protect the one piece of evidence she still had, the mascara. As she descended the stairs to the cabin deck, she saw cleaners wheeling vacuums and linen trolleys behind them, and realized she had forgotten to hang the Do Not Disturb sign before leaving with Nilsson. Lo stepped into her suite and found it spotless, the sink gleaming, windows wiped clean of salt, every trace of her dirty clothes, and even the torn evening dress removed. None of it registered. She crossed straight to the bathroom vanity and began shoving aside lipstick, gloss, toothpaste, moisturizer, and the half-used blister pack of pills. No pink and green tube. She checked under the counter, in the bin, then tore through the bedroom drawers and under chairs. Nothing. The mascara, the single piece of proof linking her to the missing girl, was gone. Her mind lurched forward to a future headline. On the Haringey Echo website, dated Saturday, September 26th, friends and relatives were growing increasingly concerned for missing Londoner Laura Blacklock, 32, of West Grove in Haringey. Her partner, Judah Lewis, 35, had reported her missing from the maiden voyage of the luxury ship Aurora Borealis out of Hull. The company had assumed she simply left early during the planned stop in Trondheim on Tuesday the 22nd, only realizing the departure was unplanned when she failed to return to the UK on Friday. Her mother, Pamela Crew, appealed for anyone who had seen her daughter, known as Lo, to come forward, insisting the silence was completely out of character. Lo fought to keep panic from swallowing her whole. Someone had been inside her cabin. Someone who knew precisely what she had seen, heard, and told Nilsson. The minibar had been restocked. A sharp craving for a drink tore through her, but she shoved it down and paced the space that now felt smaller, walls pressing in. The cleaners had been working the corridor. She remembered their vacuums. She straightened, shook her hair back, and stepped out. Iwona was vacuuming Ben's open cabin just up the hall. Lo called twice before the woman startled, switched off the hoover, and turned, hand on her heart. Apologizing, Lo asked if she had cleaned her room and seen a mascara. Iwona confirmed she had done the room earlier. Lo described the pink and green tube, miming its use on her lashes. Iwona remembered seeing it last night, but not this morning. She offered, worried, to ask stewardess Carla about replacing it. Lo realized how accusing she sounded and quickly reassured the cleaner it was probably her own mistake, left in a pocket. But she knew better. The mascara was gone. Back inside, Lo double-locked the door, slid the chain across, then picked up the phone and asked for Nilsson. After piped music and a brief delay, Camilla's voice connected them. Nilsson answered. Lo told him flat out the mascara had vanished, the one the woman in cabin 10 had given her. It proved everything. Someone had taken it to hide the truth. He paused, clearly searching his memory. She pressed. Someone had entered while she was with him and removed the only evidence. Why, unless they had something to hide? A longer silence. Then Nilsson said he would come see her. He was with the captain, but would be there in about 10 minutes. Lo hung up harder than she meant, anger now burning hotter than fear. She paced again, the night's images and sounds crowding her head. The violation of knowing hands had rifled through her things while she was occupied. A knock sounded. She unlocked the door. Nilsson stood there, broad face, a tired mix of stubborn and uneasy, dark circles starting to match her own. She repeated that someone had taken the mascara. He nodded and asked if he could come in. She stepped aside. He lowered himself onto the sofa. She perched on the dressing table chair opposite. Neither spoke at first. He pinched the bridge of his nose. He began formally, then switched to her nickname at her firm correction. He had spoken with the captain. No staff were missing. Every crew member had been checked. Interviews with all of them had turned up nothing suspicious about the cabin, which led them to conclude. Lo cut him off sharply, refusing to let the words land. He tried again. She accused him of playing both sides, respecting her concerns 1 minute, then dismissing her as a hysterical woman who had imagined it all. He started to protest, but she kept going, too furious to stop. Then a thought struck her. What about CCTV? The corridor tapes would show the girl. She had to be on them. Nilsson spoke over her, louder now. He had spoken to Mr. Howard. Ben Howard. Lo's heart thudded. What could Ben possibly know? Nilsson explained wearily that Ben's cabin lay on the other side of the empty one. He had asked whether Ben heard anything that night, any splash that might back her account. Lo insisted. Ben couldn't have. He had been playing poker until 4. She watched Nilsson trail off, the words hanging unfinished in the air. A cold weight sank through her stomach. Ben. The betrayal hit like a punch. She already knew what he had revealed, just from the discomfort written across Nilsson's face, but she refused to make this easy for him. Yes? She pressed through gritted teeth, forcing him to continue. He would have to spell it out, syllable by painful syllable. Nilsson shifted awkwardly on the sofa, folding his arms, then his legs, his large frame trying to shrink into nothing. The sight almost amused her, a sharp, vicious satisfaction rising as she let him squirm in silence. He coughed and managed to continue. Mr. Howard had told him about the man in her flat, the burglar. That has nothing to do with this, she replied coldly. Nilsson pressed on, mentioning her poor sleep since the break-in. She sat rigid, rage burning against both men, especially Ben. That would be the last time she ever confided in him. Then came the alcohol. Nilsson's crumpled face looked unhappy as he gestured vaguely toward the bathroom door and the scattered belongings there. With what? She demanded, her voice low and edged with steel. Nilsson's eyes lifted to the ceiling before he whispered the word, antidepressants, his gaze flicking to the half-used packet of pills by the sink. Apology radiated from every inch of him. The truth was out now, impossible to take back. Heat flooded her cheeks as if she had been slapped. Ben had spilled everything in one short conversation, painting her as an unreliable, chemically unbalanced neurotic. She sat silent, cheeks burning, but inside she pushed back fiercely. Yes, she took the pills. So what? She had been managing anxiety for years, not delusions. Even if it had been full psychosis, it changed nothing about what she had witnessed with her own eyes. So that's it then, she said at last, her words clipped and flat. A handful of pills, and suddenly I'm a paranoid nutjob who can't separate fact from fiction. You know, thousands of people take the same medication. Nilsson protested awkwardly that this was not what he meant, but pointed out the lack of evidence and how her account sat uncomfortably close to her recent trauma. No, she shouted, surging to her feet and towering over his crouched form, despite his usual height advantage. She refused to let him dismiss her with polite labels or excuses. The sleeplessness, the drinking, the break-in, none of it invalidated what she had seen. He rose too, flushed and nettled, arguing that she had seen an ordinary girl on the boat and later heard a splash, then twisted those fragments into a conclusion shaped by her own recent ordeal. It did not justify a murder investigation. Get out, she said, ice melting around her heart as something reckless threatened to break free. When he hesitated, she repeated it sharper, then stalked to the door and wrenched it open, hands trembling. She warned him coldly, leave now, or she would call the captain and report that a lone woman had repeatedly asked him to exit her cabin, and he had refused. Nilsson hunched his shoulders and walked stiffly out, pausing only briefly in the doorway. Whatever he saw in her face made him flinch. He offered a quiet goodbye, but she slammed the door in his face before he could finish. She collapsed onto the bed and sobbed until her chest ached. Later, alone with her thoughts, She reflected on the pills. On paper, her life had been ideal. Loving parents, no trauma, nothing but support. Yet the depression after university had struck like something purely chemical, untouched by therapy or talking cures. The medication didn't disguise her, it simply let her become more herself, steadier, less raw. Ben had seen her at her worst and walked away. She no longer blamed him for that year, but this fresh betrayal was different. This she could not forgive. A sharp knock sounded. "Open up!" She heard the laptop keys stop, a chair scrape, then the door opened cautiously. Ben's face appeared, shifting to surprise at the sight of her. She confronted him tightly about speaking to Nilsson. He looked abashed and tried to placate her, but she pressed on, demanding how he could have revealed the breakdown, the medication, the near loss of her job, the days she couldn't function. Ben denied telling everything, insisting it had simply spilled out. He claimed Nilsson was skilled at drawing information and that he had been hungover, confused at first. She accused him of undermining her credibility with just enough spicy details. He ran his hands through his hair in frustration, then offered coffee as a brief distraction. She accepted curtly. Milk, no sugar. As he prepared it, he noted that some things hadn't changed. She shot him a hard look. Far too much had changed. He explained the encounter had been accidental in the corridor. Nilsson had seemed concerned about noises in the night. Ben had thought it was about the break-in at first. She took the hot coffee and held it in her lap, the remaining fragment of trust urging her forward despite the anger. Swallowing against the tightness in her throat, she relayed the entire story again, more desperately this time, ending with the urgent plea that the girl had been there and he had to believe her. Ben blinked, then assured her he did believe her completely. He had never known her to imagine things. Relief and surprise hit her so hard, she set the cup down with a sharp clack. When she asked if he really meant it, he confirmed it. He understood why Nilsson resisted, though. Crime on cruise ships was a murky business at best. She sat there, coffee warming her hands, the sting of betrayal still raw, but now threaded with a fragile thread of alliance. She nodded, the familiar rumors about cruise ships settling heavily in her mind. She knew as well as any travel journalist did that the real problem wasn't outright criminal owners. It was the murky, legal grey zone of international waters. The Aurora was no floating city, yet it carried the same contradictions. Disappearances brushed aside, investigations left to the liner's own security team, men and women who answered to the company and could not afford to cause trouble. A sudden chill raised gooseflesh on her arms, despite the cabin's close warmth. She had come here intending to tear into Ben and leave feeling better. Instead, his quiet belief only sharpened her unease. She told him slowly what worried her most: the mascara. That was how she had first met the girl, knocking on the wrong door to borrow it. Now the tube was gone, taken from her cabin while she had been with Nilsson. Everything else she might have explained away, but not this. It had been the single solid proof that someone had been in that empty cabin. Ben rose, drew the gauze curtains across the veranda doors with an oddly deliberate motion, then sat on the edge of the bed, his face set in professional focus. He asked who else had known about the mascara. "Only Nilsson," she answered, then felt the implications settle between them like cold stone. They stared at each other. But he had been with her the whole time, she pointed out. Almost. There had been a gap while she ate breakfast and spoke with Tina. He could have taken it. Ben considered that, then advised her to go straight to Richard Bulmer, Lord Bulmer. He had played poker with the man the night before and found him solid. Nilsson answered to him, and complaints went to the top. She reminded him this was hardly a customer service issue. Bulmer had every reason to keep it quiet. The Aurora's reputation, the enormous fares, the future of the ship itself. Yet Ben insisted it could not hurt. At least they knew exactly where Bulmer had been all night, unlike Nilsson. He ran through the poker group's alibi, the Jensen's suite, one door only, himself facing it the entire evening. No one had left until 4 in the morning. That cleared Bulmer, Archer, Lars and Chloe. She counted the rest on her fingers. Cole, Tina, Alexander, Owen White, Lady Bulmer, plus the staff. Ben raised an eyebrow at Lady Bulmer, but she held her ground. Illness could be faked. He dismissed the idea with a twisted smile that made her shiver. Still, he said, the passengers might be a distraction. Only she and Nilsson had known about the mascara. If he hadn't taken it, he must have told whoever did. An uneasy trickle of doubt ran down her spine. She admitted she could not swear she hadn't mentioned it while Nilsson showed her around the staff quarters. The memory was hazy, hungover, claustrophobic lights, polite faces in the canteen. She might have let it slip. Ben exhaled sharply. That widened the field considerably. She agreed, sobering. He suggested they doorstep the aft cabins after the morning activities. She was due at the ladies' spa. The men had a bridge tour. They would meet back here after lunch, question the remaining passengers, then take everything to Bulmer. With any luck, he would divert the ship and bring real police aboard. She nodded. Nilsson had dismissed her, but one more witness, even just someone else who had heard the splash, would make it far harder to ignore. At the door she stopped, the image rising unbidden. "I keep thinking about her," she said, voice low. The girl in the palmgren, what she felt when he came for her. Whether she was still alive when she hit the water, the shock of the cold, the boat pulling away. Ben warned her gently not to let her imagination run wild. She met his eyes, the memory of her own midnight intruder still raw in her chest. "I know what it's like," she told him. "I know exactly what she must have felt when someone came for her in the dark. That's why I have to find out who did this." She stepped into the spa, the thought sharp in her mind. If she didn't find out the truth, they might come for her next. Chloe and Tina were already waiting. Tina leaned over the counter, peering at the open laptop behind the desk, while Chloe lounged deep in a vintage leather chair, scrolling on her phone. Without her heavy makeup, Chloe looked surprisingly ordinary, her dramatic features softened and flat in the daylight. Chloe caught her staring in the mirror and grinned, explaining she had removed it for her facial. She winked, boasting that with contouring she could transform anyone into anyone, from Kim Kardashian to Natalie Portman. A flush crept up her cheeks at the unintended scrutiny. Before she could reply, movement caught her eye. One of the full-length mirrors behind the desk swung inward like a hidden door. Eva emerged through the gap, smiling politely, and gently reminded Tina that client lists and confidential information were off-limits. Tina straightened, offering a lame excuse about checking treatments. Eva appraised her coolly, but offered a printed list without further comment, then listed the available services. Anne Bulmer arrived moments later, slightly less sallow than the night before, but still shadowed with exhaustion. She apologized breathlessly for her slow pace on the stairs. Chloe offered her seat, but Eva announced they were moving to the treatment rooms downstairs. Eva opened the mirrored door and led them down a narrow, dark staircase. The sudden contrast from bright daylight left her blinking. Flickering electric tea lights only deepened the shadows. As the boat rolled over a wave, vertigo washed through her. Chloe walked directly behind. One light push and she could tumble forward into the others. No one would ever know it hadn't been an accident. They reached a small lobby with a trickling water feature. The recycled sound, meant to soothe, only heightened her unease. No windows, possibly below the waterline. Her chest tightened. She clenched her fists, silently counting to hold off the rising panic. Eva explained there were 3 treatment rooms below, plus the chair upstairs, allowing concurrent sessions. She assigned Tina an aromatherapy session with Hanny in room 1, Chloe a facial with Klaus in room 2, and her a mud wrap with Ulla in room 3. Lady Bulmer would have a manicure upstairs. She asked diffidently if she could switch to a manicure upstairs too. Eva sounded genuinely sorry, but explained only 1 chair was available. She could book one for later or choose another treatment: Reiki, massage, reflexology, or the flotation tank. The word flotation tank made her refuse sharply, the image of a sealed, water-filled coffin flashing through her mind. She quickly lowered her voice and declined. Eva directed them down the corridor to the rooms, each with its own shower, robes and towels provided. As Chloe disappeared into her room and Tina paused at hers, Tina turned back awkwardly. She apologized for snapping on deck earlier, blaming hangover and lack of cigarettes. Her manner suggested she rarely gave apologies. She squeezed her arm in what was meant as a friendly gesture, but the cold rings against her skin sent a repressed shudder through her. She took a steadying breath and tapped on the door of treatment room 3. Ulla opened it, smiling in her white uniform, and welcomed her warmly. The room was small, but less claustrophobic than the corridor or lobby. A raised bed, covered in plastic film, sat in the center with a folded sheet at the foot. Ulla explained the mud wrap was pleasurable and detoxifying. She instructed her to undress, lie on the bed, and cover with the sheet. When asked about underwear, Ulla said the mud would stain and offered disposable paper panties instead. Left alone, she stripped layer by layer, folded her clothes neatly, stepped into the flimsy paper knickers, and climbed onto the sticky plastic surface, pulling the sheet to her chin. Almost immediately, Ulla knocked and entered with a bowl of warm mud. She asked her to lie on her front. The plastic clung uncomfortably as she wriggled around. Ulla deftly adjusted the slipping sheet. Soft whale sounds and crashing waves filled the room. The image of dark water pressing against the thin hull made her uneasy. She asked for a different track. Ulla switched to Tibetan bells and wind chimes. The treatment proved surprisingly soothing once she forced herself to relax. She even grew accustomed to the stranger's hands working mud into her mostly naked skin. Halfway through, Ulla's voice broke through her drowsiness, asking her to turn over. She rolled onto her back, mud sliding against the plastic, as Ulla draped the sheet again and began massaging the fronts of her legs. She felt Ulla's hands move steadily upward, smoothing warm mud across her forehead, cheeks, and closed eyelids. The therapist's voice remained low and soothing as she explained she would now wrap her tightly to let the mud work its magic, then return in half an hour to unwrap and help her shower. A call button rested under her right hand if she needed anything. "Everything all right?" she asked. Everything was quite all right, she murmured drowsily. The room's warmth and the soft chimes wrapped around her like a blanket. The events of the previous night blurred, then faded. She simply wanted to sleep. Plastic film closed around her, followed by the weight of a warm towel. The lights dimmed behind her eyelids. Ulla promised she would wait just outside, and the door clicked shut. She stopped resisting and let the darkness pull her under. In the dream, the girl drifted miles below them in the cold black of the North Sea, laughing eyes bloated white with salt, soft skin wrinkled and peeling, t-shirt shredded by rocks into rags. Only her long black hair remained, drifting like dark seaweed, tangling in nets and washing ashore in limp hanks while waves roared against shingle. She woke with a heavy knot of dread. It took long seconds to remember where she was. The roar in her ears was not part of the dream. It was real, coming from the ensuite shower. Heart-hammering, she approached the closed bathroom door, gripped the handle, and flung it open. A wall of hot steam rolled over her. Coughing, she pushed through to shut off the shower, getting half-drenched in the process. Why hadn't Ula woken her? As the water gurgled to a stop, she groped back through the mist, hair plastered to her face, and hit the light switch. The extractor fan hummed on. Light flooded the small room. There, written across the steamed mirror in dripping 6-inch letters, were the words, "Stop degging." For a second, she could only stand frozen, staring, heart-slamming until nausea rose in her throat. A strange roar filled her ears, and raw sobbing broke from her chest. Half terror, half pain, and a detached corner of her mind recognized the sound as her own. The walls tilted inward. She was having a panic attack and would pass out unless she reached safety. Half crawling, she lurched to the bed, curled into a tight ball, and fought to slow her breathing. She repeated the old CBT phrases: calm, conscious breathing, progressive relaxation, one muscle at a time. The remembered smug voice of her coach anchored her just enough to lengthen her breaths and finally sit up, dragging muddy fingers through damp hair. A phone sat on the counter beside an empty pack of Spa mud. Her hands shook so badly she could barely dial 0. But when the Scandinavian voice answered, she simply sat with her finger hovering, unable to speak. She set the receiver down. The message had vanished. From the bed, she could see the mirror clearly now. With the steam cleared, only faint runnels remained where the bottom of the letters in degging had been. Nilsson would never believe her. After showering and dressing, she walked back along the corridor. The other 2 treatment rooms stood empty, doors open, couches already cleared. How long had she slept? Upstairs, the reception area was deserted except for Eva, typing at the desk. She looked up with a polite smile and asked if she had enjoyed the treatment. Ulla had come down earlier, but left her sleeping. She had planned to return soon. She hoped she hadn't felt disoriented, waking alone. It was fine, she answered tightly, and asked when Chloe and Tina had left. About 20 minutes ago, Eva said. She indicated the now invisible mirrored door behind her. Was this the only entrance to the spa? Eva seemed puzzled, but explained it was the only public entrance. There was also an alarmed fire exit downstairs, leading to staff quarters that opened outward only. Why did she ask? No reason, she said, keeping her voice neutral. She had already made one mistake talking to Nilsson. She would not repeat it. Eva mentioned lunch was being served buffet-style in the Lindgren lounge, and that she hadn't missed anything. Then, almost as an afterthought, she asked if Mr. Howard had found her. He had come looking, been told she was in treatment, and gone downstairs to leave a message with Ulla. No, she hadn't seen him. Had anyone else gone down? Eva shook her head. She had been at the desk the entire time. She asked again if anything was wrong. She gave no answer, only turned and left, the chill of damp skin beneath her clothes matched by a deeper, colder dread spreading inside her. The Lindgren lounge held only Cole, camera on the table before him, and Chloe forking salad while staring out the window. Chloe looked up, smiled, and nodded to the chair beside her. She sat, forcing a reply when Chloe asked about the spa. Yes, the treatment had been good. She simply wasn't good with enclosed spaces. Claustrophobic. Chloe's face cleared in understanding. She had noticed the tension downstairs and assumed it was a hangover. She gave a short, false laugh. That too, probably. Her mind turned over the possibilities. Chloe could have slipped downstairs. Ben's alibi for her had been clear, yet not ironclad in her own mind. Tina's wiry strength and sharp reaction to questions about last night made her entirely capable of pushing someone overboard. And Ben himself had come down to the spa. She had only his word for where he had been the previous night. She sat with the untouched plate before her, the threat still burning behind her eyes, wondering which of them had written the warning in steam. She fought the urge to scream, the pressure building inside her skull, until she felt she was losing her mind. She turned to Chloe with forced casualness and asked whether she had been playing poker the previous night. Chloe replied that she hadn't played but had been present, adding with a short, heartless laugh that poor Lars had been fleeced, though he could easily afford it. Across the room, Cole glanced up and flashed Chloe a quick grin. She pressed on, voicing the odd question of whether anyone else had left the cabin during the game. Chloe admitted she couldn't say for certain. She had retreated to the bedroom after a while because watching poker bored her. She confirmed Cole had been there briefly. Cole himself spoke up, stating he had only stayed about half an hour and agreeing it was no spectator sport. He remembered Howard leaving once to fetch his wallet. As he asked why she wanted to know, her mouth went dry. She brushed it off, forcing a smile and quickly changing the subject to the photos. Cole tossed the camera across to her with easy indifference. She caught it with a gasp, nearly fumbling it. He told her to press the play button on the back and scroll through. He would print any she wanted. She began scrolling backward through the voyage. Moody clouds and wheeling gulls, then the poker game itself. Bulmer laughed as he raked in Ben's chips. Lars groaned while laying down a losing hand of twos against Ben's 3 5s. One shot from the night before nearly stopped her breath. An intimate close-up of Chloe, her eyes flicking toward the lens, tiny golden hairs visible on her cheek in the lamplight, the faintest smile tugging at her mouth. The tenderness of the image made her feel like an intruder. Her gaze drifted involuntarily to Chloe, wondering about her and Cole. Chloe looked up and asked if she had found a picture of her. She shook her head and flicked quickly to the next image before Chloe could lean over. It was the shot Cole had taken of her the night before, the one that had startled her into spilling her coffee. Seeing her own alarmed expression made her flinch. She continued scrolling. More ship scenes followed. Tina on deck, staring piercingly like a raptor, Ben hauling an oversized rucksack up the gangway. The sight reminded her again of Cole's enormous trunk and his claim that it held only photographic equipment. Yet she had seen him use nothing beyond this simple point-and-click camera. Then the images shifted to a society party. She was about to hand the camera back when her heart stuttered. The screen showed a man eating a canapé, but her focus locked on the waitress in the background, holding the tray. The girl's face was half-turned, dark hair spilling from its clip across her cheek. She was almost certain, almost completely certain, that this was the woman from cabin 10. Chloe peered over her shoulder and remarked on the man in the foreground, noting Alexander Belholm talking to Archer in the background. But she barely heard, her attention stayed fixed on the waitress. She returned the camera carefully, heart pounding, torn over whether to mention what she had seen. This was irrefutable proof that Cole, Archer, and Alexander had been in the same room as the missing woman. She sat frozen in indecision as Cole switched off the camera and began packing it away. The thought repeated in her mind. Should she say something? It was possible Cole had no idea of the photo's significance. The girl was barely in frame, the focus elsewhere. If he had something to hide, pointing it out would be reckless. He would deny it and likely delete the image. Yet if he knew nothing, he might willingly share the photo. Raising the issue now, in front of Chloe with others possibly listening, felt dangerous. She thought of Bjorn appearing silently from behind the paneling at breakfast and glanced involuntarily over her shoulder. She would not lose this evidence the way she had lost the mascara. If she confronted Cole, it would have to be in private. The image had survived this long on his camera. It could wait a little longer. She stood, knees unsteady, and told Chloe she wasn't hungry after all. She was supposed to be meeting Ben Howard. Chloe mentioned casually that Ben had already come looking for her. She had met him coming up from the spa. He had something important to tell her and had headed back to his cabin to work. Bjorn materialized again from behind the concealed screen and offered her a drink. She declined, asked him to send a sandwich to her suite instead, and slipped out with an apologetic nod to Cole and Chloe. She hurried along the corridor toward the aft cabins. Rounding a corner, she collided hard with Ben himself. The impact knocked the breath from her lungs. He caught her arm, saying he had been searching for her everywhere. When she asked what he had been doing in the spa, he insisted he had only been looking for her. She studied his face, those round, urgent eyes above his dark beard, the picture of innocence. Trust felt impossible now. A few years ago, she would have believed she knew him completely, until he had walked out. Now she could not even fully trust herself. She asked bluntly whether he had entered her treatment room. He looked confused and denied it, explaining they had told him she was getting a mud wrap and he hadn't wanted to barge in. He had asked for a girl named Ula, but when she wasn't there, he had slipped a note under the door and left. She told him she hadn't seen any note. He asked what this was about. Fear and frustration swelled in her chest until it felt ready to burst. She had no way of knowing if he was telling the truth. Lying about a note seemed pointless, especially if he had written the message in the steam. Perhaps she had simply missed it in her panic. At last, she told him someone had left her a message written in steam on the shower mirror next door while she was having her treatment. It had said to stop digging. His face went slack with shock, mouth falling open. If he was acting, it was the finest performance she had ever seen. He asked if she was serious. She confirmed she was completely serious. He questioned whether she had seen anyone enter and wondered if there was another entrance to the bathroom. She explained there wasn't. They must have come through the treatment room. She admitted, chin raised against the shame, that she had fallen asleep. According to Ava, the only people who had gone down to the spa were Tina, Chloe, and him. Ben reminded her about the spa staff and suggested a fire exit. She countered that it was one way, leading only into staff quarters and impossible to open from the other side. She had asked. He remained unconvinced, pointing out it wouldn't be hard for someone to wedge it open, and noted that Eva hadn't been present the whole time. When she pressed him, he explained that when he had come back up, Anne Bulmer had been waiting for her nail varnish to dry, but Eva was gone. If Eva claimed she had stayed throughout, she was lying. The realization hit her hard. She pictured herself lying there, half naked under the thin film wraps and towels, completely vulnerable. Anyone could have slipped in, pressed a hand over her mouth, wound plastic around her head. She asked Ben what he had wanted to see her about, forcing her voice to stay even. He looked uneasy. He reminded her of the bridge tour. She nodded. He described how Archer had been trying to text someone, fumbled his phone, and Ben had picked it up, open to contacts. The name read simply Jess, but the preview photo showed a woman in her late 20s with long dark hair and dark eyes, wearing a Pink Floyd t-shirt. A cold trickle slid down her spine. She remembered Archer's laughing face the night before as he twisted her arm behind her back, and Chloe's disapproving glance that hinted the rumors about his first wife might be true. She asked whether that was the person Archer had been texting. Ben shook his head. He wasn't sure. Archer might have pressed buttons while fumbling. She pulled out her own phone automatically to search Jess Fenlon, but the bar spun uselessly. Internet still down, emails still not loading. She asked if Ben's connection worked. He said no, some router issue, typical teething problems on a maiden voyage. Archer had complained loudly about it over lunch to poor Honey, nearly bringing her to tears. Honey had spoken to Camilla, who promised it would be fixed soon. He hoped so. He had a piece to file. She frowned and slid the phone back into her pocket. Could Archer have written the Steam message? The thought of his strength and the cruel edge in his smile made her stomach turn at the image of him slipping past her while she slept. Ben added that the group had gone down to the engine room, 3 decks below, probably passing close to the spa exit she had mentioned. She asked if he would have noticed anyone peeling off from the group. He doubted it. The engine deck was cramped, everyone strung out and weaving through tight spaces. The group only regrouped once they reached the upper level. Claustrophobia surged through her, thick and nauseating, as if the boat's polished luxury were tightening around her throat. She said she had to get out, anywhere. Ben reached for her shoulder, but she pulled away and staggered to the deck door, shoving it open against the wind. The wind struck her face like a fist. She stumbled to the rail and gripped it, feeling the boat pitch beneath her. Grey waves stretched endlessly like a barren desert to the horizon. No land, no other ships. She closed her eyes, the useless spinning search icon still burning behind her lids. There was literally no way to call for help. Ben's voice came from behind, half lost in the wind, asking if she was all right. Salt spray stung her cheeks. She shook her head. He said her name again. She told him not to touch her through clenched teeth. The boat rose over a heavy wave. Her stomach clenched hard, and she vomited over the rail, heaving until only bitter acid remained. She saw with a sharp, vicious satisfaction that her vomit now streaked the hull and a porthole below. The perfect paintwork was ruined, she thought, wiping her mouth on her sleeve. Ben asked once more if she was okay. She tightened her fists on the rail. Be nice, she told herself. She turned, forced a nod, and said she actually felt a little better. She had never been much of a sailor. He put an arm around her and pulled her close. She let herself lean into the hug, swallowing the instinct to pull away. She needed him on her side. She needed him to trust her and believe she trusted him. Cigarette smoke drifted past her nose, followed by the sharp tap of high heels along the port deck. She straightened quickly, stepping away from Ben as if by accident. It was Tina. She couldn't face her now, not with tears drying on her face and vomit on her sleeve. Not while trying to project a professional, ambitious image. She asked Ben if they could go inside. He agreed kindly and held the door as they slipped back in, just as Tina rounded the corner. After the wind's roar, the corridor felt suddenly quiet and oppressively hot. They watched in silence as Tina strolled to the rail and leaned over, only paces upwind of where she had been sick. Ben said quietly, staring at Tina's back through the glass, that if she wanted the truth, his money was on her. She was a stone-cold bitch. She looked at him, shocked. She had heard Ben criticize colleagues before, but never with such raw contempt. He clarified it wasn't just ambition. He had worked with her. She was in another league of careerist. He would swear she would kill for a story or a promotion, and she targeted other women. He couldn't stand women like that. They were their own worst enemies. She stayed silent. His words carried an edge of misogyny, yet they echoed Rowan's assessment too closely to dismiss outright. Still, Tina had been in the spa with her when the message appeared. And her defensive reaction that morning lingered. She admitted reluctantly that she had asked Tina where she was last night. Tina had turned aggressive, warning her not to go around making enemies. Ben gave an unpleasant smile. He said she wouldn't admit it, but Alexander had told him during the tour that Tina had been with Joseph, the cabin attendant. Alexander had seen Joseph slipping out of her cabin in the early hours, distinctly undressed. She reacted with surprise. Ben joked that Joseph's devotion to passenger comfort apparently went further than expected. He wondered if he could persuade Ulla to do the same. She didn't laugh. Not with the narrow, sunless staff quarters, only 2 decks below. How far would someone go to escape those confines? Tina turned then, spotted them through the glass, flicked her cigarette overboard, and gave her a quick wink before walking back along the deck. The thought of the men chuckling behind Tina's back left her feeling suddenly sick. She asked accusingly, what about Alexander? His cabin was aft with theirs, and what had he been doing spying on Tina in the middle of the night? Ben snorted. He said she must be joking. Alexander weighed around 350 pounds and had a heart condition. He couldn't imagine him lifting an adult woman over a rail. The man sounded like a steam train on stairs. You worried he would collapse at the top. She countered that Alexander hadn't been playing poker, so they had no real alibi for him, only that he had been prowling early that morning, and he had appeared in Cole's photo. Ben dismissed it again. The size of a walrus, heart condition. Impossible for him to overpower anyone. She suggested the woman could have been drunk or drugged. Tipping an unconscious body overboard would only take leverage. Ben pointed out the scream. Fury flashed through her. She snapped that she was sick of everyone picking apart her account, as if she should have every answer. She didn't know anymore. She didn't know what to think. He apologized mildly, saying he was only thinking aloud. Then he began again about Alexander. A voice echoed up the corridor. Taking my name in vain? They both turned sharply. Heat flooded her cheeks. How long had Alexander been standing there? Had he heard everything? Ben answered smoothly that they had only been talking about him. Alexander walked up, breathing hard. Ben was right. The slightest effort left him gasping. He asked, with a wheeze, if everything was good, he hoped. She forced herself to nod along as Ben smoothly claimed they had only been discussing dinner and that she had mentioned how knowledgeable Alexander was about food. For a moment, she stood stunned by how effortlessly Ben lied now. Had he always been this slick, or had she simply never noticed? Both men waited for her to speak. She stammered that, yes, she remembered Alexander telling her about fugu. Alexander agreed enthusiastically, saying it was such a thrill and that one had a responsibility to wring every ounce of sensation from life. Otherwise, it was just a short, nasty, brutal interlude before death. He gave a broad, crocodile-like smile and shifted a Patricia Highsmith book under his arm. Ben asked casually where he was heading. They had a few hours free before dinner. Alexander leaned in confidentially and touched his walnut-colored cheek, admitting the color wasn't entirely natural. He was off to the spa for a touch-up. His wife always said he looked better with some color. She expressed surprise that he was married. Alexander nodded, saying for his sins it would be 38 years this year. He added with a grating laugh that you got less for murder. She cringed inwardly. If he hadn't overheard them earlier, the remark was odd. If he had, it was in very poor taste. She wished him a nice time at the spa. He smiled and said he would see them at dinner. As he turned to leave, an impulse she couldn't fully explain made her call out, "Wait, Alexander." He turned, eyebrow raised. Her courage wavered, but she pushed on, saying it might sound strange, but she had heard noises from cabin 10 last night, the supposedly empty one at the end of the ship. A woman had been in it yesterday, yet now they couldn't find her. She asked if he had seen or heard anything, a splash, any noise. Ben had mentioned he was up. Alexander confirmed he had indeed been awake, insomnia worsened by a new bed at his age. He had slipped up on deck for a midnight walk. On the way there and back, he had noticed several comings and goings. Tina had received a late visit from the attentive cabin crew, and the dishy Mr. Lederer had been prowling near their end of the ship. Odd, since his cabin was at the opposite end. He wondered with a cocked eyebrow if Lederer had been coming to see her. She blushed furiously and denied it. She asked if Lederer could have been going into cabin 10. Alexander said regretfully. He hadn't seen. He had only caught a glimpse of him rounding the corner. Perhaps on his way back to establish an alibi. Ben asked what time this had been. Alexander thought it must have been around 4 or 4:30. She exchanged a glance with Ben. She had woken at 3:04. That likely ruled out Tina if Joseph had stayed with her all night. But Cole, what possible reason could he have for being at this end of the ship? She remembered again his huge case being bumped up the gangway. Alexander then asked slyly about the woman he had seen coming out of Ben's cabin. Ben blinked and insisted he must have the wrong cabin. Number 8 was his, and no one had been there but him. Alexander raised an eyebrow, chuckled, and said if that was so, perhaps he had mistaken the cabin in the dark. He hoisted his book again and asked if they had any further questions. She said no, not now, but asked if she could come find him later if something else occurred to her. He agreed cheerfully, then puffed away down the corridor with a theatrical "Dieu until dinner," promising to return bronzed as a young Adonis and basted as a Christmas turkey. Once he rounded the corner, Ben remarked that Alexander was quite the package. She said he was so full on. Did Ben think the character was all an act, or was he really like that all the time? Ben suspected it had started as a pose, but had become second nature. She asked if he had ever met Alexander's wife. Ben said no, but she apparently existed. A dragon, daughter of a German count, once a beauty. They owned an incredible house in South Kensington, full of original Rubens and Titians. It had been in Hello magazine with rumours the art was looted. Nazi pieces and IFAR had investigated, though he thought that was nonsense. She rubbed her face, trying to push away the creeping weariness, and said she couldn't tell if Alexander had said anything useful. The part about Cole seemed weird. Ben agreed it was odd, but if it was around 4, did it really help? He was starting to wonder if Alexander just made things up for effect. The claim about a girl in his own cabin had been pure nonsense. He asked if she believed him. She felt a lump rise in her throat. She was so tired, yet she couldn't rest. This trip was supposed to make her career, but if she kept causing trouble, she would end up with enemies instead of contacts. She managed to say yes, of course. Ben studied her face, then said good, because he swore no one had been in his cabin, unless someone had slipped in while he was out. She asked if he thought Alexander had overheard them earlier, the way he had crept up despite his size. Ben shrugged. He doubted it and didn't think Alexander was the type to hold a grudge. She stayed silent, but inwardly she disagreed. Alexander struck her as exactly the sort who would savor holding a grudge. Ben asked what she wanted to do now. Did she want him to come with her to find Bulmer? She shook her head. She needed to return to her cabin and get some food. Besides, she wasn't sure she wanted Ben along when she saw Lord Bulmer. Her cabin door was locked. Inside, an open sandwich waited on a room service tray beside a bottle of mineral water. Condensation showed it had been there a while. Though she wasn't hungry, she had eaten nothing since breakfast and had thrown most of that up. She sat and forced herself to eat the prawn and hard-boiled egg on heavy rye bread. As she chewed, she watched the sea rise and fall outside the window, its restless motion mirroring the thoughts churning in her head. Cole, Alexander, and Archer had all been in the same room as that girl, she was almost certain. The waitress's face had been half-turned, and it was hard to match it perfectly to the brief glimpse she'd caught through the cabin door yesterday, but the electric jolt of recognition had been undeniable. She had to hold on to that certainty. Archer at least had an alibi, but it rested entirely on Ben's word, and Ben had his own reasons for wanting that room declared secure. No matter how she spun it, Ben had deliberately lied to her. Without Cole's casual remark, she would never have known Ben himself had left the cabin during the poker game. But Ben? Surely not. If she could trust anyone on this boat, it had to be him, right? She wasn't sure anymore. She swallowed the last crust, wiped her fingers, and stood, feeling the boat's constant rock and sway. While she ate, sea mist had crept in, darkening the room. She switched on the light and checked her phone. Nothing. Still, no word from Judah. She refreshed anyway, hoping against hope. The connection failed notice brought a strange mix of fear and relief. Relief that perhaps Judah had been trying to reach her. His silence might not mean what she feared. But fear too, because the longer the internet stayed down, the more it felt like someone was deliberately blocking her access. And that thought worried her deeply. The door to Suite 1, no bell, looked like every other anonymous white cabin door, yet its position alone at the prow, with a long blank corridor stretching behind, made clear it was something special. She knocked cautiously. She wasn't sure what she expected, Richard Bulmer, or perhaps a maid, but when the door opened, Anne Bulmer stood there. She stood frozen in the doorway, the sight of Anne Bulmer's tear-streaked face knocking every rehearsed word from her mind. The woman's dark eyes were rimmed red, shadowed with exhaustion, faint tracks still glistening on her gaunt cheeks. Anne lifted her chin with a flicker of defiance and wiped at her eyes with the corner of her silk robe. She asked what she could do for her. She swallowed hard and explained she had hoped to speak with Richard. Anne replied that he was busy and offered to help instead. She shifted awkwardly, admitting she didn't think so, then hesitated between leaving and explaining herself. The tears pulled at her. Part of her wanted to retreat and leave the woman to her private grief, but another part refused to abandon someone who looked so frail. Seeing Anne Bulmer, with every advantage money could buy, still fighting for her life like this, felt almost unbearable. Anne said she was sorry and suggested it could wait until later. She could pass on a message. She twisted her fingers, searching for a safe reply. She couldn't possibly unload her suspicions on this haunted-looking woman. Instead, she mentioned the interview Richard had promised her after dinner. It was half true, after all, and that he had told her to come by this afternoon. Anne's expression cleared. She apologized. He must have forgotten. He had gone to the hot tub with Lars and a few others. She could probably catch him at dinner. She had no intention of waiting that long, but she simply nodded. She asked whether they would see Anne at dinner, cringing at how clumsy the words sounded. Anne said she hoped so. She felt a little better today. She got tired easily, but refused to let her body win too often. She asked if Anne was still undergoing treatment. Anne shook her head, the silk scarf around her skull rustling softly. She had finished her last round of chemotherapy for now. Radiotherapy would come after they returned, and then they would see. She wished her luck, immediately regretting how the phrase turned survival into a gamble, then thanked her. Anne said it was no problem at all and closed the door. She turned and walked back toward the stairs, face burning with shame. She had never been to the hot tub, but she knew it sat on the top deck above the Lindgren lounge just outside the spa. She climbed the thickly carpeted stairs toward the restaurant deck, expecting the usual sense of light and space. She had forgotten the sea mist. When she reached the outer door, a solid wall of grey pressed against the glass, blanketing the ship so thickly she could barely see from one end of the deck to the other. The mist brought a damp chill that raised gooseflesh on her arms and left a muffled hush over everything. She stood shivering in the doorway, trying to get her bearings, when the long, mournful blast of a foghorn rolled across the water. The whiteness disoriented her. It took her a minute to locate the stairs to the upper deck. They lay to her right, farther toward the prow. She couldn't imagine anyone using a jacuzzi in this weather and wondered if Anne had been mistaken. Then, rounding the glassed-in tip of the restaurant, she heard laughter and saw lights glowing faintly in the mist overhead. Apparently, some people were mad enough to strip down even now. She wished she had brought a coat, but saw no point in going back. She hugged her arms around herself and climbed the slippery steps, following the voices. A glass screen divided the deck. She slipped around it and found them. Lars, Chloe, Richard Bulmer, and Cole, lounging in the biggest jacuzzi she had ever seen, 8 or 10 feet across. Only their heads and shoulders showed above the steaming, bubbling water. Richard Bulmer called out heartily, asking if she had recovered from last night. He extended a tanned, muscular arm, still steaming in the cold air. She shook his dripping hand, then folded her arms again as the warmth faded and the wind chilled her damp skin. Chloe laughed and invited her to join them, waving at the churning water. She thanked her, but shook her head, trying not to shudder. It was too cold. Bulmer winked and said it felt warmer inside, then pointed out the open-sided cold shower and the wooden sauna behind the screen. He described the cycle: hot tub, cold shower, sauna, repeat as long as your heart could stand it. She said awkwardly that it wasn't really her thing. Cole grinned, showing his pointed incisors, and urged her to try it. Jumping from sauna to cold shower had been incredible. "What didn't kill you made you stronger," he added. She flinched. She thanked them, but declined again. Chloe smiled and reached for a frosted glass of champagne on the side table, dripping water onto Cole's camera below. She gathered her courage and spoke directly to Bulmer, ignoring the interested stares of the others. She told him she needed to talk about something and asked if she could see him later in his cabin. Bulmer shrugged and said, "Why wait? In business, now was almost always the right time. What felt like prudence was usually just cowardice. Someone else would get there first." She hesitated, uneasy. She really didn't want an audience, and his warning about someone getting there first unsettled her further. Bulmer told her to have a glass of something and pressed a button on the jacuzzi rim. Ulla appeared silently. He ordered champagne for Miss Blacklock. The girl nodded politely and vanished. She took a deep breath. There was no other way. Only Bulmer could divert the boat. If she didn't speak now, she might never get the chance. Better to do it here, even with witnesses, than risk. The warning voice hissed inside her head, "Stop digging!" but she forced the words out. She began to ask whether he had spoken to his head of security, Johan Nilsson, and if he had seen him today. Bulmer frowned. He said, "Nilsson reported to the captain, not to him." Why did she ask? Before she could answer, Ulla reappeared at her elbow with a tray holding a champagne glass and a bottle in an ice holder. The champagne glass felt cold and sour against her lips as low Blacklock sipped tentatively, the sharp bubbles making her shiver. She fought the urge to grimace, acutely aware of how it would look to Bulmer. Accepting the drink had seemed the only gracious move. She was his guest, Velocity's representative, expected to dazzle with professionalism. Yet here she stood, steeling herself to level the worst possible accusation at his staff and passengers. The impossibility of her position pressed down on her. She took another small sip, trying to organize her racing thoughts. "This is difficult," she began. Bulmer prompted her gently toward Nilsson. Gathering herself, Lowe described phoning the security officer the night before after hearing strange noises from the neighboring cabin. Number 10. She paused, glancing around the small circle of listeners. Lars watched with moist-lipped skepticism, Chloe with wide-eyed curiosity, and Cole with clear worry. Bulmer himself frowned in puzzlement, noting that the cabin should have been empty since Solberg had cancelled. Emboldened, Lowe pressed on. She had stepped onto her veranda and seen no one, but fresh blood smeared across the glass safety barrier. Lars grinned openly, calling it novel-like and urging her forward with barely veiled sarcasm. Lowe's voice hardened as she continued. The security guard had let her into the empty cabin, where the blood on the glass had already been. A sharp chink and splash cut her off. Everyone turned. Cole held his hand over the side of the jacuzzi, blood dripping steadily from his fingers onto the pale decking. He muttered unsteadily that he was fine, apologizing for knocking over his glass and breaking it while trying to save it. No shards had fallen into the water, he insisted, holding out a palm of bloodied fragments. Chloe gulped, her face turning a sickly greenish white, eyes squeezed shut. Bulmer set his own glass down, rose from the jacuzzi, steam rising from his near-naked body in the cold air. He shrugged on a white robe, assessed Cole's bleeding hand and Chloe's near-fainting state with clinical detachment, then began issuing crisp orders like a surgeon in theatre. Cole should drop the glass, Ulla would clean him up. Lars was to take Chloe inside to lie down and give her a Valium if needed, with Eva handling medical supplies. Finally, he turned to Lowe, belting the robe tightly, weighing his words with care. He asked her to wait in the restaurant. Once this was sorted, they would go through exactly what she had seen and heard. An hour later, Lowe understood exactly how Richard Bulmer had built his empire. He didn't merely listen, he grilled her relentlessly on every detail, exact times, the shape and smear pattern of the blood spatter, every sound and sensation. Between sips of scalding black coffee, his bright blue eyes locked on hers, the faint Mockney accent vanishing into precise old Etonian tones. He asked without speculation or leading, firing questions with absolute focus and zero visible emotion. No distress like Nilsson's, no defensive denial. To any outsider glancing through the window, they might have been calmly solving a crossword, rather than discussing something that could wreck his business and signal a psychopath aboard. Lowe watched his face carefully, impressed despite herself by the stoic calm. She couldn't tell if he was furious or panicked beneath the surface, or if this cool control was simply what success at his level demanded. He took her through the girls' conversation again, backward, forward, sideways, until she had nothing left to add. At last, Bulmer sat silent for a moment, head bowed in thought. He checked his Rolex, then thanked her. The experience had clearly been distressing, he acknowledged. With her permission, he would speak to Nilsson and Captain Larsen to ensure every possible step was taken. They could meet again first thing tomorrow to plan next actions. In the meantime, he hoped she could still enjoy dinner and the evening. Lowe asked what would happen now. They were heading to Trondheim, but could they stop somewhere closer so she could report to the police immediately? Bulmer stood, explaining it might still be best to reach Trondheim by early morning. A midnight stop risked finding no on-duty station. jurisdiction could complicate matters. The Norwegian police might be limited if the incident occurred in British or international waters. The boat was registered in the Cayman Islands, he added. He would consult the captain on how that affected their options. A sinking feeling settled in Lo's stomach. She had read how such flag of convenience investigations often ended, with minimal effort, especially without clear evidence of a missing person. Still, speaking to Bulmer left her feeling steadier. At least he seemed to believe her, unlike Nilsson. He extended his hand to leave, offering a small, asymmetric smile that suited his face and carried wry sympathy. His piercing blue eyes met hers. Then Lo spoke abruptly. There was one more thing he should know. She swallowed hard, reluctant, but aware it would surface anyway when he spoke to Nilsson. Better it came from her. The night before the incident she had been drinking, and she took antidepressants, had done for years, since a breakdown around age 25. Bulmer's eyebrows rose. He asked bluntly whether she was saying Nilsson had doubted her story because of the medication for depression. The directness made Lo cringe, but she nodded. Not in those exact words, but yes, Nilsson had commented on mixing medication with alcohol, implying she might have overreacted. She added, words tumbling out almost in Nilsson's defense, that she had also been burgled just before boarding, attacked in her flat, and Nilsson had learned of it. He hadn't accused her of inventing the events, but perhaps of exaggerating her response. Bulmer's voice carried deep shame as he told her a member of his staff had made her feel that way. He took her hand in a vice-like grip. He assured her he took her account with the utmost seriousness. Relief washed through Lo. Someone finally believed her, and not just anyone, but Richard Bulmer, the Aurora's owner. If anyone could get this sorted, it was him. She thanked him, the single word too small for the feeling. Walking back to her cabin, she pressed her hands to her stinging eyes, exhaustion prickling behind them. She checked her phone for the time. Almost 5. The hours had vanished. Automatically she refreshed her emails. Still no connection. Unease twisted in her chest. This outage had gone on far too long. She should have mentioned it to Bulmer, but he had already slipped away through one of the concealed exits, presumably to speak with the captain. What if Jude had emailed? Or rung? The thought of him ignoring her still stung. For a moment, the memory hit her hard. His hands on her back, her face pressed to his warm t-shirt, the solid comfort of his chest. And the longing nearly made her stagger. At least they would reach Trondheim tomorrow. No one could stop her from getting online then. "Lo!" Ben's voice called from behind. She turned. He filled the narrow corridor, perspective playing tricks so that he seemed to swell larger as he approached. He fell into step beside her toward their cabins and asked how it had gone with Bulmer. She kept her tone light. It had gone okay, she said. He seemed to believe her. Inside, though, doubt crept in. Bulmer had offered no concrete promises, only careful ifs and conditionals. He had left her feeling steadier, but he had revealed nothing that could be quoted as full support. Ben asked if he was diverting the boat. She didn't know. Bulmer had seemed to think pushing on to Trondheim for an early arrival tomorrow made more sense. At their doors, she pulled out her key, unlocked, and said wearily that she hoped dinner wasn't another 8-course ordeal tonight. She needed sleep to be coherent for the police in Trondheim. Ben asked if that was still her plan. Yes, she told him. The moment the boat docked, she was going straight there. She wanted her statement on an official record, even if they couldn't investigate. It would make her feel safer. He agreed it was fair enough. She had a clean slate with the police, he said. Stick to the facts, stay clear and unemotional like she had with Bulmer. They would believe her. She had no reason to lie. He offered that she knew where to find him if she needed anything. She gave him a tired smile and started to close the door, but he rested his hand on the frame, blocking it casually. He mentioned Cole almost as an afterthought. It wasn't just the hand. Cole had somehow knocked his camera into the hot tub at the same time. He was beside himself, couldn't understand how he'd left it so close to the edge. The lens might survive, but the body and SD card were ruined. The corridor seemed to tilt. Lo felt a prickling flash of the girl's photo on that little screen, most likely gone forever now. Ben laughed lightly, telling her not to look so doom-laden. Cole would have insurance. It was just a shame about the shots. He had shown some great ones over lunch, including a lovely photo of her from the night before. He reached out and touched her chin, asking if she was okay. She jerked her head away and forced a smile. She was fine, she said. She just didn't think she'd ever go on a cruise again. The sea, the hemmed-in feeling. She really only wanted to reach Trondheim now. Her heart hammered. She needed him gone so she could think. She nodded at his hand still on the frame and asked him to move it. He laughed easily, apologized, and stepped back. She closed the door with an apologetic smile, slid the deadbolt, then slumped against the wood. She drew her knees to her chest, forehead resting on them. The image burned behind her closed eyes. Chloe reaching for her champagne, arm dripping onto Cole's camera on the deck below. It couldn't have been an accident. The camera hadn't been on the rim. Someone had used the chaos of her announcement and the broken glass to pick it up from the floor and drop it in. It could have been anyone. Guest, staff, even Cole himself, any time after they left the deck. The cabin felt stifling, airless. She had to get out. On the veranda, the sea mist pressed close. She gulped cold air, letting it fill her lungs and jolt her awake. She had to think. All the pieces were there. She just needed to fit them together if her aching head would let her. She leaned over the railing exactly as she had the night before. The memory sharpened. The stealthy slide of the veranda door, the huge smacking splash in the quiet, the smear of blood across the glass. Certainty flooded her. She had not imagined any of it. Not the mascara, not the blood, not the woman in cabin 10. Most of all, she had not imagined her. For that woman's sake, she could not let this drop. She knew exactly what it felt like to be her, to wake in the night with someone in the room, helpless, certain something awful was coming and powerless to stop it. The September air turned sharply cold, reminding her how far north they had come, nearly to the Arctic Circle. She shivered hard. She pulled out her phone again, held it high, and checked for signal. Still, no bars. Tomorrow, though. Tomorrow they would dock in Trondheim, and no matter what, she was getting off this boat and straight to the nearest police station. As Lo prepared for dinner that night, she felt as if she were applying war paint, layering on the calm, professional mask she needed to survive the evening. Part of her longed to crawl under the duvet and hide. The thought of making small talk with people who might include a murderer, while eating food served by someone who could have killed a woman the night before, felt both terrifying and surreal. Yet a stubborn core refused to surrender. In the bathroom mirror, borrowing Chloe's mascara, she searched her reflection for the idealistic young woman who had started journalism at university 15 years earlier, dreaming of becoming an investigative reporter who changed the world. Instead, she had drifted into travel writing at Velocity to pay the bills. She had grown to enjoy it, even relishing the perks, and imagining herself in Rowan's role, running her own magazine. She felt no shame in the writer she had become, but she wondered how she could face that younger self if she lacked the courage to investigate a story staring her in the face. She thought of the women she admired, reporters who had risked everything in war zones, exposed corruption, gone to prison to protect sources. She could not picture Martha Gellhorn obeying an order to stop digging, or Kate Addy cowering in her hotel room out of fear. The words, "Stop digging," burned in her memory. Finishing her makeup with a swipe of lip gloss, she breathed on the mirror, fogging it, and wrote one word in the steam: no. Besides, a smaller, more selfish voice reminded her she was safest in company. No one could harm her in front of a room full of witnesses. She had just straightened her gown when a knock sounded at the door. She called out, asking who it was. Carla answered from the corridor, her voice carrying that familiar note of anxious surprise. Lo opened the door. Carla stood there, smiling with her usual slightly alarmed expression. She reminded Lo that dinner would begin in 10 minutes, and drinks were already being served in the Lindgren lounge. As Carla turned to leave, Lo called her back on impulse. She asked if there was anything more Carla had wanted to tell her earlier in the staff quarters, something she might not have said in front of Miss Lidman. Lo explained she was going to the police in Trondheim tomorrow and offered to keep anything confidential and anonymous. She added firmly that she was a journalist and they protected their sources. Carla twisted her fingers together, silent at first. When Lo prompted her, Carla's blue eyes glistened for a moment before she blinked the tears away. She said she was sorry for Lo. Johan was telling everyone that Lo had made the whole thing up, that she was paranoid and seeking attention. Carla insisted she did not believe that. She thought Lo was a good person who truly believed what she said. But they all needed their jobs. If the police decided something bad had happened on board, passengers would stay away and finding new work would be difficult. She had a little boy, Eric, at home with her mother, who relied on the money she sent. Lo reached for her arm, pressing for clarification. Was Carla saying there had been a girl in the cabin? Had someone smuggled her aboard? Carla pulled free. She insisted she was saying nothing and begged Lo not to make trouble if nothing had actually happened. Then she hurried down the corridor, punched the code into the staff door, and disappeared. On her way to the Lindgren lounge, Lo replayed the conversation, trying to decipher what it meant. Had Carla seen someone in the cabin, or only suspected it? Or was she simply torn between sympathy for Lo and fear of the consequences if the story proved true? Outside the lounge, she checked her phone discreetly, hoping for a signal now that they might be nearing land, but there was still nothing. As she slipped it back into her evening bag, Camilla Lidman approached and offered to take the bag. Lo declined. She wanted the phone close in case it connected to a network. Camilla offered her a glass of champagne instead. Lo accepted one, telling herself one glass for courage would not hurt before tomorrow. Camilla mentioned that the talk on the Northern Lights had been cancelled for that evening. Lord Bulmer had been called away to handle an emergency, and Mr. Lederer had injured his hand, so the presentation with his photographs would be rescheduled for tomorrow after the group returned from Trondheim. Lo nodded and scanned the room. Bulmer and Cole were absent, as expected. Chloe was missing too. Lars said she was feeling ill and resting in her cabin. Anne was present, but looked pale. When she lifted her glass, her robe slipped, revealing a deep purple bruise on her collarbone. She noticed Lo's glance, gave a self-conscious laugh, and explained she had tripped in the shower. She bruised easily now because of the chemotherapy. As they took their seats for dinner, Ben gestured invitingly toward the chair beside him, opposite Archer, but Lo pretended not to notice and sat instead next to Owen White. He was deep in conversation with Tina about his financial interests and role at the investment company. Listening with half an ear, Lo caught him lowering his voice as if reluctant to be overheard. He admitted he was not entirely convinced the setup was sustainable, It was such a niche investment area. Still, he doubted Bulmer would struggle to find interest elsewhere. Bulmer had deep pockets of his own, or rather Anne did, so he could afford to wait for the right partner. It was a shame Solberg had not been able to come, as this was more his area of expertise. The conversation drifted on to shared holiday destinations and the identity of the neon green jelly cube on their plates, accompanied by what looked like seaweed. Lo let her gaze wander across the room. Archer was talking loudly to Ben, laughing uproariously, already drunk with his bow-tie askew. Anne sat at the same table, speaking with Lars. No trace remained of the tears Lo had seen earlier, but her expression looked haunted, and her smile strained as she nodded at whatever Lars was saying. Lo studied Anne across the table, wondering about the quiet power the woman seemed to wield, when Alexander's low voice drifted over, calling her an enigma. He described her as fragile in appearance, yet the true force behind Richard's success, the iron fist inside the silk glove. Wealth like hers from childhood, he said, had a way of hardening anyone. She asked whether he knew Anne well. He shook his head. He had never met her. Richard lived half his life on planes, but Anne almost never left Norway. The idea struck Alexander as alien. He thrived on travel and could not imagine limiting himself to one small country when the world's best restaurants and capitals waited. He supposed it was a reaction to her past. She had lost her parents in a plane crash at 8 or 9 and spent the rest of her childhood being shuttled between European boarding schools by her grandparents. They had just lifted their forks when a noise at the door made Lo look up. Cole entered unsteadily and crossed to the table. A stewardess quickly fetched an extra chair. Lo shifted her plate and seat to make room as the woman placed it at the head. Cole dropped heavily into it, his hand bandaged, his face unshaven and flushed with drink. He refused the champagne honey offered and asked for a scotch instead. Once the stewardess left, he slumped back and rubbed his face. Lo told him carefully how sorry she was about the camera. He scowled, clearly already drunk, and muttered that it was his own stupid fault. He should have backed everything up. She asked if all the shots were gone. He shrugged. He had no idea, but probably. A technician in London might salvage something from the card, though right now his computer could not even read it. Her pulse quickened. She pressed on, saying she thought she had glimpsed one photo from somewhere else. Cole confirmed he had been swapping cards. The damaged one also held images from a shoot he had done a couple of weeks earlier at the Magellan, the exclusive all-male club in Piccadilly for diplomats and gentlemen travellers. Lo knew the place. She had attended functions there once or twice, standing in for Rowan. She asked if he was a member. He gave a bitter snort. Not a chance, he said. It was far too crusty for him, the kind of place that banned jeans. He preferred the front line. Alexander was a member, though, and so was Bulmer. To get in, you had to be either too posh to function or filthy rich, and Cole was neither. His slurred words dropped into a sudden lull at the table, loud enough to draw several heads. Anne glanced at a nearby steward and gave a small nod, clearly signalling to serve Cole's food before the whiskey arrived. Lo kept her own voice low and asked what he had been photographing there. He told her it was for Harper's, some launch or other. He could not remember the details. He jabbed at his plate awkwardly with the bandaged hand, complaining how painful it was. There was no way he was touring Trondheim Cathedral tomorrow. He would see a doctor instead for proper painkillers. After dinner, the group moved to the lounge for coffee. Lo found herself standing beside Owen White, both of them gazing out the long window into the fog. He nodded politely, but offered no conversation. She wondered what Rowan would have done, charm him or move on to someone more immediately useful to Velocity, like Archer. A glance over her shoulder showed Archer very drunk, cornering Hani against the window. His broad frame blocked her escape while she held a coffee jug and smiled with careful wariness. She tried to excuse herself with a gesture toward the pot, but he laughed and draped a heavy arm around her shoulders in a gesture that made Lo's skin crawl. Honey slipped free with practiced ease. For a second, Archer's face twisted between foolishness and fury. Then he shrugged it off and wandered over to Ben. Lo turned back to Owen with a quiet sigh. Relief for Honey, perhaps, or simple resignation at her own unwillingness to handle difficult people, even for the sake of her job. Owen seemed reassuringly harmless. She still had no clear sense whether he could help Velocity. Ben had called him an investor, but White had kept to himself all voyage. She introduced herself awkwardly as Laura Blacklock, travel journalist. Owen gave his name simply, a man of few words, and shook her left hand, the one not holding the hot coffee. She asked what had brought him aboard the Aurora. He explained he worked for an investment group, and Bulmer had hoped he would recommend the ship as an opportunity. When she cautiously mentioned what she had overheard him telling Tina, he confirmed he was not convinced it was sustainable. Still, he had been flattered by the invitation and too practical to turn down a free trip. It was a shame Solberg had not been able to come, he added. Lo asked whether cabin 10 had been meant for Solberg. Owen nodded. She pressed further, asking if he knew the man. He said they moved in the same circles. Solberg based in Norway, his own head office in London. But it was a small world. They knew their competitors the way she probably knew hers in travel journalism. She asked why Solberg had stayed away if the cruise suited his interests. Owen paused, chewing a petit four, then explained there had been a break-in at his house. His passport was stolen, but the bigger reason was that his wife and children had been home and badly shaken. Scandinavian companies, he noted, understood the importance of putting family first. He warned her about the nougat. It might loosen a filling. Not the nougat, Alexander's voice cut in from behind them as Lo tried to absorb the news and connect it to her own burglary. He teased Owen for trying it, then turned to her with a grin. An investigative report was needed, he said. Velocity should expose Bulmer's shady ties to the cosmetic dentistry industry. Between that and the other incident, future guests would find it impossible to get health insurance. Lo asked sharply what other incident he meant. She was certain she had never given him the full story of what happened in the hot tub. She wondered whether Lars had repeated it. Lo felt her stomach twist as Alexander's eyes widened theatrically. He had pieced it together. Cole's hand, of course. What on earth had she been thinking? After coffee, the group began to scatter. Owen slipped away without a word. Lars left noisily, cracking a joke about Chloe. Bulmer and Anne were still missing. Tina turned to her as she set down her empty cup. Come for a snifter in the bar? Alexander's about to play the baby grand. Lo hesitated, her mind still turning over what Owen had revealed about Solberg's break-in. I'm not sure. I might just turn in. Ben glanced at her. Tina purred his name invitingly. Lo? Want me to walk you back to your cabin? No need, I'm fine, she said, and headed for the door. She had nearly reached it when a hand caught her wrist. She turned. It was Ben. He asked quietly what was wrong. Lo glanced at the other guests, still laughing and chatting as stewards cleared the tables. Not here. Nothing's going on. He pressed her. Why had she acted so strangely all through dinner, deliberately ignoring the chair he had saved? The pressure in her temples sharpened, the anger she had bottled up all evening now pounding behind her eyes. You lied to me, she whispered furiously before she could stop herself. Ben looked stunned. He denied it. She hissed back that he had left the cabin during the poker game, something he had sworn no one had done. Cole had confirmed it, and that anyone could have slipped out while he was gone. He faltered, admitting he had stepped out early to fetch his wallet, but insisted it wasn't a real lie and had nothing to do with the timing she meant. Lo yanked her wrist free and hurried into the corridor, leaving him staring after her. Her thoughts still churned around Ben as she rounded the corner near the upper deck toilet. She almost stumbled over Anne Bulmer, who leaned against the wall as if gathering strength, her face grey with exhaustion, the shadows under her eyes deeper than ever. Lo gasped an apology, then worried whether she had hurt her, remembering the bruise on her collarbone. Anne managed a thin smile that never reached her eyes. She was simply very tired. Sometimes the whole performance felt too much. Lo offered quiet sympathy. Anne excused herself to bed. Lo nodded and continued aft, descending the stairs toward her own cabin. She had almost reached her door when an angry voice rang out behind her. Lo, wait, you can't throw around accusations like that and just walk away. Her shoulders tightened. Ben, she fought the urge to bolt inside and slam the door, but forced herself to turn and face him, back pressed to the wood. She insisted she had only repeated what she had been told. He sounded genuinely hurt. They had known each other more than 10 years. How could she suspect him of lying? Lo refused to soften. She recognized the old tactic, shifting blame to her supposed paranoia so she would end up apologizing and the real issue would vanish. Not this time. She kept her voice level. She was simply stating facts. He called her ridiculous, paranoid, seeing threats everywhere. Maybe Nilsson. He stopped short. Lo's fingers tightened around her evening bag, feeling the hard shape of her phone inside. Maybe Nilsson was right? Maybe I am imagining things. He denied saying that, urging her to step back and look at the situation rationally. She forced a calm smile. I am rational, and I'm very happy to take a step back. With that, she slipped inside her suite and slammed the door in his face. Ben's voice rose outside, followed by a heavy thump. He called her name again, pleading for her to talk, warning that things were getting out of hand. He asked what she planned to tell the police tomorrow. Lo said nothing. She slid the bolt and chain into place. No one was getting through that door tonight. She tossed her bag onto the bed, stripped off her evening gown, and stepped into the bathroom, shutting the door and turning the taps full on to drown him out. When she finally sank into the scalding water and silenced the taps, only the extractor fan hummed softly. He had given up. Later, her skin wrinkled and heavy with pleasant drowsiness, she dried off, cleaned her teeth, and belted on the white bathrobe. She pictured the solid night's sleep ahead and the careful story she would give the police in the morning. Then she would board the first bus or train to Trondheim's airport and fly home. The thought brought a wave of relief, so strong it nearly weakened her knees. When she opened the bathroom door, the cabin was quiet. She moved cautiously across the thick carpet to the spy hole and peered out. The corridor looked empty. Ben was gone. She sighed, picked up her evening bag to check the time, and set an alarm. She wasn't waiting for Carla's call. She wanted off this boat at first light. But the phone wasn't inside. She shook the small bag upside down. Nothing. It wasn't on the bed. She searched the floor, then checked the bathroom. No sign of it. A cold certainty settled over her. She had felt its weight during the argument with Ben and when she had thrown the bag onto the bed. She began tearing the room apart, flinging the duvet aside, shoving the bed. That was when she saw it. A single wet footprint on the white carpet, right beside the veranda door. Lo froze. Could it have been hers, from stepping out of the bath? Lo knew it was impossible. She had dried her feet thoroughly in the bathroom and never gone near the veranda. She crouched closer, fingertips brushing the cold, damp outline, and felt the distinct ridge of a heel. It was a shoe print. Only one explanation made sense. She stood, slid the veranda door open, and stepped out into the biting North Sea wind. The thin robe offered no protection. She shivered hard as she leaned over the rail and studied the empty balcony to her left. The high-glass privacy screens looked sheer, but anyone bold enough, steady enough, and willing to risk a fall could climb across. She had one more test. Heart-pounding, she pulled the door shut until it clicked, then tried to reopen it from outside. It slid back smoothly. Inside again, she repeated the motion and examined the lock. There was no way to secure the veranda door against entry from the next balcony. It made grim sense. The only person meant to be out there was the cabin's occupant. No one wanted the risk of someone trapping themselves outside in bad weather or a child locking a parent out. And the sea-facing verandas had always seemed safe from intrusion. Except they weren't. Not if someone was daring and strong enough to cross from the empty suite. Her own cabin had never been secure. All the bolts and chains on the main door meant nothing when the balcony offered a clear route. Lo changed quickly into jeans, boots, and her favorite hoodie. She double-checked the cabin door lock, then curled on the sofa, arms wrapped tight around a cushion. Sleep was out of the question now. Any crew member could enter the empty suite with a passkey. From there, it was only a short climb over the divider. To the right lay Archer's cabin, an ex-Marine whose upper body strength she remembered too well. To the left, the vacant room, and curving beyond it, Ben Howard's. Ben, who had undermined her story with Nilsson. Ben, who had lied about never leaving the poker game. Ben, who had already known about the photos on Cole's camera before she did. His casual words echoed in her mind. He had seen them over lunch. She shoved the suspicion aside and focused on the stolen phone. The thief had taken a huge risk, slipping in while she bathed. Why now? Because the boat was drawing closer to Trondheim. Internet was still down, so she couldn't call out without going through Camilla. But once land was near, that safety net would vanish. Lo hugged the cushion harder, thinking of Judah, of the police, of the story she would tell at dawn. She only had to hold on until morning. Meanwhile, on an online whodunit forum, users were already dissecting the case. One poster announced that a body had been found. Another corrected the name to Laura Blacklock, noting how many people had vanished from cruise ships in recent years, with almost no resolutions. Speculation turned quickly to her ex, who had been aboard and given an emotional interview claiming she had left voluntarily. The poster found it suspicious, citing statistics about women killed by partners or exes. A self-described family friend chimed in anonymously, defending the ex as devastated and hinting that Laura had long struggled with depression and instability, suggesting the police were quietly treating it as a possible suicide. The ex himself then posted under his real name, furious, correcting the medication details to anxiety rather than depression, confirming he had been working in Russia at the time and insisting the body had not yet been identified as hers, so it remained a missing persons matter. He reported the thread. The forum administrator shut it down for veering into harmful speculation, reminding users to stick to verified facts. One final post mentioned a Norwegian police scanner blog claiming a positive identification of Laura's body before the thread was closed for good. Lo lay curled on the narrow bunk, eyes squeezed shut, arms wrapped around her head, fighting the panic clawing up her throat. She was trapped. She knew it, even if she didn't yet know exactly where or how. She replayed the moment again and again through the rising fog of fear. She had been sitting on the sofa, cushion in her lap, waiting for dawn and Trondheim, when the knock came, sharp and shocking in the dead silence. Her head snapped up. The cushion dropped. Her heart slammed against her ribs. She forced herself to breathe, slow and deliberate, counting the seconds. The knock returned. 3 light taps, a long pause, then one final, slightly louder tap. She rose quietly and crept to the door. Shielding the peephole with her hand to hide any light, she slid the cover aside and pressed her face close, blocking the grey dawn glow from the cabin window. She had expected Nilsson or Ben, maybe even Bulmer. Never the woman who actually stood there. It was the girl from cabin 10, the missing girl, standing casually in the corridor as if nothing had happened. The sight punched the air from Lo's lungs. She had been wrong. The girl was alive. Nilsson had been right all along. Then the woman turned and walked briskly toward the staff quarters door. Lo couldn't let her vanish again. She slammed back the chain and bolt, yanked the door open, and shouted after her to wait. She needed to talk. The woman didn't slow or look back. She reached the lower deck door and punched in the code. Lo ran, catching the edge of the closing door just in time, fingers pinching painfully as she wrenched it open and lunged through. Darkness swallowed her. The bulb at the top of the stairs was out, or had been removed. As the door swung shut behind her, she hesitated, trying to locate the first step. That was when hands seized her from behind, one twisting into her hair, the other wrenching her arm up her back. In the pitch black, she fought wildly, nails raking skin, her free hand clawing for the thin, strong grip in her hair. Then her head was yanked back and slammed forward into the metal doorframe. A sharp crack rang through her skull, and everything went black. She woke alone on the bunk, head throbbing with nauseating pulses that made the dim lights warp and halo. A thin blanket covered her. Trembling, she slid off the bed and crawled across the floor to the curtain on the opposite wall. Pulling it aside revealed only a blank plastic wall, lightly textured to mimic wallpaper. No window. The room seemed to shrink around her. Her breathing quickened. She counted. 1, 2, 3, breathe in, fighting the sobs rising in her chest. 4, 5, 6, breathe out. She was trapped. She staggered to the main door and tried the handle. Locked. The angled door beside it opened into a tiny ensuite containing nothing but a dead spider curled in the sink. Desperate, she returned to the first door and yanked harder, rattling it violently, straining until stars burst in her vision, and she slumped to the floor, panting. Nothing gave. She was sealed inside a windowless cell, 4 feet by 6, well below the waterline, with thousands of tons of sea pressing against the steel hull inches away. She searched for anything to pry the door. Nothing. Every fixture was bolted down. Only fabric was loose. The pain in her head sharpened to neon jabs. She had been so stupid, rushing straight into the trap. She forced herself to think logically. Her limbs felt stiff, as if she had lain there for some time, yet she was thirsty but not desperately dehydrated. It was probably still Tuesday, the 22nd. Ben knew she had planned to go ashore in Trondheim. He would notice she was missing, wouldn't he? He wouldn't let the ship sail without her. But then she felt the engines thrumming and the gentle rise and fall of the waves beneath the hull. They had either skipped the stop or already left port. Everyone would assume she had gone ashore. If they searched at all, it would be on land, in the wrong place. She clung to one fragile hope. Passport control or a crew member at the gangway would have recorded that she never left the ship. Someone would realize she was still aboard. It was hard to hold on to that thought. The single bulb flickered and dimmed. The air felt thinner with every breath, the walls pressed closer like a coffin. Lo closed her eyes, pulled the thin blanket over herself, and tried to focus on the flat pillow against her cheek and the sound of her own breathing. But the image that kept returning was the girl standing nonchalantly outside her cabin door, hand on hip, then walking away with that easy swing in her step. How? Had she been hiding aboard all this time, perhaps even in this very room? Yet the space felt uninhabited, no stains, no marks, no lingering human scent. Even the dead spider spoke of long disuse. A woman so full of life could not have stayed here without leaving some trace. This place felt like a tomb, and Lo feared it might already be hers. Lo wasn't sure when exhaustion finally pulled her under, the steady ache in her skull and the low roar of the ship's engines blurring together. But she must have slept, because a sharp click woke her. She sat up fast, cracking her scalp against the upper bunk. Pain exploded behind her eyes. She fell back with a groan, clutching her head as blood hammered in her ears and a high ringing drilled through her skull. For long seconds she lay still, eyes squeezed shut, waiting for the worst to pass. When it eased enough, she rolled onto her side and squinted into the dim fluorescent glow. A plate and a glass waited on the floor. The liquid looked and smelled like orange juice. She sniffed it, but the same deep revulsion that had hit her earlier stopped her from drinking. Instead, she carried the glass into the tiny ensuite, poured it down the sink, and refilled it with warm, stale tap water. She gulped the first glass, then sipped the second slowly as she returned to the bunk. Her head throbbed. She felt shivery and weak, the way she did at the start of flu. Hunger, most likely. Her blood sugar had to be scraping bottom. She eyed the plate. Meatballs in sauce, mashed potato, peas, a bread roll. It looked ordinary, but the thought of eating anything prepared by whoever had locked her in this underwater cell turned her stomach. Poison could be anywhere. Rat poison, sleeping pills, worse. She would have no choice but to swallow it. Then logic cut through the fear. If they had wanted her dead, they could have finished the job while she was unconscious. They had gone to the trouble of bringing her here instead. So they didn't want her dead. Not yet. She stabbed a single pea with the fork, examined it, then put it in her mouth and rolled it around. No strange taste, she swallowed. Nothing happened. Hunger sharpened. She ate the rest of the peas, then the meatballs and potato. The food tasted normal, the bland institutional flavor of mass catering. When the plate was clean, she sat back and waited for whoever had brought it to return. And waited. Time stretched strangely, without windows or clocks. She tried counting seconds, then her own pulse, but lost track somewhere past 2000. The headache remained, but the growing shiveriness in her limbs worried her more. At first, she blamed low blood sugar. After eating, she wondered if something had been in the food. Then the real answer slid into place: her pills. She had popped one out Monday morning after seeing Nilsson, but never taken it. Some pointless act of defiance, a silent "fuck you" left on the counter. The argument with Ben, the spa, the shower, at least 48 hours, maybe 60, without a dose. The realization settled cold in her stomach. She remembered her first panic attack at 13 or 14, how she had hidden it like something shameful. They had returned during A-levels, growing until managing them became a full-time job. Therapists came and went. Talking Cure, community group, the CBT man with the soft voice she now couldn't stand. None had fixed her completely, but she had scraped through exams, felt steadier at university, met Ben, landed the job at Velocity, and built a life in London. She had tried coming off the medication once, when everything seemed stable, tapered all the way down. Lasted 2 months before she cracked. Lost 30 pounds, nearly lost her job. Her mother had marched her back to the GP, who put her on the original 40-milligram dose. Relief had come within days. They had agreed to try again later. That time had never arrived. Now was the worst possible moment, trapped in a steel box 6 feet below sea level. She tried to calculate how long it had taken last time before the real withdrawal hit. 4 days? Less. Already she felt the first cold, electric pricks of panic racing over her skin. You'll die here. No one will ever know. The spiral tightened. Oh God, oh God, oh God, until a sound at the door snapped her out of it. She froze, back pressed to the bunk. Should she attack? Spring the moment it opened? The handle began to turn. His heart hammered in his throat. He stood and backed against the far wall, torn between the urge to fight and the need to know who was coming through that door. Images flooded his mind. Nilsson, the chef in latex gloves, the girl in the Pink Floyd t-shirt gripping a knife. He swallowed hard. A hand darted through the gap, snatched the plate in a blur, and the door slammed shut. The light vanished, dropping the cabin into thick, inky blackness he could almost taste. There was nothing he could do. He lay in the impenetrable dark for what felt like hours, drifting in and out of consciousness, each awakening desperate for even a sliver of light from the corridor, any proof he still existed and wasn't trapped in some imagined hell. Eventually, he fell into deep sleep. He jolted awake, heart stuttering erratically, still surrounded by complete darkness. Shaking and drenched in sweat, he gripped the bunk like a lifeline while clawing free from the worst nightmare he could remember. In the dream, the girl had been inside the cabin with him. Though the blackness should have hidden her, he sensed her presence clearly, standing motionless in the center. He couldn't move. The dark pressed down on his chest like a living weight. She approached slowly until she stood inches away, the t-shirt skimming her long, slim thighs. She smiled, then peeled the shirt off in one fluid motion. Beneath it, she was painfully thin. Ribs, collarbones, jutting pelvis, elbows wider than her forearms, wrists knobbly. She looked down at herself and removed her bra with deliberate slowness. There was nothing sensual in her small, shallow breasts or hollow stomach. Still paralyzed on the bunk, he watched in rising horror as she continued. Her underwear slid from narrow hips to the floor. She yanked out her hair by the roots, then stripped away her eyebrows, lips and nose. One by one she drew out her fingernails and let them clatter down, followed by her teeth clicking to the ground. Finally, she peeled off her skin like a tight dress, revealing raw muscle, sinew and bone, like a skinned rabbit. She dropped to all fours and crawled toward him, her lipless mouth stretched in a grotesque smile. He tried to retreat, but hit the bunk's rear wall. Breath whimpering in his throat, he struggled to speak or move, frozen by terror. She opened her mouth as if to speak, then reached in and tore out her own tongue. He woke gasping, the horror still crawling over his skin, the blackness clenched tight around him. Panic surged like a volcano. In a delirious rush, he thought that screaming might bring someone, anyone. Let them hear. He let the scream rip out, raw and unbroken, screaming until his throat burned. When it finally stopped, the cabin fell quiet, except for the low roar of the engines and his own ragged breathing. No one came. No one banged on the door or threatened him. He might as well have been screaming into vacuum. His hands trembled as the dream girl's raw, moist form lingered in his mind, crawling closer. What had he done? Why had he kept pushing, refusing to stay silent about what he'd heard in that cabin? He had made himself a target. Yet the girl was alive. He had heard her, seen her. It wasn't murder. She must have been on the ship the whole time. They hadn't stopped or come near land. But who was she, and why hide? A crew member, perhaps. She had used the staff door. Yet he recalled Nilsson entering the code openly. Anyone could have memorized it. Below decks, few doors stayed locked. She had entered the empty cabin, though, which needed a passkey, either a guest card for that room or a master staff key. He pictured the cleaners in their scared huddles. One might have sold or loaned a card for little money, or had it copied. Carla had hinted such things happened. Or the key could have been stolen or bought online. No accomplice was necessarily involved. The realization sickened him. He had accused Ben, suspected Cole, Nilsson, everyone, yet they might all have been innocent. Still, someone had helped her above decks. The message on the spar wall, the camera in the hot tub, his stolen phone. It couldn't have been her alone. Someone would have noticed the girl he'd been shouting about for days. His head throbbed. Why all the effort to hide and silence him? If she had died, a cover-up made sense. But she was alive. So it had to be who she was. Someone's wife, daughter, lover, or someone fleeing the country without questions. He thought of Cole's ex-wife, Archer's mysterious Jess, the vanished photograph. None of it fit. He rolled over, the heavy darkness pressing in. The engine noise was louder here, deeper in the hull, far below the waterline, on what felt like an engine deck. Fresh horror crept over him, the tons of water crushing against the hull, the air circulating endlessly while he suffocated in panic. Legs shaking, he eased off the bunk and inched across the floor, arms outstretched, flinching at imagined horrors from childhood nightmares. Yet some calm part of him knew he was alone. In such tight blackness, he would have sensed another presence. His fingers found the door. The handle was still locked, as expected. No spy hole. He located the flat light switch to the left and pressed it, heart pounding hard in his chest. Nothing happened. She flicked the switch again, but hope had already died. They had cut the power from an override in the passage outside, some master switch or fuse. The door had been shut when the light vanished, and unlike every other cabin she had known, there was no security light. This was total, deliberate blackness. She crawled back under the covers, muscles trembling with panic and the familiar sick flu-like ache. Her head felt stuffed with spreading blankness, as if the dark itself had seeped into her skull, deadening everything except the panic knotting tighter in her gut. Don't give way, not now. She clamped down on the thought. She would not let the girl win. Anger surged then, hot and solid in the silent dark, something she could grip. That traitor. So much for sisterhood. She had risked everything for her, staked her credibility, endured Nilsson's skepticism and Ben's questions, only to be betrayed. Her skull slammed against steel and locked inside this coffin. Whatever the scheme was, the girl was part of it. She had been the one who ambushed her in the corridor. The hand that had snatched the tray, skinny, quick, strong, had been hers too, the same hand that could scratch, slap, and drive a head into a wall. There had to be a reason for the whole elaborate game. Had the girl faked her own death? Had Lowe been meant to witness it? Then why wipe the cabin clean, remove every trace of blood and mascara, and work so hard to discredit her story? No, the girl had never wanted to be seen. Something had happened in that cabin, and Lowe had not been supposed to witness it. She lay turning the fragments over in her battered mind, but the pieces refused to lock together, like a jigsaw forced into the wrong frame. She tested the facts that fit the scream, the blood, the cover-up. A fight, A nosebleed, a cry of pain, someone rushing to the veranda to let the blood run into the sea, leaving the smear on the glass. No death. If the girl was a stowaway, the crew's haste to move her and scrub the cabin made sense. But other details refused to fit. She had seen the room earlier that day, cluttered with clothes and belongings. An unplanned fight could never have been cleaned and stripped in the few minutes it took her to call Nilsson. No, the clearing had been planned in advance. Cabin 10 had been left empty deliberately. It was the last on the ship, its veranda hidden from every other cabin, nothing to watch, anything drop into the wake and vanish. Someone had died. She was certain of it, just not the girl. But then who? She tossed in the dark, listening past the engine's roar, while the same question churned through her fogged brain. Who? The metallic click woke her again. The lights stuttered on, strobing for a moment, their low-energy hum cutting through the engine noise and the whine in her ears. She bolted upright, heart slamming, and knocked something over on the floor beside the bunk as she stared wildly around. She had missed her chance. Damn it! She had missed it again. She had to learn what they planned for her, why they were keeping her here. How long had it been? She had been struck in the early hours of Tuesday. This had to be Wednesday at least, possibly later. It already felt far longer than 24 hours. She went to the bathroom and splashed water on her face. As she dried off, a wave of vertigo slammed through her. The room tilted, the floor seemed to drop away, and she grabbed the doorframe, eyes squeezed shut against the sickening plunge into black water. When the spinning eased, she returned to the bunk, sat with her head between her knees, skin crawling between hot and cold. Had the ship changed course? Down here the motion was different, sluggish rolling blended with the constant engine thunder into something hypnotic and wrong. A tray lay beside the bed, a Danish pastry and a bowl of slopped muesli. That must have been what she knocked over. She picked it up and forced a spoonful down. She wasn't hungry. She had eaten almost nothing but a few meatballs since Monday night. But if she was going to fight her way out, she needed strength. What she craved more than food were her pills. The longing hit sharp and physical, the same ache she had felt the last time she tried to quit. Only this time she knew the truth. Things would not improve without them. They would get worse. A cruel inner voice whispered, "If you're still around to see it." The muesli lodged in her throat. She pictured the girl returning, and a violent fantasy flared. Grabbing that hair, smashing the girl's cheekbone against the bunk's metal edge, watching fresh blood flow, smelling its sharp rawness in the closed air. She remembered the smear on the veranda glass and wished with all her strength that the blood had been hers. "I hate you," she thought, forcing another wet spoonful down, despite the pain in her raw throat. "I hope you drown." Her fingers shook, but she kept eating until the bowl was half empty. She did not know if she could survive this, but she had to try. She lifted the thin melamine tray and brought it down hard on the bunk's metal edge. It bounced. She jerked back just in time. A lightning flash memory of the burglary, door cracking into her cheekbone, made her close her eyes and steady herself. Instead, she braced the tray on the edge, planted her knee on the near side, and leaned all her weight on her hands at the far end. She pressed harder. The tray snapped with a gunshot crack, sending her sprawling onto the mattress. She had exactly what she needed. 2 jagged pieces of plastic, each with an edge ugly enough to do damage. She weighed them in her palms, chose the more threatening shard, crossed to the door, and crouched against the wall beside the frame. She waited. The hours stretched. Adrenaline and fear dragged at her. Her eyes slid shut once or twice, and she jerked them open. "Stay with it, Lo." She counted to stay awake. Numbers, then French, then by twos, then fizz-buzz, messing up the rules, shaking her head, rubbing her aching arms, and starting again. A door slammed somewhere in the corridor. She froze. Footsteps came closer. Her heart raced. Her stomach clenched. A key slid into the lock. The door cracked open, and she sprang. She saw the lunge and tried to slam the door, but he was faster. He thrust his arm into the gap. It crushed against his forearm with brutal force. Pain tore a raw scream from his throat, yet the door bounced back. He wedged half his body through, stabbing at her arm with the jagged tray shard. Instead of retreating, she charged forward, slamming him hard against the plastic wall. The broken edge sliced into his own arm. Blood dripped down the back of his hand. She was quicker. She lunged, locked the door, then planted herself with her back to it, key clenched in her fist. He growled at her to let him go, the sound barely human. She shook her head. His blood streaked her face. Fear and a strange exhilaration burned in her eyes. She knew she held the advantage. He raised the bloodied shard and threatened to cut her throat. She answered with scornful defiance, mocking that he could barely stand. He demanded why she was doing this, his voice cracking like a child's whine. She hissed back in sudden fury that he had forced their hand. He wouldn't stop digging, no matter how many warnings she gave. If he had only kept quiet about the cabin. He pressed her on what he had actually seen, but she refused, lip-curling, asking if he truly wanted to die. He shook his head. She asked what he wanted instead. He sat abruptly on the bunk, legs failing, and said he wanted out. She shook her head fiercely, fear flickering again. He would never allow it. The word he sent a cold prickle through him, the first clear proof of an accomplice above decks. He didn't dare ask who. Instead, he demanded his pills. She studied him, then agreed she might retrieve the antidepressants from beside the sink. When he explained they prevented dangerous withdrawal, understanding crossed her face. She said she could bring them, but only if he promised no more attacks. Good behavior in exchange. He agreed. She straightened, collected the plate and bowl, and held out her hand for the shards. After a moment's hesitation, he surrendered them. She warned that she would unlock the door now, but there was another coded door beyond this one. He wouldn't get far. No stupid moves. He gave a reluctant, okay. Alone again, he sat staring, turning her words over. She had help on board. That single word ruled out Tina, Chloe, Anne, and most of the female staff. He ran through the men, Nilsson, Bulmer, Cole, Ben, Archer, less likely, Owen White, Alexander, and various crew. His mind kept circling back to the spar and the stop digging message. Only one man had definitely been down there, Ben. It fit too well. Ben's quickness to discredit him with Nilsson, his attempt to enter the cabin that final night when he knew Lowe was locked in the bathroom, making the phone theft possible. His cabin beside the empty one, yet he claimed to have seen and heard nothing. His false poker alibi. His constant efforts to shut down the investigation. The pieces clicked, but brought no satisfaction. What good were answers while trapped down here? He needed to escape. He lay on his side, staring at the cream melamine wall when the knock came. He answered dully, then nearly laughed at the pointless politeness. "It's me," she called. "No more tray shit, or this is the last pill you get." He agreed and sat up, pulling the thin blanket around his sweat and fear-stained body. The door cracked open. She pushed a food tray through with her foot, then slipped inside and locked it again. She held out a single white tablet. He stared in disbelief, One only. She said maybe more tomorrow if he behaved. He had just handed her perfect leverage, yet he nodded and took the pill. From her pocket, she produced a book from his own cabin, The Bell Jar. Not ideal, but better than nothing. She said she thought he might need something to read before he went completely nuts. No offense. He thanked her. As she turned to leave, he stopped her, asking what was going to happen to him. Her expression shuttered. It wasn't up to her. He asked if it was up to Ben. She gave a derisive snort and told him to enjoy the pill and book. As she turned, she caught her reflection in the small mirror and cursed at the blood on her face. She went into the tiny toilet to wash it off. When she came out, he froze. With that one simple wipe, everything snapped into place. He knew exactly who she was. In wiping away the blood, Anne had also wiped off both eyebrows, leaving a smooth, skull-like forehead that hit low with instant, unbearable recognition. The woman from cabin 10 was Anne Bulmer. Shock locked low in place. She sat frozen, mouth open, unable to speak. Anne glanced from Lowe to her own reflection, annoyance flashing across her face. She shrugged it off, stalked out, and let the door swing shut. A key scraped in the lock, then a second door banged farther away. Anne Bulmer. The idea refused to settle. Lowe had spoken to that gaunt, grey, prematurely aged woman, yet the face was unmistakable. The same dark eyes, the same high, jutting cheekbones. Only now she saw how completely the sleek black wig and delicately penciled brows had transformed her. Without them, Anne looked oddly featureless, bone-pale, the scarf around her skull emphasizing the thin neck and sharp bones beneath. With them, she became young, healthy, alive. Lowe realized she had never truly looked at the woman before, only at the illness, the draping clothes, the missing eyebrows, the distractingly smooth scalp under those scarves. The thick, dark hair had to be a wig. Nothing that full could fit beneath silk. But was Anne actually sick? Dying? Faking it? None of it added up. Lowe thought back to what Ben had told her. 4 years of chemo and radiotherapy. Could someone fake that with private doctors and enough money to switch health systems at will? Maybe. At least it explained how Anne had boarded and what had happened after the splash that night. She had simply removed the wig, tied on the scarf, and stepped back into her public life. It also explained her total access to the ship, passkeys, staff areas, this hidden locked compartment deep in the hull. When your husband owned the boat, nothing was off limits. What Lowe still couldn't grasp was why. Why dress in a Pink Floyd t-shirt and hide in an empty cabin? And if secrecy mattered so much, why open the door at all? The memory flashed. Her own knock. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Another sharp rap, and the door yanked open as if someone had been waiting exactly for that final beat. It had been an odd, deliberate rhythm. Could she have accidentally triggered a prearranged signal? If only she had knocked twice like a normal person, or even once. She would never have known Anne was there. She would never have ended up locked away, silenced. Silenced. The word lodged in her mind. Silenced for how long? Until some deadline passed? Or silenced permanently? Supper arrived. White fish in congealing cream sauce with boiled potatoes. Cold, but Lowe was hungry. She stared at the single pill in her palm, half her normal dose. She could swallow it whole now, or split it to hoard. In the end, she gulped the entire thing, telling herself she had a deficit to make up. Almost at once she felt steadier, though she knew it was only placebo. She didn't care. She picked at the lukewarm food, chewing the gluey potato slowly while she rearranged every piece of the puzzle. That derisive snort when she had guessed Ben suddenly made sense. Poor Ben. Guilt flooded her for how quickly she had condemned him, followed by sharp anger. At herself for fixating on the male accomplice, and at Ben for years of belittling her and rushing to undermine her story with Nilsson. The he had to be Richard Bulmer. He owned the ship. Of all the men aboard, he was the one she could picture, planning and executing something ruthless. Certainly more than fussy Alexander or lumbering Nilsson. Except no one had died. Why did she keep having to remind herself of that? Because she was here. Whatever had happened in that cabin mattered enough to justify kidnapping and imprisonment, rather than risk her reaching the police in Trondheim. Smuggling, perhaps, something thrown overboard to a waiting accomplice. "It'll be you next," the voice in her head whispered. An image of herself plunging through black water, stabbed behind her eyes. She winced, forced down another mouthful. The ship rolled heavily, nausea churned in her stomach. Only two outcomes waited ahead. They would release her, or they would kill her. The first now felt impossible. She knew too much. Anne's disguise, her faked frailty. They could not afford to let her walk off the ship and tell anyone about the kidnapping, the beating, the locked cabin. Who would even believe her? She touched the dried blood on her cheek. She felt filthy, sticky with sweat and fear. Anne wouldn't return for hours. There wasn't much she could control in this 2-meter coffin, but she could at least get clean. The shower jet was a tepid trickle, nothing like the powerful spray in her suite, yet she stood under it until her fingers pruned. The clotted blood on her hand washed away. Warmth sank into her muscles, and for a moment, some of the terror loosened its grip. Dressing again brought the truth home. Her clothes stank of blood and old sweat. She lay on the bunk, eyes closed, listening to the engine's steady thrum, and wondering where they were. Wednesday night, maybe already Thursday morning. Only 24 hours or so remained until Bergen on Friday. Then the other passengers would disembark, and her last chance of rescue would sail away with them. For the next day, she was probably safe. After that, she pressed her hands over her eyes, blood roaring in her ears. What could she do? Even if she overpowered Anne, it would achieve nothing. Another coded door waited beyond this one. She briefly imagined smashing a fire alarm in the corridor, but Anne's speed and strength made that hope feel suicidal. She lay still, the question turning over and over inside her. She saw her only real chance in winning Anne over, but the question of how gnawed at her. What did she truly know about the woman? Looming wealth, a rootless childhood spent drifting through European boarding schools, that much fit the gaunt, sorrowful figure wrapped in grey silk and designer scarves. Yet those details refused to line up with the sharp-tongued girl in the faded Pink Floyd t-shirt, her dark eyes mocking beneath smudged cheap mascara. It felt like two entirely different women sharing nothing but height, weight, and broad cheekbones. The eyes told the real story. Then the pieces locked into place. Two Annes. Two women. The grey silk robe that had matched those cool eyes. She swung her legs off the bunk, groaning at her own blindness. Fear and the pounding in her skull had clouded everything, but now it was painfully obvious. Of course, there were two. The real Anne Bulmer had been dead since the night they left England. The girl in the Pink Floyd shirt was alive and had been playing her part ever since. Same build, same facial structure. Only the eyes didn't match, and they had bet no one would notice. No one on board had known Anne beforehand. Richard had even warned Cole against taking any photos of her, not out of concern for her self-consciousness, but to leave no images that might later raise questions from friends or family. She clutched her hair, tugging hard at her scalp as the full shape of it settled in her mind. Richard must have smuggled the imposter into cabin 10 before the rest of them boarded. She had been waiting there for his signal on sailing day to clear the space and prepare. The silk robe across the bed, the makeup, the Veet wax strips in the bathroom, all of it now made brutal sense. The woman had been stripping away her body hair to mimic a cancer patient. Instead of Richard's arranged knock, she herself had appeared at the door, triggering the wrong cue. The memory replayed. The flash of fright and irritation on the woman's face as she tried to close the door. She had been desperate to end the encounter without suspicion, hoping any witness would recall only a brief, odd meeting over borrowed mascara rather than a slammed door and strange behavior. It had almost succeeded. She wondered whether the imposter had confessed the slip to Richard that night. Probably not. He had seemed perfectly composed at dinner, the ideal host, and he didn't strike her as the type who welcomed reports of mistakes. More likely, the woman had simply hoped the incident would blow over. After drinks that evening, the real Anne had been lured, or carried, to cabin 10. Alive or already dead, it hardly mattered. While Richard sat in Lars's cabin playing poker and building his alibi, the imposter had pushed the body overboard, praying the sea would keep it secret. They would have succeeded too if she hadn't heard that splash in the dark and drawn the wrong conclusion that somehow landed so close to the truth. Who was this stranger who had struck her, fed her, and now kept her caged like an animal? She had no idea. But right now, the imposter represented her best, perhaps only, hope of leaving this room alive. All night she lay awake, turning over her limited options. Judah and her parents wouldn't expect her home until Friday. They had no reason to worry sooner. The other passengers surely knew she hadn't returned to the ship. Would they raise any alarm? Or had Bulmer fed them a convenient story, an unscheduled stop in Trondheim, a sudden decision to fly home? Cole, Chloe, and most of the others seemed unlikely to press the issue. They barely knew her and had no way to contact her family. Ben knew her better and might have suspected something off about an abrupt early morning departure, but after their last confrontation, when she had all but accused him of helping cover up a murder, he would probably accept her disappearance without much fuss. Tina offered the faintest chance. She might reach out to Rowan. But those odds felt too thin to bet her life on. No, she would have to act herself. By morning, though exhaustion weighed on her, the plan had hardened. When the knock came, she was ready. The door opened a crack. The girl peered in cautiously and saw her sitting calmly on the bed, washed and composed, the book resting in her lap. She set the breakfast tray on the floor. This time she wore the headscarf and had left her eyebrows unpenciled, yet her movements remained brisk and impatient, nothing like Anne's measured grace. Her voice carried a rougher edge too, the polished consonants softened and blurred. She asked about the book. Lo offered it back and requested another, leaving the choice open. Then, carefully, she apologized for the earlier incident with the tray. The imposter flashed a quick, mischievous grin, teeth bright. She didn't hold it against her. Anyone would have tried the same. This time the tray was thick, grippy plastic, safer, less likely to become a weapon. The pill sat on the saucer. Good behavior was the condition, she reminded her. As the girl turned to go, Lo forced the words out before she could leave. She asked for her name. Suspicion darkened the woman's face at once. Lo pressed on gently, admitting she had remembered the mismatched eyes from the first night. Anne's had been grey, hers were not. Still, the performance was impressive. She was a skilled actress. For a moment, the imposter's expression went utterly blank. Tension coiled inside Lo, like a fisherman holding a fragile line. The woman's face twisted into raw fury. She told her to shut up, voice savage, eyes burning with distrust. Lo apologized softly. She wasn't going anywhere. Who could she possibly tell? The imposter cursed bitterly. She was only digging her own grave. Lo nodded. She had understood that for days now. Whatever either of them told themselves, there was only one way she was leaving this cabin. She said she didn't believe Richard would ever let her go. Name or no name, it changed nothing. Beneath the expensive scarf, the woman's face paled. Her voice turned bitter as she accused Lo of ruining everything. Why couldn't she have left it alone? Lo answered that she had only been trying to help. The words came out louder than intended in the small space. She lowered her voice. She had been trying to help her. Didn't she see that? The imposter demanded why, half question, half frustrated cry. They had barely known each other. Why keep pushing? Because Lo knew exactly what it felt like to wake up terrified for your life. The woman stalked closer, snarling that it had never been her. It was never her. She locked eyes with the imposter, refusing to let her look away. She could not let her escape the truth of what she was helping to do. Once Richard secured Anne's money, his next move would be to make himself safe. The woman told her to shut up. She had no idea what she was talking about. He was a good man. He loved her. She stood, bringing their faces inches apart in the cramped cabin. Her hands shook. If this went wrong, the door might never open again, but both their lives probably hung on, forcing the woman to face reality. She called it nonsense they both knew was false. If he loved her, he would not beat her or force her to dress as his dead wife. The entire charade was never about her. If it had been, he would have divorced Anne and left with her, but the money would have gone too. Anne was heir to a £1 billion fortune. People like that did not marry without ironclad prenups. The imposter covered her ears, shaking her head wildly. Neither of them had wanted this situation. She pressed harder. Did the woman really think it was coincidence that he had fallen for someone who looked so much like Anne? He had planned it from the start. She was only a means to an end. The girl snarled that she knew nothing. She paced the tiny space, face stripped of every trace of Anne's weary calm, now raw with fear and fury. Lo laid it out. The money without the controlling wife had dangled in front of him during Anne's illness, and he had liked the taste of it. When the doctors cleared her, he could not let the future go. Then he saw her, and the plan took shape. It had happened at his club, hadn't it? The imposter shouted that she knew nothing at all. Before Lo could speak again, the woman spun away, unlocked the door with a trembling hand, and slammed out, still clutching the book. The lock scraped shut, then silence. She sat back on the bunk. Had she planted enough doubt to turn the woman toward her, or was she already upstairs telling Richard everything? Only waiting would tell. Hours slid past, with no return. When supper never came, hunger began to claw at her stomach, and she knew she had made a terrible mistake. The empty time stretched unbearably without a clock or any way to mark it. She lay staring at the bunk above, replaying every word, wondering if she had just destroyed her last chance. She had gambled on forging a bond by making the girl confront what she was doing. It looked like she had failed. The wait dragged on. Hunger grew distracting. She regretted handing back the book. Nothing else existed in the bare cabin. She thought of solitary confinement, how prisoners slowly lost their minds. At least the light stayed on. probably forgotten in the woman's rage rather than mercy. She showered again, licked the last of the jam from the plate, then turned the light off and tried to sleep, summoning memories of her childhood home, the plot of Little Women, anything except Judah. She dozed fitfully in the long dark. Something jerked her awake. Heart-hammering, she felt her way to the door and switched on the light. The cabin was empty. Nothing had changed. Then she understood. The engine had stopped. She counted days on her fingers and realized it must now be Friday the 25th. The ship had reached Bergen, its final port. The passengers would disembark and fly home. She would be left alone. Panic flooded her. They were so close, just overhead, most likely sleeping, yet she could do nothing to reach them. Soon they would leave, and she would remain in this boat-shaped coffin. Desperate, she seized the plastic breakfast bowl and hammered it against the ceiling. She screamed for help, identifying herself as low, trapped aboard. She stopped, panting, listening. With the engines silent, perhaps her voice would carry. No answer came. Instead, she heard a metallic grinding against the hull. The ship shuddered. The gangway was being lowered. She banged harder, shouting again. The plastic ceiling absorbed most of the sound. She pressed her hands to the wall and felt the thumps of trolleys, luggage, departing feet vibrating through the structure. But she could not hear them. She was too deep below the waterline. Above, wind and gulls and voices would drown out everything she did. The bowl slipped from her fingers and clattered across the floor. She dropped onto the bunk, arms wrapped around her head, knees drawn tight, and wept with great choking sobs. She had been terrified before. She had never despaired until now. As she knelt there, pictures flashed through her mind. Judah reading the paper, her mother working a crossword with her tongue between her teeth, her father mowing the lawn and humming tunelessly. She would have given anything to see any one of them in this room, even for a moment, just to tell them she was alive and that she loved them. Instead, she could only imagine them waiting for her return, then slowly realizing she would never come, facing an endless sentence of hope that had nowhere left to go. She didn't come. The girl didn't come. Hours blurred together while she lay trapped inside the metal hull. Somewhere above, people talked, laughed, ate and drank, while she could only breathe and count the passing seconds. Outside, the sun rose and set, waves rocked the ship, and life continued. She sank deeper into darkness. She thought again of Anne's body drifting through the cold sea. At least it had been quick. One moment of suspicion, one blow, and it was over. She feared no such mercy waited for her. She curled on the bunk, knees to her chest, fighting the gnawing hunger and stomach cramps. Her last meal had been breakfast on Thursday. It had to be late Friday by now. A raging headache pounded in her skull. When she stood to use the toilet, her legs felt weak and lightheaded. A cruel inner voice whispered, "What does starving to death feel like? Peaceful?" She shut her eyes and breathed slowly. 1, 2, 3. It takes a long time, faster if you stop drinking. An image flashed, herself, pale and skeletal, cold beneath the thin orange blanket. She muttered that she chose not to think about it. She tried to summon something happy, but Barry's tutorials had never covered what to picture when held prisoner by a murderer. Mum? Judah? Everything she was about to lose? She whispered bitterly to insert a happy image, though the place she chose probably wasn't what Barry had intended. Then she heard a sound in the corridor. She jerked upright. Blood rushed from her head, her legs buckled. She barely made it back to the bunk before collapsing. Was it Carrie? Or Bulmer? Her breathing quickened. Her heart raced. Black and red spots fragmented her vision. Everything went black. Fuck! 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 The words came in a panicked, tearful whisper close by. Oh, Jesus, just wake up, will you? She managed a weak sound. The girl gave a teary gasp of relief. Shit, are you okay? You gave me such a scare. She opened her eyes to Carrie's worried face hovering above her. The smell of food filled the air. Her stomach cramped painfully. Carrie apologized rapidly, helping her sit up against the bunk with a cushion behind her back. Alcohol lingered on the woman's breath, schnapps or vodka. She hadn't meant to leave her so long. She croaked out the question. What day was it? Saturday, the 26th. Nearly midnight. Carrie had brought dinner. She held out a piece of fruit. Lo snatched it, tearing into the pear with desperate hunger. The taste exploded in her mouth. Saturday, nearly Sunday. No wonder she felt so awful. Nearly 60 hours without food. Her stomach cramped again as she gulped down the pear in huge bites. Her stomach rebelled. She scrambled up, legs shaking, and stumbled to the tiny bathroom. Carrie followed anxiously, steadying her. She dropped to her knees and vomited sourly into the toilet. Carrie offered timidly that she could bring another portion, but there was potato as well, something the cook called pitipani or similar. It might settle her stomach better. She knelt over the bowl until the heaving passed, then wiped her mouth and pulled herself up. Back at the bunk, the fried potato cubes smelled divine. She ate slowly this time, trying not to gulp. Carrie watched her. She apologized again. She shouldn't have punished her like that. Lo swallowed a mouthful of the salty, caramelized potato and asked her name. Carrie chewed her lip, looked away, then sighed. She probably shouldn't say, but what did it matter? Carrie. Carrie. She rolled the name as she chewed. Hi, Carrie. Hi, Carrie replied, voice flat and lifeless. She watched a moment longer, then slid back across the floor and slumped against the opposite wall. They sat in silence while Lo ate methodically. Carrie suddenly exclaimed, fished in her pocket, and produced a pill wrapped in tissue. Lo took it, swallowing with juice. The tiny white dot felt pathetically hopeful, yet she was grateful. When the plate was empty, Lo felt bold enough to ask the question that had been burning inside her. What was going to happen to her? Carrie said nothing. She stood, shaking her head slowly, and brushed down her cream silk trousers. She looked painfully thin. Lo pressed further, swallowing hard. Was he going to kill her? Carrie still didn't answer. She picked up the tray and headed for the door. As she pulled it shut, a tear welled in her eye. She paused for a second, almost spoke, then shook her head again. The tear traced down her cheek. She wiped it away angrily and slammed the door shut. After she left, Lo steadied herself against the bunk. On the floor lay another book, her own copy of Winnie the Pooh. She had almost not packed it. At the last moment, she had slipped it in as a protective charm against the stresses of the trip. It had always been her comfort read, from a time before fear, when threats were only heffalumps and the world could still be conquered with Christopher Robin. For the rest of the night, she lay on the bunk with the book open beside her, fingers tracing the worn cover. She knew the words by heart, yet tonight they brought no magic. Instead, she replayed the conversation with Carrie again and again, wondering what waited for her in the coming hours. She saw only two ways out of the hull, alive or dead, and she knew which one she wanted. That left a single choice, escape with Carrie's help, or without it. Days earlier, she would have dismissed any hope of the first. Carrie had beaten her, locked her away, starved her. But after last night, the balance had shifted. She remembered the careful hands steadying her, the quiet watchfulness while she ate, the sadness in those dark eyes, and the single tear Carrie had wiped away in anger. She no longer believed the woman was a killer by choice. Something in the long, empty hours had cracked her resolve. Lo pictured her pacing above, imagining the prisoner growing weaker, clawing at the door, until guilt drove her downstairs with stolen food. When Carrie opened the door and found her collapsed, she must have thought she had come too late. In that moment, she had realized she could not carry another death. She had not wanted Lo to die. Lo was certain of it, and she doubted Carrie could bring herself to kill her now, not if Lo kept reminding her that she was here because she had tried to help. Bulmer was different. He had sat through his wife's chemotherapy, counting her fortune, planning her end, only to be cheated at the last moment. She could imagine him killing without losing a night's sleep. Where was he now? Off the ship, building an alibi while Carrie let her starve? She suspected as much. He had kept himself far from Anne's death. He would do the same with hers. The ship's engines rumbled to life with a grinding roar. The hull rocked and shifted. They were leaving Bergen, slipping out into the dark North Sea. When she woke again, the engines had fallen silent, but she felt the deep sway of open water all around them. She pictured the fjords, black rock walls rising sheer, a thin ribbon of sky overhead, depths below cold enough to swallow a body forever. A knock sounded. Carrie stepped in with a tray of muesli and coffee. She set it down, apologizing that there was no more. With passengers and most of the crew gone, stealing food had grown risky. Lo asked about the crew. Not all had left, Carrie said. The captain and a few others remained, but the passenger staff had gone ashore with Richard for a team-building session in Bergen. Bulmer was off the boat. That explained Carrie's softer manner. Lo ate the muesli slowly. Carrie sat opposite and watched, sadness plain beneath the bare brows. Lo noticed the untouched eyelashes. Carrie shook her head. She could not bring herself to pluck them. If anyone asked, she would claim they were false. Lo almost asked who had killed Anne, then caught herself. The question lodged in her throat. She could not risk hearing the answer if it was Carrie. Her only hope lay in convincing the woman she was not a murderer at heart. Carrie waited. Lo changed course and asked what story they had given her family and the other passengers. Did they think she was still in Trondheim? Yes, Carrie said. She had worn the wig, used Lo's passport, and left the ship while stewards prepared breakfast and a sailing crew member stood at the gangway. Dark hair had helped. She had no blonde wig. Then she had reboarded as Anne, hoping no one noticed Anne had never actually disembarked. Lo asked quietly what the original plan had been if she had never seen Carrie at the door. Carrie would still have left at Trondheim, this time as Anne. She would have changed into backpacker clothes, redrawn her eyebrows, and vanished into the crowd. The trail would have ended with an unstable, terminally ill woman disappearing without trace. Later, once the story cooled, Richard and she would have met publicly, fallen in love all over again for the cameras. Lo asked, despair thick in her voice, why she had done it at all. She could not hold the question back. Carrie covered her face. Sometimes she did not understand it herself. It was never supposed to be like this. Lo reached out and rested a hand lightly on her knee. Carrie flinched as though expecting a blow. The fear in her was raw. Lo spoke her name gently. Carrie looked away toward the orange curtain and began to talk, the words spilling faster, as if she could no longer hold them back. They had met at the Magellan. She had been waitressing there while trying to break into acting. Bulmer had swept her off her feet like something from a fantasy. Penniless girl, rich man, a life she had never imagined. She had known he was married. He had been honest about that. They could never appear together in public. His marriage had been over almost from the start. Anne cold and controlling, the two of them living separate lives, her in Norway, him in London. His own life had been hard. Mother gone since he was a baby, father dead before he finished school. It had seemed cruel that Anne, the one person who should have loved him, could not stand to be near him. But she was dying, so he could not bring himself to divorce her. He kept promising that once she was gone, they would be together. One night he had suggested she dress as his wife and go to the theatre so they could be seen in public. He gave her one of Anne's kimonos. She studied a film of Anne speaking, learned her posture and gestures, hid her hair under a swimming cap and one of her scarves. They sat in a private box, drank champagne, and fooled everyone. It had felt like the most thrilling game. The plan had felt impossible at first, yet Richard's certainty pulled her in. He described the upcoming press trip, how Anne would board for the first night before disembarking late to return home to Norway. What if he smuggled Carrie aboard instead, letting her impersonate his wife so they could spend the entire week together openly as a couple? No one on the boat had met Anne. He would ensure no photographs were taken. When the ship reached Bergen, Carrie could simply change back into her own clothes and slip away, while everyone assumed Anne had stayed on a few extra days. The only condition was that she would need to cut her hair to make the disguise convincing. To Carrie, the risk seemed worth it, just to be with him. On the first night, as she was still dressing in Anne's clothes inside the cabin, Richard burst in, frantic. He told her Anne had discovered the affair and attacked him in a rage. He had shoved her away in self-defense, and she had fallen, striking her head hard on the coffee table. When he tried to revive her, he realized she was dead. Panic gripped him. If the police investigated, Carrie's presence on board would surface, and no one would accept his account of the fight. Both of them would face charges, him for murder, her as an accessory to a carefully planned deception. He had convinced her the only safe option was to dispose of the body overboard and continue with the impersonation. If Anne simply went missing in Bergen, nothing could connect back to them. It was never supposed to unfold this way. Objections rose sharply in my throat, but I held them back. The timeline made no sense. Anne could not have left the ship on the first night when they were not due in Norway until the next day, and certainly not without her passport or the crew noticing. Yet Carrie had accepted his story, despite the obvious holes. I had seen that kind of desperate belief before. Instead of confronting her, I drew a steady breath and asked the question that mattered most. "What's going to happen to me?" Carrie shot to her feet, dragging her hands over her head so the scarf slipped and revealed her closely shaven scalp. She didn't know. She begged me to stop pressing her. "He's going to kill me, Carrie," I said quietly. I was almost certain he planned to kill us both, but I wasn't sure she could hear that yet. I pleaded with her to help us escape. I promised I would testify that she had saved me. Her face hardened. First, she would never betray him. She loved him. Second, even if she helped, she would still face a murder charge. When I suggested she could testify against him, she cut me off sharply. No, she loved him, and he loved her. She knew it. She turned toward the door. I realized this was my last chance. I spoke to the back of her head as her hand touched the handle. "He's going to kill you too, Carrie. You know that. This is your final opportunity." "I love him," she answered, her voice cracking. "So much that you helped him kill his wife?" "I didn't kill her," the anguished shout echoed painfully in the tight space. Her narrow frame shook with suppressed sobs as she stood with her back to me, hand still on the door. She was already dead. At least that's what he told me. He left her body in the cabin inside a suitcase, and I wheeled it to cabin 10 while everyone was at dinner. All I had to do was push the whole thing overboard while he played poker. But... She stopped, turned, and slumped to the floor, head bowed to her knees. But what? The case was far heavier than expected. I think he had weighted it. I knocked it against the doorframe, entering the suite, and the lid flew open. For a second, I saw her face, bloody, and I thought her eyelids fluttered. Cold horror washed over me. You mean you didn't throw her over alive, did you? I don't know. Carrie buried her face in her hands, her voice high and trembling, on the edge of hysteria. I screamed. I touched the blood on her face, and it felt cold. If she had been alive, the blood would have been warm, right? I told myself it was just an involuntary movement, the kind that happens in morgues. I slammed the case shut, but I must not have latched it properly, because when I threw it over the side, the catch burst, and I saw her face in the water. Oh, God. She paused, breathing fast and ragged. Just as I struggled to process the horror of what she might have done, she continued. I haven't slept since. Every night I lie awake thinking about her, wondering if she could still have been alive. She looked up at me then, and for the first time her eyes showed raw guilt and fear she had tried so hard to conceal. This isn't what was supposed to happen, she said, voice breaking. She was supposed to die at home, in her own bed. And I... You don't have to continue this, I urged. Whatever occurred with Anne, you can end it now. Can you really live with killing me too? One death has already driven you halfway to madness. Don't add another, please. Let me go. I won't say anything. I'll tell Judah I got off in Trondheim and blacked out. No one would believe me anyway. I knew the truth. DNA, fingerprints, dental records, traces of Anne's blood left behind. But I kept silent. Carrie's panic seemed to drain away with her confession. Her breathing slowed. When she stared at me again, her tear-streaked face looked oddly calm and beautiful. Carrie? I ventured softly. I'll think about it, she replied. She rose to her knees, picked up the tray, and turned for the door. Her foot nudged the copy of Winnie the Pooh. She paused, then lifted it and flipped through the pages. I loved that book as a child, she said. Me too, I answered. I must have read it 100 times. That final scene with the ring of trees always made me cry. My mum used to call me Tigger, Carrie added with a shaky laugh. She said no matter how hard I fell, I always bounced back. She tossed the book onto the bunk and forced herself back to practicality. Listen, I might not manage supper tonight. The cook's getting suspicious. I'll try, but if not, I'll bring extra for breakfast, okay? Okay, I said, then added on impulse. Thank you. After she left, the absurdity of thanking my captor settled over me. Was I slipping into Stockholm Syndrome? Perhaps. Yet, if so, Carrie suffered from a far more advanced case. In truth, we were simply two trapped creatures sharing the same cage, hers only, slightly larger. That day dragged with excruciating slowness. She paced the cramped cabin, fighting the gnawing hunger and the rising dread that Carrie might never accept the full horror of Richard's intentions. She was certain he had never planned for Carrie to survive long past Anne's staged disappearance in Bergen. Behind her closed eyes flashed unwanted images. Anne's terrified face as the suitcase plunged. Carrie strolling unaware down some Norwegian alley with a shadow closing in, and now herself. To push the visions away, she tried focusing on home and Judah, but the pages of Winnie the Pooh soon blurred, and the familiar words dissolved into helpless tears that left her drained and motionless on the bunk. She had almost given up on supper when footsteps hurried down the corridor outside. The lock turned and the door flew open. Carrie stood there empty-handed, her face tight with panic. "He's coming," she blurted. "What?" "Richard, he's coming back tonight instead of tomorrow. I just got the message." The words hit like ice. Her mouth went dry. "He's coming back? What does that mean?" Carrie didn't need to spell it out. They had maybe 30 minutes before the ship docked to collect him. After that, there would be no escape. Carrie pulled a passport from her pocket, her own, and held it up. She yanked off the headscarf, revealing the bristly regrowth on her shaved scalp, then began stripping. "You're walking off this boat as Anne," she said. "Then you board a plane as me." The plan sounded insane. She begged Carrie to come with her. Carrie shook her head, already down to her underwear and shivering in the stale heat. She had no way to explain any of it to the crew without exposing everything. At best, Richard was their employer. At worst, they were in on it. She insisted Carrie would be killed too if she stayed. Carrie cut her off. She had her own plan. She thrust the bundle of silk clothes forward. "Take these. Give me yours. Hurry." They swapped in frantic silence. The expensive fabric felt cool and alien against her skin. Carrie's thinness shocked her. Bones sharp under the skin. She peeled off her own stained jeans and hoodie, handed them over, and stepped into the espadrilles. Carrie zipped up the vintage leather boots. Carrie slipped an elastic band from her wrist. "Pull your hair back. Be careful with the scarf. We don't have time to shave your head, and you'll need real hair for passport control anyway." She still didn't understand why she couldn't simply leave as herself. The police must be searching. Carrie explained. Richard had her passport and powerful friends in the Norwegian police. She had to get far from the coast, cross into Sweden, and avoid any direct flight to London. He would be watching for that. The last item was the green and gold scarf. Carrie ordered her to sit, then wrapped the printed silk around her head with quick, practiced hands, anchoring it with pins. She stepped back and studied her critically. "Not perfect. You're not thin enough, but it will pass in poor light. Thank God most of the sailing crew have never met me." She checked her watch. "Last thing, hit me." The command made no sense. "Hit me," Carrie repeated, voice fierce. "Hard. It has to look like you overpowered me. This is the only way Richard will believe I wasn't helping you." She gave a hesitant slap across the cheek. It wasn't enough. Carrie hissed in frustration, took a breath, and before she could stop her, slammed her own head against the metal edge of the bunk. A scream tore from her throat. Blood welled instantly from the shallow cut, soaking the white t-shirt and spattering the floor. Carrie staggered back, gasping, hands pressed to her skull. Carrie crumpled to her knees, whimpering through clenched teeth. Jesus, fucking hell, that hurt. Her breath came in sharp gasps. For a moment she looked ready to faint. I dropped beside her in panic. "Carrie, don't kneel in it, you stupid bitch," she screamed, shoving my hand away. "You can't get blood on those clothes." She pressed the wound, blood still flowing freely. "Why won't it stop?" I scrambled up, nearly tripping on the long kimono, then rushed to the bathroom for a thick wad of tissue. She took it with a rueful glance and held it to her temple, sinking back onto the bunk, face ashen. "What should I do?" I asked, voice shaking. "Can I help?" "No, the only thing that helps is if Richard believes you overpowered me. This had better be enough." She groaned. "Now get out. Before he arrives, and this is all for nothing." I hesitated. "What can I do?" "Two things," she said through gritted teeth. "Give me 24 hours before you go to the police." I nodded. "Second, get the fuck out." She looked deathly pale, but determined. "You tried to help me. That's how you ended up here. This is the only way I can help you now. Don't waste it. Go." "Thank you," I croaked. At the door she added, "The key to the suite is in your pocket. There's a purse on the dressing table with about 5,000 kroner, Norwegian, Danish, Swedish notes, worth nearly £500. Take the lot, cards and ID too. They're Anne's. I don't know the pins, but some places might let you sign. Ask the crew to lower the gangway. Tell them Richard just called and you're meeting him on the way." She shut her eyes. The tissue was already soaked red. "Change clothes and get away from the port fast. And lock me in when you leave." "Lock you in? Are you sure?" "Yes, it has to look convincing." Her voice was flat. "He'll check on you first if he finds me missing." I asked about the second locked door and the pin. She opened tired eyes. I lied. "There's no second door. I said it so you wouldn't try to jump me. Just keep climbing." I thanked her again. I wanted to hug her, but the blood spattered across her chest stopped me. It was the hardest thing I had ever done, turning my back on her while she bled because of me. "Goodbye, Carrie." She didn't answer. I fled. The corridor outside was narrow and stifling. A heavy clasp and padlock secured the cabin door, key still in the lock. I snapped it shut, guilt tightening my throat, then left the key where it was. I didn't want her trapped any longer than necessary. At the end of the beige corridor stood a door marked "No entry, authorized crew only," with stairs beyond. I took one last look at the locked cabin where Carrie lay bleeding, then ran and began to climb. Up the drab service stairs I went, legs shaky from disuse, heart hammering. Sweat slicked my palm on the banister. In my mind, I pictured the glittering great staircase, crystal chandeliers, polished mahogany. A hysterical laugh rose in my chest, the same kind that had overtaken me at my grandmother's funeral. I pushed on, past doors labelled maintenance and staff, only, until I reached a heavy steel fire door. I stood panting, cold sweat pooling at my spine. Behind me, Carrie lay curled in that airless room. I forced the image away and focused on what came next. I shoved the release bar and pushed the door open. Blinding light struck me. I blinked, dizzy, staring at the blaze of 1,000 Swarovski crystals. The service door opened straight onto the great staircase, where the enormous chandelier glittered defiantly. I steadied myself on the smooth wooden rail and glanced both ways. A mirror at the turn reflected the dancing light endlessly. As I turned, I caught my own reflection, Anne's reflection, head wrapped in green and gold, eyes hunted and bruised. I looked every inch the fugitive. I forced my spine straight and walked slowly, deliberately, mimicking Anne's measured, conserving pace, even as panic screamed hurry in my head. Bulmer was coming. I headed toward the front of the ship, fingers closed tight around the cabin key in my pocket. I reached a dead end, stairs leading only to the restaurant. Wrong turn. I doubled back, trying to remember the route from that night before Trondheim. It felt like another lifetime. Right at the library, not left. I kept my pace steady, head high, refusing to glance behind me. Another wrong turn led to the sun deck. Frustration burned. I bent over, hands on knees, silk trembling against my legs, breathing slowly to steady myself. I would not still be lost and sobbing when Richard boarded. Barry's calm voice echoed in my memory. Breathe in. 1, 2. Fresh anger surged. I straightened and walked on. She reached the library again, and turned left at the storeroom this time. Suddenly, the cabin door lay straight ahead. Adrenaline surged through every nerve. What if Richard had already returned? She refused to be the woman cowering behind a door anymore. She could do this. She shoved the key into the lock and pushed the door open fast, ready to drop and run if anyone waited inside. The suite was empty, bathroom and bedroom doors standing wide. Her legs buckled. She sank to her knees on the thick carpet, sobs rising in her throat. She was not safe yet, not even close. Purse first, then money, then off this boat forever. She closed the door, stripped off the kimono in frantic privacy, and stood in her underwear rifling through Anne's drawers. The first pair of jeans would not even clear her thighs. She found lycra sports leggings that fit and an anonymous black top, then pulled the kimono back on over them, belting it tight. She straightened the slipping headscarf in the mirror. The bedside clock read 11:15. Outside, it was pitch black. Richard could return any second. She stepped into Carrie's espadrilles and hunted for the purse. Nothing sat on the polished dressing table. She tried drawers at random. The first was empty. The second held a stack of patterned headscarves. Beneath the soft silks, her fingers met something hard and flat. She pushed the fabric aside. A handgun lay nestled there. She had never seen a real one before. She froze, questions hammering in her skull. Loaded? Real? She could not imagine pointing it at anyone, let alone using it. Taking it would only make the police doubt her story. Half reluctantly, she covered the weapon again and shut the drawer. In the third drawer, she found the purse at last. A worn brown leather wallet resting on papers. Inside lay 6 credit cards and a thick wad of notes. Easily the 5,000 kroner Carrie had described, perhaps more. She slid the wallet into the pocket of the leggings beneath the kimono. One last glance showed the room untouched, except for the missing purse. Time to leave. She drew a steadying breath and opened the door. Voices drifted down the corridor. One carried a light, flirtatious note, something about doing anything to ensure satisfaction. She eased the door shut with a soft click, dimmed the lights, and pressed her back to the solid wood in the sudden darkness. Her heart hammered wildly, cold prickles racing through her fingers, legs threatening to give way. A panic attack now would ruin everything. She tried the breathing exercise. 1, 2, but fury at the voice in her head made her shove it away. She peeled herself from the door and stumbled onto the veranda. The glass slid open. Cold September air slapped her skin after days of stale confinement. She edged sideways along the curve until she was out of sight of the windows, back pressed to the steel hull. A flash of light showed the corridor door opening. Cabin lamps blazed on, illuminating the glass barrier. She prayed he would not step outside. In the reflections, she watched his dark silhouette move toward the bathroom. Taps ran, a toilet flushed, the television flickered to life. Above its sound, she heard him on the phone, saying Anne's name. She held her breath. Was he asking about Carrie? How long before he went looking? The call ended. He flung himself across the white bed in a dark sprawl. She waited, shivering harder, shifting foot to foot for warmth while the night unfolded around her. The fjord walls rose black and sheer. Stars blazed white and impossibly clear overhead. Far across the water, small settlement lights and moored boat lanterns glowed. She thought of Carrie locked below, bleeding in the airless cabin, and whispered a silent prayer that someone would find her soon. She could not bear to be responsible for another death. The boat's engines rumbled to life. Panic crashed over her like icy water. They were not moving yet. The gangway might still be down, but the clock had started. She had minutes, perhaps half an hour at most. She could not tell if he was asleep. The reflections were too blurred. She risked a quick peek around the veranda edge. He stirred, reaching for a glass. She jerked back, heart slamming. It must be after 1. Why wasn't he sleeping? She had to get off the ship now, for herself, for Anne, for Carrie. She had done nothing to deserve any of this. She looked down at the flowing kimono, useless for climbing. She untied the belt, shrugged the silk off, balled it tight, and tossed it over the privacy screen. It landed with a faint, muffled sound. Then she stared up at the towering glass barrier and swallowed hard. She was never going to scale the screen itself. She eyed the glass barrier over the sea, heart pounding. It stood only rib-high, and her body felt flexible enough to swing one leg over, pull herself astride it, then use the privacy screen to stand. The drop beyond terrified her. She was not afraid of water, not before this. Yet, as she stared down at the dark waves, sucking hungrily at the ship's prow, her stomach lurched with a sickening roll. She wiped sweaty palms on her lycra leggings and drew a shaky breath. It would be difficult, she knew that, but it was possible. Carrie had managed it to reach her cabin. If Carrie could, so could she. She flexed her cold fingers, then slowly hooked one leg onto the glass wall overlooking the fjord. With every ounce of strength left in her weakened muscles, she hauled herself up until she sat astride the barrier. To her left, the cabin's curtains were drawn back, its veranda doors exposing her fully to anyone who might glance over. To her right yawned a sheer plunge into black water 2 or 3 stories below. She swallowed hard, gripping the slippery glass with her thighs, steeling herself for the next move. The hardest part still lay ahead. Trembling with fear and strain, she planted one foot forward, seized the frosted privacy screen, and dragged herself upright. Now she only needed to shift her weight around the seaward edge and swing to safety on the other side. She inhaled deeply, but her damp fingers kept slipping on the smooth surface. There was no grip at all. Every other part of the ship gleamed with luxury, yet this glass offered nothing to hold. She edged one foot around the high panel. Instantly, she realized the espadrilles had been a terrible mistake. As her weight swung out over the water, the sole of her supporting foot slid against the sharp rim. She gasped, fingers clamping desperately. Sheer willpower alone should have saved her. One nail snapped, then another. Suddenly, the glass tore from her scrabbling hands. For one frozen instant, she felt wind rush against her cheek, hair whipping wildly as she fell backward into emptiness. She struck the sea with a sharp, gunshot crack that punched the air from her lungs. Icy blackness closed over her, driving deep into her bones. A silky current rose from below, seized her feet, and dragged her downward. She plunged 20, 30, 40 feet into fathomless cold before she could even try to breathe. Panic surged as the current gripped her. "Kick!" she urged her legs, and she kicked, first to survive, then simply because stopping meant death. Her lungs burned. The swirling darkness made it impossible to tell which way was up. Still, she kicked with raw desperation, the voice in her mind screaming that she was dying. Salt stung her eyes. Behind closed lids, light sparked and shimmered like the edges of a panic attack. Then she opened them and saw a pale shimmer of moonlight on water growing nearer. The current's pull eased. With a ragged cry that was half scream, she burst through the surface, coughing and sobbing, water streaming down her face. She floated dangerously close to the hull, feeling the engines throb through the water like a heartbeat. Hypothermia could kill her, even in this cold, but the greater threat was the ship beginning to move. She forced her convulsing limbs to swim toward the distant quayside lights, coughing against slapping waves, fighting the bone-deep chill that made every breath a battle. Something soft and solid bumped her face. She shuddered, but kept swimming, too focused on survival to worry about whatever floated in the dark. The lights seemed to recede at times, then loom close, until finally her numb fingers struck the rusted iron of a ladder. She climbed, slipping and hauling herself upward, rung by rung, until she collapsed onto the concrete quay, gasping and shaking. On hands and knees, she looked up at the Aurora, then toward the small town beyond. It was not Bergen, just a quiet village with closed cafes and bars. Only a hotel overlooking the quay showed any promise of help. Trembling, she rose, stepped over the low chain, and staggered across the concrete toward the hotel. Behind her, the ship's engines rose in pitch. She glanced back once and saw the Aurora pulling slowly away from shore. She looked away quickly, superstitious fear prickling her skin. At the hotel steps, her legs buckled as she hammered on the door. A voice inside her pleaded silently for someone to answer. The door swung open, spilling light and warmth. Hands helped her inside, to safety. Half an hour later, she huddled in a wicker armchair on the glassed-in terrace, wrapped in a thin red blanket, a cup of coffee cooling untouched in her hands. Norwegian voices murmured in the background. Exhaustion pressed down on her like a weight. Her chin kept dropping to her chest, only to jerk up again as memory flooded back. The luxurious boat, the coffin-like cabin far below the waves. She wondered whether any of it had been real, or if this was all one long, unbroken hallucination. She sat half-dozing in the wicker chair, eyes fixed on the black waters of the bay where the Aurora had become a distant speck gliding west up the fjord. A voice behind her made her lift her head. The man wore a crooked name tag, Eric Fossum, general manager. He looked as though he had been pulled straight from bed, hair disheveled, shirt half-buttoned, and he rubbed a hand across his stubbled chin as he lowered himself into the chair opposite hers. She had already given the night porter the safest version of her story his limited English could handle. Now Eric folded his hands and asked, with a nervous smile, whether she was Miss Blacklock. He confirmed she carried Anne Bulmer's credit cards and ID. He and his staff knew Anne and Richard well. They stayed at the hotel sometimes. Was she a friend? Exhaustion pressed down on her. She covered her face for a moment, then asked if she could use the phone to call the police. While she had hung dripping at the reception desk, she had decided, despite her promise to Carrie, this was the only way to save her. Richard would never let Carrie live. She knew too much. The headscarf and Carrie's passport were both lost in the fjord. Only Anne's purse had survived, still zipped in the pocket of her soaked leggings. Eric nodded sympathetically and offered to make the call himself. He warned that the nearest police station lay several hours away in the next valley. No one could reach them before morning. She insisted it was urgent. Someone's life depended on it. He smiled, told her not to worry about payment, and asked if she wanted another drink. She refused. "Just get them here quickly," she said. She rested her heavy head on her hand, eyelids drooping, while he returned to the desk. She heard the receiver lift, the long sequence of beeps as he dialed, then a brief conversation in Norwegian. Through her fog of fatigue, she caught the word hotel, then her own name spoken twice, followed by Anne's. Eric repeated, "Ja, din kone," as if correcting the person on the line, then laughed softly and ended with, "Tack, farvel, Richard." Ice shot through her veins. Her head snapped up. Out in the bay, the Aurora's lights had stopped moving west. The ship was turning. It was coming back. Eric was already dialing again. "Politie, tack," but she could not wait. She set the coffee cup down, let the red blanket slide to the floor, and slipped silently through the terrace door into the night. She ran up the winding streets of the sleeping village, lungs burning, sharp stones slicing her bare feet. The streetlights fell behind. She kept running through darkness, splashing through unseen puddles, trampling wet grass and gravel until her feet went numb and she no longer felt the pain. Even then she pushed on, desperate to put distance between herself and Richard Bulmer. When she could no longer run, she dropped to a gasping, limping jog, then a painful walk along a narrow road that climbed the side of the fjord. Every few hundred yards she glanced back. The village lights shrank behind her. The Aurora's lights grew steadily larger on the black water. She realized the pale glow tinting the sky was not dawn, but the shifting green and gold curtains of the northern lights. A bitter laugh escaped her. Richard had once said everyone should see them before they died. She had seen them now. It no longer mattered. She walked on, the memory of Carrie's frantic warnings ringing in her ears. She should have believed her. She should never have shown Anne's ID at the hotel or trusted Eric with any details at all. Carrie's claims about Richard's reach had sounded like paranoia. Now she knew they were true. She groaned at her own stupidity, at the cold biting through her damp clothes, and most of all at having left Anne's wallet on the hotel desk. 5,000 soggy but usable kroner, now a gift for Richard when he arrived. She had nothing, no ID, no money, nowhere to sleep, no way to buy even food or a ticket. Her only hope was reaching a police station, but she had no idea where one was or whether she dared tell them the truth. An engine roared behind her. She turned to see a car speeding around the bend, far too fast for the empty mountain road. She scrambled for the verge, lost her footing, and slid down a scree slope, scraping her skin raw and tearing her leggings before splashing into a pebbly drainage ditch. The car screeched to a halt above her, headlights cutting into the valley, exhaust smoke glowing red in the taillights. Footsteps crunched on the road. She had to get away. She tried to stand, but her ankle buckled with a sob of pain. A silhouetted figure peered over the edge and spoke in Norwegian. She shook her head, hands trembling. "I don't speak Norwegian," she managed, fighting to keep the sob from her voice. "Do you speak English?" "Yes, I speak English," the man replied in a heavy accent. "Give me your hand. I will help you out." She hesitated, but escape from the ditch was impossible without assistance. If he meant harm, he could climb down anyway. She shielded her eyes from the blinding headlights, glimpsed only a dark shape and a halo of blonde hair under a cap. It wasn't Richard. "Give me your hand," he repeated, impatient now. "Are you hurt?" "My ankle hurts, but I don't think it's broken." He pointed to a rock. "Put your foot there, and I will pull you up." With a sense she might be making a fatal mistake, she set her good foot on the rock and reached upward. His grip on her wrist was iron strong. He grunted, bracing himself, and hauled her out in a painful scramble until she stood trembling on the verge. "What are you doing out here?" he asked, concern clear in his voice. "Are you lost? This road leads straight up the mountain, no place for a tourist." Before she could answer, she noticed the holster at his hip and realized the car was a police vehicle. A radio crackled in the night. He stepped closer, tipping his cap. "What is your name, miss?" She froze. The radio crackled again. He held up a finger, answered briefly, then climbed into the car for a longer exchange. Through the windscreen, she heard, "Ja, dear Richtig, Laura Blacklock." Time slowed. She understood with cold clarity. Run now or never. She had ignored Carrie's warnings once and nearly paid with everything. Screwing up her courage against the coming pain, she bolted, Not up the road, but down the steep, vertiginous slope of the fjord, scrambling headlong through the undergrowth. It was growing light when her exhausted muscles finally refused to obey. She stumbled like a drunk, knees buckling at every obstacle. She could go no farther. If she collapsed here in the remote countryside, her body might never be found. She needed shelter. No houses were visible. She had no phone, no money, no sense of time beyond the approaching dawn. A sob caught in her dry throat. Then she spotted a long, low shape between sparse trees, a barn, or at least a rickety shack with wooden walls and a corrugated iron roof. Fresh strength surged into her legs. She staggered across a dirt track, through a wire gate. Two shaggy little horses looked up curiously as she passed. One returned to drinking from a trough whose surface glowed pink and gold in the soft dawn light. She fell to her knees beside it, cupped the muddy, rust-tasting rainwater, and drank greedily until her parched throat eased. The shed door swung open at her touch. Inside lay bales of hay, feed tubs, and 2 horse blankets hanging on pegs. Drunk with weariness, she pulled one down, spread it over the deepest pile of hay, and lay down. She drew the second blanket over herself, indifferent now to rats, fleas, or Richard's men. She only wanted to rest. And then she slept. "Hello?" A loud voice pierced her dreams. She opened her eyes to blinding light, and an elderly man with a full white beard and roomy hazel eyes peering down at her, his face a mix of surprise and concern. He looked strikingly like Captain Birdseye. She blinked hard, heart slamming against her ribs, and scrambled backward across the barn floor. Pain exploded through her ankle as she tried to stand. Her leg buckled and she crashed down again. A strong hand closed on her arm. She jerked away violently, the sudden movement sending her sprawling once more onto the rough planks. For a long moment, they simply stared at each other. She took in his weathered, lined face while he studied her scrapes and cuts. Behind him, a dog barked and circled frantically. The old man lowered himself to his knees with obvious effort and extended one hand, slow and careful, the way someone might approach a frightened, wounded creature. The dog's barking grew hysterical. He called sharply over his shoulder, a clear command to quiet down. She licked her cracked lips. "Who are you? Where am I?" He pointed to his own chest, Conrad Horst. From his wallet, he drew a photograph of a smiling elderly woman with white hair in a bun, holding 2 small blonde boys. "Min Kong," he said slowly, then gestured at the children with words that sounded like "Vori bonbon." He pointed toward an ancient Volvo, parked outside the barn door. "Bailan Min, com." Doubt churned inside her. The photos of his wife and grandchildren looked warm and ordinary, yet she knew even dangerous men could have families. Still, his wife might speak English. At the very least, they would have a phone. Her ankle had swollen grotesquely. She could barely put weight on it. She had no real choice. Captain Birdseye extended his arm again with a small, questioning gesture. "Please?" The word rumbled out like an offer, but the decision had already been made for her. She let him help her up and eased herself into the car. Only once they began driving did the distance she had covered the night before truly hit her. The fjord had vanished behind wooded hills. The old Volvo jolted down miles of rutted track before they reached anything resembling a proper road. As they turned onto tarmac, she spotted an ancient mobile phone tucked in the well beneath the radio. Her breath caught. She reached for it with trembling fingers. "May I?" He glanced over, grinned, and placed the phone in her lap. Then he tapped the screen and spoke in Norwegian. No signal bars appeared. "Vante," he said clearly, then added in heavily accented English, "Wait." She clutched the phone, eyes fixed on the blank screen while trees whipped past. The date glowing there stopped her cold, the 29th of September. She had lost an entire day. She pointed at the screen. "Today, is it really the 29th? He glanced down and nodded. "Ja, Tuesday. Tuesday." The word landed with quiet finality. Tuesday. She had slept through a full day and night in that hut. The realization settled heavily as they turned into the driveway of a neat, blue-painted house. A single bar of reception flickered on the phone. Her heart hammered. She held the phone up. "Can I call my family in England?" Conrad nodded and said something she didn't understand, but the permission was clear. With shaking fingers, she dialed Judah's number. At the airport, they stood locked together for a long time, saying nothing. Judah's hands moved over her face, her hair, the bruises on her cheek, as though he needed to convince himself she was real. She clung to him just as fiercely. All she could feel was the overwhelming relief. She was home. He kept repeating how he couldn't believe she was okay. Tears came then, soaking into the rough wool of his jacket while he held her tight, as if he would never let go. She had tried at first to stop the horse from calling the police, but language made it impossible. After speaking to Judah, who promised to contact Scotland Yard with her story, she accepted there was no hiding what had happened. Not even Richard Bulmer could escape this. The police took her first to a health centre for her cut feet, wrenched ankle, and fresh medication. Once cleared, they drove her to a station farther up the valley where a British embassy official waited. Again and again she recounted what had happened to Anne, to Richard and Carrie. Each retelling sounded more unbelievable, even to her own ears. She begged them repeatedly to help Carrie, to go after the boat. The official and the policeman exchanged a guarded look. The policeman spoke quietly in Norwegian. She knew at once the news was bad. "What is it?" she asked, voice tight. "What's wrong?" The embassy official hesitated, then spoke with careful formality. 2 bodies had been recovered. The first, pulled from the water early Monday by a fishing boat. The second, later that day by police divers. She pressed her fingers hard against her eyes, seeing sparks behind her lids, and drew a shaky breath. "Tell me. I have to know." The man found in the water had been shot through the temple, likely self-inflicted. No identification, but the crew of the Aurora had reported Richard Bulmer missing. They presumed it was him. She swallowed. "And the other?" The second body belonged to a slim woman with very short hair. Preliminary findings indicated drowning. The official looked at her with nervous concern. "Miss Blacklock, are you all right?" She couldn't answer. Tears came anyway. She was safe now, but Carrie was not. Bulmer's death should have brought some comfort, yet it brought none. She sat crying quietly into the tissue they offered, thinking only of Carrie and everything that had passed between them. Whatever else was true, Carrie had paid with her life, and she hadn't been fast enough to save her. She couldn't face the dark basement flat, so the taxi carried them straight to Judah's instead. He seemed to understand without being told. In the living room, he wrapped her in a blanket on the couch like a child recovering from fever, then bent and kissed her forehead with careful tenderness, as if she might shatter. He kept repeating that he still couldn't believe she was home. When they had shown him her boots in the photograph, his eyes filled. Her own throat tightened in answer. She tried to explain how Carrie had taken the boots so she could pass for her, but the words caught and died. He held her a long time. When he could speak again, he pulled a folded list from his pocket, messages people had left because her voicemail was full. Most names were expected: Lissy, Rowan, Emma, Jen. A few surprised her. Tina West had called to say she was relieved, and there was no need to ring back. Chloe Jansen, Judah's spelling of Jensen, hoped she was all right and offered any help she or Lars could give. Ben Howard had left no message at all. Guilt stabbed through her. She was astonished he had even called after the way she had accused him. Judah wiped his eyes on his t-shirt and told her Ben had been the one who raised the alarm. He had phoned from Bergen, learned she was missing, and urged Judah to contact the UK police at once. Ben had been shouting at the crew since Trondheim, and no one would listen. She covered her face. Judah gave his crooked smile and said Ben was still a self-important little shit. The interview he gave the Mail had made it sound as though they had barely broken up. The shaky laugh that escaped her eased something inside her chest. He offered tea. While he moved about in the kitchen, she wiped her eyes, picked up the remote, and flicked through channels hunting for something ordinary, anything familiar. She froze. Bulmer stared straight out of the screen at her, that same crooked half-smile on his face. For one sick heartbeat, she thought she was hallucinating and nearly shouted for Judah. Then the shot cut to the newsreader, and she understood. It was a breaking report of his death. The voice announced that Lord Richard Bulmer, majority shareholder in the struggling Northern Lights Group, had been found dead after being reported missing from his luxury yacht Aurora off the Norwegian coast. The picture switched to footage of him speaking at a podium. She killed the volume, slid from the couch, and knelt inches from the screen, studying his face. When the clip ended, he bowed. The camera tightened, and he looked directly into the lens with his familiar little wink. Her stomach lurched, her skin crawled. She lifted the remote to switch him off forever, but the camera panned to a woman in the front row, applauding. The woman was strikingly beautiful. Long river of dark gold hair, high cheekbones. Recognition slammed into her. It was Anne, young and radiant and alive. As the woman clapped, she noticed the cameras and glanced toward them. Something sad and trapped flickered across her expression, a shadow of fear. Then she lifted her chin, smiled wider, and the look hardened into pure defiance. The face of someone who would never surrender, who would fight until the end. The image cut back to the studio. She turned the television off, returned to the couch, pulled the blanket over herself, and lay facing the wall, listening to Judah moving about in the kitchen. Hours later, the bedside clock read past midnight. They lay in bed, his chest warm against her spine, his arm locked around her as though she might vanish in the dark. She had waited until she thought he was asleep before the tears came, but a deep sob shook her ribs. His voice brushed her ear, soft. "Are you okay?" She thought he had been sleeping. Her voice came out raw. He asked if she was crying. She nodded. There had been enough pretending. His fingers found the wet tracks on her cheeks. "Oh, honey." She told him she couldn't stop thinking about Anne and Carrie. Judah stayed quiet, but she felt the shape of what he was thinking. When she pressed him to say it, he sighed against her hair and admitted he felt glad. Glad Carrie was gone after everything she had done to her. If it had been his choice, he would have left her in the water for the fish. Anger flared in her chest on Carrie's behalf. She said Carrie had died because of her. She hadn't needed to let her escape. Judah answered that she had only been on that boat because of Carrie, who had murdered a woman and locked her away. She countered that he didn't know what happened inside other people's relationships, the terror, the bruises, the certainty that there was no way out. He believed fear could trap someone, he said slowly, but he still held people responsible for their choices. No matter how scared you were, you didn't imprison another human being. She sat up, wrapping the sheet around herself. She asked about the New York job he had mentioned before she left. Had he turned it down? He sounded uneasy. He had meant to decline, but hadn't called them yet. Everything had slipped after she went missing. Why was she asking? She told him he should take it. It was the chance he had always wanted. He sat up sharply, moonlight cutting across his shocked, angry face. He demanded to know where this had come from. She said there was nothing holding him here, was there? His voice cracked. Everything was holding him here. He had thought so, at least. Was she breaking up with him? Shock ran through her. She seized his hands. No, never. She was asking him to go with her. Together. He protested. Her job at Velocity, Rowan's maternity cover, the big break she had waited for. She couldn't throw that away for him. She explained that the boat had shown her the truth. Nearly 10 years at Velocity, while others took risks, and she stayed safe, feeling she owed them. Rowan would return in months. There was no ladder left to climb. She no longer wanted the life of 5-star hotels and curated stories. She wanted to write the things powerful people tried to hide. She could freelance from anywhere. A shaky laugh escaped her. She could even write a book. My Floating Prison, True Life, Hell on the Seven Seas. Judah took her hands, eyes wide and pleading in the moonlight. Low. Stop joking. Are you serious? She drew a steadying breath. Then she nodded. She told him she had never been more serious in her life. Afterward, Judah lay curled in her arms, his head resting in the crook of her shoulder. She knew the position would cramp her soon, yet she couldn't bring herself to move. She whispered whether he was awake. He stayed silent for a moment, then stirred. Just. She admitted she couldn't sleep. He rolled toward her, fingers brushing her face. Shh, it's okay. It's all over. It wasn't that, she said. He asked if she was still thinking about Carrie. She nodded in the dark. He sighed. She began to ask what he had seen when they showed him the body, but he shook his head. He hadn't seen a body at all, only photographs of clothes. If it had been Carrie's corpse, instead of what he believed was hers, he wouldn't have endured 2 days of hell believing she was dead. She wondered why the police had asked him to identify clothing rather than the body. Judah shrugged against her. He didn't know. At first, he assumed the body had been too damaged, but after speaking with the family liaison officer, he learned the clothes had been found separately. She lay still, turning it over in her mind. Had Carrie kicked off the boots and hoodie in a last desperate attempt to swim away from Bulmer? Sleep frightened her. She expected Carrie's accusing face to haunt her, but when her eyes finally closed, it was Bulmer's face that surged up, laughing, black hair whipping in the wind as he tumbled from the deck of the Aurora, falling down and down. Her eyes snapped open, heart racing. She reminded herself he was gone, that she was safe, that Judah lay beside her, and the nightmare had ended. Yet doubt lingered. She could accept Carrie's death more easily than Bulmer's. His suicide made no sense. That cold, fiercely determined man would never simply give up. He had fought too hard, calculated every move with ruthless precision. Throwing it all away felt impossible. Still, the fact stood. He was gone. She had to accept it. She closed her eyes again, deliberately pushing his image away, and curled tighter around Judah. She turned her thoughts to the future, to New York, and the leap she was about to take. For one sharp instant, an image burned behind her lids, herself balanced on the edge of a high railing, dark waves churning far below. No fear came. She had fallen before. She had survived. She opened the newspaper on Thursday, the 26th of November, and the headline stopped her cold. Mystery woman in Aurora, drowning identified. Almost 2 months after the discovery of 2 bodies at sea, Norwegian police had named the one pulled from the North Sea by fishermen as Anne Bulmer, heiress to the billion-pound Lyngstad fortune. Lord Bulmer's body had been recovered separately by divers near Bergen after he was reported missing from the Aurora. The official statement confirmed Anne had drowned. Bulmer had died from a gunshot wound to the temple, but the pathologist's findings now ruled it not self-inflicted. A gun had been recovered beside his body, wrapped in clothing belonging to her. That detail had triggered early suspicions, linking his death to her own disappearance. She read on, pulse rising. Her parents had demanded an inquiry after days of believing the body was hers. Scotland Yard insisted the body had never been identified as her, only admitted the communication about her clothes had been badly handled. Cross-force issues with the Norwegians. The Norwegian police had interviewed her, but were not treating her as a suspect. Their investigation continued. The words sat heavy in her chest. Not suicide. The gun in her clothes. Anne. 6 days later, on the 6th of December at 4:15, she opened her banking app and started a live chat. The agent, Ajesh, greeted her politely. She typed that an odd credit had appeared in her account 2 days earlier, 40,000 Swiss francs on the 4th of December, and asked if they could trace the sender. Ajesh checked the records and confirmed the transaction with the reference, Tigger's Bounce. It had come from a numbered Swiss account in Bern. He had no name attached. She told him the reference made sense. It was from a friend, and thanked him. No further help needed. She closed the chat, the screen going dark, the unexpected sum and its private code lingering in her mind like a message only she could read. Au revoir. Thank you for staying with this story until the very end. Your time and attention mean everything in a world full of noise. Ruth Ware wrote The Woman in Cabin 10 after a restless cruise of her own, where the vast emptiness of the sea left her wondering, what if something terrible happened out here and no one believed you? The idea took root in 2014 to 2015, fueled by news stories of women whose voices were dismissed, combined with chilling reports of deaths on cruise ships and the legal grey zones of international waters. She crafted the novel in her signature locked room style, tight, claustrophobic, and relentlessly tense, drawing from her deep love of classic mysteries while making it fiercely modern. Published in 2016, the book became a runaway global success, selling millions of copies and topping bestseller lists around the world. Ware has built an impressive career with other gripping thrillers like In a Dark, Dark Wood, The Lying Game, and The It Girl. But Lo Blacklock's desperate fight to be believed remains one of her most iconic creations. When the story reached Netflix in 2025, directed by Simon Stone and starring Keira Knightley as Lo, it brought new layers to the tale. The film stays faithful to the core premise and the suffocating atmosphere of the yacht, but it makes some changes, streamlining certain subplots, altering a key escape moment, and shifting the emotional weight of the ending to suit the screen. Keira's performance captures Lo's fragile determination beautifully, while the supporting cast, including Guy Pearce, adds richness to the web of wealth and secrets. Bringing a confined thriller like this to life came with real challenges. Filming on water is never easy. Inner monologues had to become visual tension, and the cast had to convey paranoia in tight, luxurious spaces. Stone, known for his intense character-driven dramas, drew inspiration from Hitchcock's mastery of suspense rather than pure Agatha Christie puzzles, creating a sleek, modern, psychological ride. Fun fact: the Northern Lights sequences in the film were partly enhanced with practical effects, mixed with today's visual technology, mirroring how the book uses them as both beauty and foreboding. While the adaptation is thrilling in its own right, the original novel still holds deeper layers, richer internal thoughts, sharper psychological nuance, and details that only the written word can deliver. If this retelling moved you, I highly encourage you to experience Ruth Ware's full vision in the book. If you enjoyed this journey, please like the video, it truly helps, and subscribe so we can bring more stories like this to life. I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. Did you see the twist coming? Which character unsettled you the most? All perspectives are welcome. And if this story stayed with you, share it with someone who loves a mystery that lingers. Stories like this remind us how fragile truth can be, especially when power and isolation collide. Thank you again for listening. Until the next voyage, take care.